Chapter 22, What's the plan? Hey, are you going to tell me what you were doing last night? Lucy asked as she and Naruto walked to the guild. Naruto nodded, seeing as there was really no point in hiding it. I sensed someone following us, and I investigated. There was this weird samurai guy and... He stopped and crossed his arms while looking at the ground in thought. Lucy beckoned for him to continue. And? The shinobi uncrossed his arms and looked at her. And I think he might be from the elemental nations. The girl's eyes widened slightly. Really? Do you think he's from that terrorist organization that's after you? She asked while looking around suspiciously. It was scary to think that a mysterious person was following them. They walked through the guild gates and towards the front doors. No, I don't think so. I've fought with some of the Akatsuki members, and he didn't feel like any of them. But something he said bugs me. What did they say? Lucy asked as they waved to Max at the guild's gift shop, but she looked away. She missed the slight glare he sent to the now snickering ninja. When Lucy looked back at Naruto, he shook his head. The guy said he's been watching me for a long time. But that can't be true, because I would have been able to sense him. If you think he's from the elemental nations, maybe try asking one of your teachers about him. Well, I'm going to go see Mira-san. I need to ask her something. Lucy said as they opened the doors, and the girl walked inside and went straight to the bar where she hoped to find Mira-Jane. Naruto was about to follow her when a cloaked man bumped into him, causing the ninja to stagger backwards. Hey, watch it! Naruto yelled and shook an angry fist. What was this guy in such a hurry for? Ah, my apologies. The person said politely with a bow and made way to leave but was stopped when Naruto grabbed onto his shoulder. Hold on a second. Taking a closer look, Naruto raised an eyebrow at who it was. Jeller? Jay? He was still getting used to calling the man that. But he had to admit, it had been quite a while since he'd talked with the blue-haired man. What are you in such a hurry for? Oh, good morning Naruto-san. I was trying to leave on my mission before Erza got here. Jalal said in a nervous tone, looking like he was just itching to leave. Naruto chuckled. Erza, huh? What, did you make her mad or something? The hooded man nodded. She's rather upset that I didn't participate in the 24-hour race. But from what he'd heard from some of the other members, he was kind of glad he'd decided to go on a job instead. Who knows what kind of prank Naruto would have pulled on him. Yeah, she did seem a little upset over that, didn't she? Alright, you better get out of here. I can sense that she's heading here right now, and not very far. Naruto said, and Jalal nodded gratefully and left with haste. Not long after he'd left, Erza and Tenten came walking into the guild. Good morning Erza, Tenten. Naruto greeted as he held the door open for the ladies, earning a suspicious look from the knight. I trust you're not planning something so early in the morning, are you Naruto? Erza asked and folded her arms like a parent telling her kid to keep out of trouble. Don't worry, I'm all pranked out. Naruto said with a shrug, and Erza hummed in approval. For now anyways. He added to himself as he smiled. Good. But I would like to remind you that you still owe me a seasonal strawberry cake, the one that you splattered all over Jay's face. The redhead said and clenched her fist, having missed the chance to taste it due to lack of time. Speaking of Jay, have you seen him? I've been looking for him but he always seems to be gone. I wonder why. Naruto thought and sweat dropped. As nice as Erza was most of the time, she was even scarier than Sakura when angered, and that was saying something. I haven't seen him around lately, that guy always seems to be out on a job. He must be working hard. Erza smiled. Yes, I am pleased to see how much effort he is putting into atoning for his sins. Though we haven't had as much luck returning his memories as I had hoped. Well, I'll be off now, there is something I must discuss with the master. She said and began to walk off before she stopped and turned to Tenten, who was looking a bit confused. Ah, before I go. Tenten, if you still need a place to stay, my door is always open. Thanks Erza-san. Tenten said and waved to her new friend before turning to Naruto. Hey, who is this J person anyways? Naruto raised an eyebrow. She didn't mention him at all? Not a word. Tenten said before she crossed her arms in thought. She was pretty keen on finding the guy, maybe he's her boyfriend? Yeah, they've known each other for a long time and have been through a lot from what she's told me. Naruto added while nodding to himself. Those two really seem to get along, even if he lost his memory. Tenten sighed, she would ask Erza herself later. Naruto was obviously a lost cause in this topic. Is everyone else here yet? HM? Oh, I wouldn't know. I just got here. Naruto said and started laughing. Tenten just shook her head at the whiskered teen's carefree attitude and walked off to look for the others. Good morning Naruto-san, what are you doing? Naruto stopped laughing to himself and found Wendy looking up at him with an amused smile. Hey Wendy-chan, somehow I got stuck here welcoming people in I guess. he said and rubbed the back of his head sheepishly, earning a giggle from the little girl. Where's Carla? She's not with you. Naruto asked and looked around, the snobby white feline being nowhere in sight. Carla said she didn't want to come today, she's still a little upset about the race. Wendy said with a slight frown. I know that Carla can be a little strict, but she means well. I'm sure you two can get along if you apologize. What? No way. Naruto crossed his arms and huffed, why would he apologize to that cat? She brought it upon herself. I know Naruto-san is a nice person. Please? Wendy pleaded as she stared up at him with puppy dog eyes. Guh. Whatever defenses the blonde had, they came crumbling down at the sight of the little girl's pleading face. Well, I guess I can dash. Who would want to get along with that beast? Carla said as she walked inside and made her way to Wendy's side. Nope, not gonna happen. Naruto thought with a twitching eye as Wendy scolded the huffing cat. Naruto, you're here? What are you standing at the door for? We're all waiting for you. Sakura called out from the bar. Oh, good morning Sakura-chan. Everyone's already here. Naruto greeted as the girl walked over to him. He saw that most of the Konoha ninja were standing at the bar with Lucy and Mira Jane. Where's Bushy Brows and Hinata? Hinata's in the infirmary, it's nothing too serious though. Sakura said and Naruto raised an eyebrow. What happened to her? Did she faint again? He asked, remembering all the times she had fainted when they worked together in the past. When Hinata tried using her Byakugan this morning, she said she saw something really bright. It was too much for her to handle so she passed out. Now she's resting in Fairy Tail's infirmary. Sakura explained. Mira-san said that it was probably all of the magic in the air that she saw, what a weird place. Naruto hummed and nodded his head, he'd have to go and check up on the girl later. As for Lisanna and Elfman, they both ended up catching a cold from sleeping outside. They're also resting in the guild's infirmary. Sakura said with a roll of her eyes. They should be fine by tomorrow if they rest. As soon as she finished her sentence, they heard shouts coming from the infirmary. A cold is not enough to put out the flames of sniffle, youth. Right, Elfman-kun. Lee shouted weakly as he and his buddy made it to the stairs that led to the bar hall. Of course. If you're a man, achoo, then you're a man. Sakura shook head tiredly. What are you two doing out of bed? I thought I told you to stay put and rest. The boys either didn't hear her or chose not to listen and took a step onto the stairs, only to trip on their own feet due to their weakened state and stumble down the steps. Sakura and Naruto rushed over to the two and laid them on their backs. This is bad, they're running a fever now. Idiots, I told you to rest. Ugh. I don't feel so good. Lee croaked out. Wendy, having noticed what had happened, stopped arguing with Carla and ran over to the group. You Sakura-san, may take a look at them? Sakura was about to decline when Naruto put a hand on her shoulder. Naruto? Naruto just grinned at her before nodding to the little girl, who thanked him before she started examining the sick boys. What can this little girl do for them? She looks no older than 12. Sakura thought with a frown, seeing this as a waste of time. They should be getting the two back into the infirmary so she could treat them. Wendy, now knowing what she was dealing with, started muttering something under her breath and began to glow. She placed her hands over Lee's chest and after a couple seconds, the teen's face began to relax. You healed him. Sakura said in astonishment and Wendy nodded before doing the same for Elfman. Amazing. So this is magic? After finishing her job, Wendy wiped her forehead and smiled shyly. I use sky dragon slaying magic, and I can heal people with it. Well now, that was quite impressive. Kakashi said as he and the others came over to see what the commotion was. Are they okay? Lucy asked as she looked down at the two boys in concern. Yes, they should be fine after a good nap. Wendy said cheerfully. Sakura shook her head and moved to bring the two boys to the infirmary. Well, we better get these two back to the dash. No, Sakura-san. I don't mind, washboards. Lee suddenly mumbled in his sleep and Wendy innocently watched as everyone slowly started inching away from Sakura. On second thought, I think they're fine here. Sakura said and stormed off in a fit. Okay, now that we're all here, I think it's time to discuss our plan. Kakashi said as he and the rest of the ninja stood around the bar, the only non-ninjas present being Makarov, Lucy, and Mira Jane. I still can't believe such dangerous people are after you, Naruto. Mira Jane said with a frown on her face. Naruto sent the barmaid a reassuring smile before turning to his teachers eagerly. What did you guys come up with? Well, last night, we decided it would probably be best to lay low for a while and wait for the Akatsuki to make a move. Yamato said and Naruto put a hand up. Wait a second, you guys all come here and you want to just wait? What about the people of this town? You know the kind of power the Akatsuki has, we have to find them before they do anything. I won't let the people here suffer because of me. The mages all smiled at how much Naruto cared for them and the town. Makarov chuckled and shook his head. I understand how you feel, Naruto, but I'm going to have to agree with your teachers on this one. There isn't enough information that we can use to possibly know or even guess where these Akatsuki folk are. But I think it is safe to assume that, if they are even here in the first place, that they will have as little info as we do. I doubt they would do something that would draw attention to them, like attacking a town. Naruto was about to protest further when Lucy spoke up. I know what you're going to say. You don't want to get us involved, do you? Gray placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder. Sorry pal, but we became involved the moment you joined this guild. Don't underestimate us mages. Naruto turned around to see Erza and the rest of the guild all grinning at him. You guys? He said before shaking his head. These people are really dangerous he protested, but Natsu cut him off with a snort. You think we're gonna run away because they're dangerous? Don't make me laugh. We're not a guild of cowards, you know. We're fairy tale, damn it. Juvia clenched her fists in determination. Now it's Juvia's turn to project Naruto-sama. Lucy put a hand on Naruto's shoulder. They're right, Naruto. Family sticks together, and we won't run away. She yelled and everyone cheered. Naruto wiped his nose and looked away, a smile sprawled across his face. Fine. Do whatever you want, see if I care. He said, and everyone started laughing when Natsu jumped onto the teen's back. Makarov bellowed with laughter. Then it's settled. But for now, we wait. Hoo-hoo! Lee suddenly yelled and covered his now teary eyes. I have been blinded by their white-hot passion, the flames of youth burn brightly in everyone here. Guy-sensei. I have been a fool, forgive me. Ten sweat dropped. What are you even apologizing for? Kakashi shook his head, the people here really were strange. Though he wasn't too surprised by their declaration, Makarov had told him about some of the things Naruto had done here. With that settled, all we can really do now is chat and do research. He said as people started going back to what they were doing. Yamato nodded and turned to Naruto. That reminds me, I remember reading in your report that you've learned some new techniques during your time here. Naruto, after having thrown Natsu across the room and onto a certain ice mage, turned to his teacher and nodded. Yeah, I've learned how to sense and draw in magic. How did you learn how to do that? Kakashi asked, impressed that the ninja had been able to achieve something like this on his own. When I first got here, I learned that magic is in the air like natural energy, and that I was unconsciously absorbing it when I went into sage mode. Naruto explained, and began drawing in the stuff. All I had to do was learn how to blend the magic into the mix, and with Pa and Lucy's help, I got this. He said and opened his now crimson eyes, now in sage mode. I see. Kakashi said, taking in the whiskered teen's new appearance. But why did it have Kyuubi-like characteristics? Why does it look like you're using the Kyuubi's chakra? Are you mixing the demon's power in it as well? Yamato asked and Kakashi nodded, having wondered the same thing. Naruto shook his head. Old man Fukasaku couldn't really figure out why I look like this either. I'll have to learn a little bit about magic while we're here. It could prove useful in case we have to face an enemy mage in the future. Kakashi said. Actually, that brings up a good point. First of all, I'd like to tell you that this world is a lot more peaceful than yours and that fairy tale has a strict no-kill rule. Makarov said and asked Mirajane for a drink, which she happily complied. While I'm not entirely sure as to how you shinobi do things in your world specifically, to which I hope you may be able to explain to me at some point. But I would appreciate it if you could keep any killing to a minimal, if not at all if possible. Of course, we are already under strict rules from the Hokage herself not to kill from the start. Kakashi said and Makarov nodded, seemingly satisfied with the answer. There is a library on the second floor of the guild, you may do your research and planning there. Wait, there's a library here? Naruto asked and Lucy facepalmed. Makarov chuckled before calling out to the crowd. Levi-chan, could you come here for a moment? Yes master, what do you need? Levi asked as she walked over to them, Droy and a bandaged Jet following right behind her. Shouldn't you be resting? Naruto asked Jet, remembering the fall the guy had taken at the end of the race. It wasn't pretty. The orange-haired mage shrugged. It looked a lot worse than it actually was, I only ended up with just a couple scrapes and bruises. I'm assuming you don't know how to read our language so I'm sending Levi-chan with you to help you translate, if you don't mind Levi-chan. Makarov said and the girl shook her head. We can help too. Jet and Droy both said and followed the group to the library, not wanting to leave the girl alone with strangers. As the group started moving towards the library, Naruto turned to Lucy and Sakura. Hey, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go check up on Hinata to see if she's doing alright. Okay, it looks like we're just gonna hang around the guild today. Since we're more than okay on rent money, we really won't need to go on any jobs for a while. Lucy said, and Naruto nodded before heading off to the infirmary. Oh yeah, that reminds me. How did Naruto end up staying in the same place as you in the first place? Sakura said with a raised eyebrow, and Lucy couldn't help but gulp. If there was one thing she had learned about this girl so far, it was to avoid making her angry. Well, it's a funny story actually. Hinata sighed as she lay in one of the resting beds in the infirmary, which were actually quite comfy. But that wasn't the reason for her sigh. No, it was because she had to go and faint earlier that morning. She probably wouldn't get to see Naruto because of it. Knowing the enthusiastic blonde, he was probably going to go out to try and find the Akatsuki regardless of what Kakashi said. Letting out another sigh, Hinata turned over on her side and stared at the door that led to the bar hall. The place had gotten quiet earlier before she could hear them cheering over something. She wondered if something happened. To Hinata's surprise, the door opened and Naruto's head poked in. Hey, Hinata? Are you feeling alright? Hinata's eyes widened as her crush walked into the room. And Naruto-kun? No more fainting. She had to take advantage of this miracle of a coincidence. Yes, I'm doing better, she said and began to sit up, only for Naruto to lay her back down. Hold on a second, Sakura-chan said you needed to rest. You don't need to strain yourself, Naruto said and sat in one of the nearby chairs. Oh okay? Hinata stuttered as her face heated up from the boy's thoughtfulness. So, what exactly happened? You saw magic with your Byakugan? Naruto asked and the Hyuga nodded. Yes, I thought I'd use my Byakugan to get a good look of the town. But when I did, I was blinded by a bright light and I passed out? Naruto nodded as the girl explained what had happened. And Mira-chan said it was probably magic. Yes, Hinata said with a nod of her own. When I first woke up, I had a really bad headache and couldn't see for a couple minutes. But I feel a lot better now. It had scared her, not being able to see for a couple minutes. Naruto grinned. That's good to hear. Maybe I'll ask Wendy-chan if she could check on you later. I mean, I'm not saying Sakura-chan isn't a good medic. But Wendy-chan's healing magic is something else. Hinata giggled at his enthusiasm. Can I ask you something, Naruto-kun? Naruto raised an eyebrow. Sure, what's up? The timid girl poked at her fingers together as she stared up at the ceiling. Is it true that you live in the same apartment as Lucy-san? Upon seeing the blonde's confused look, Hinata stuttered. I was just wondering. Laughing at the strange girl's actions, Naruto leaned back in his chair and nodded. Lucy's been a real help to me here. She gave me a place to stay when I had nowhere to go, and taught me how to read and write in this world's language. Heck, she even helped me learn how to sense magic. It's kind of funny though, she's actually part of the reason why I'm here. Why's that? Hinata asked, curious to know the real reason behind his disappearance. She knew it had something to do with a mysterious scroll, but hearing Lucy was a part of it was news. Naruto reached into his pouch and pulled out a scroll before he handed it to the girl. Lucy had gotten this scroll from a magic shop, and it summoned me here. It's weird though. The shopkeeper didn't where it came from. Hinata frowned as she inspected the scroll. She opened it and was shocked to see the painting of the nine-tailed fox. This is the demon that's sealed inside of Naruto-kun. She thought and looked at the whiskered teen, who was looking at the picture intensely. Have you shown this scroll to Kakashi-sensei? Yeah, I was gonna do that, but things just kept happening, you know? Naruto said and scratched his cheek. I'll show Kakashi-sensei as soon as he's done looking around the library. Having said that, Naruto took the scroll back from Hinata and got up to leave. Well, I think I'll go and let you rest now. Get better soon, there's some places I want to show you and the others that you just gotta see. Hinata smiled and waved goodbye. That would be wonderful. Thank you, Naruto-kun. Naruto gave her a thumbs up before closing the door as he left. He had to catch himself though when he almost walked right into a surprised Mira-jane. Whoa! Sorry Mira-chan, what are you doing here? I was just about to check on Hinata to see how she was doing. The barmaid said and smiled as she walked past him. May I ask what you were doing here, Naruto? Excuse me for asking, but a boy and a girl alone together in the same room spells trouble. Naruto blushed and turned away from the now giggling girl. I was just worried about my friend, you know? That's all. Anyways, I gotta go. See ya. He said and quickly took off, not wanting to fall victim to Mira-jane's teasing any longer. He got enough of that from Cana as it was. He's so adorable. Mira mused to herself before walking into the infirmary. I wonder how this side of the party will react. Sometime later? You want to go on your first job? Naruto asked Wendy, who nodded vigorously. But haven't you already done a few jobs? Lucy asked while thinking back to the few times she'd seen the girl pick out some jobs. Wendy shook her head. But all of those were just simple jobs. I want to hurry and do a big job so I can be of help to everyone. Naruto laughed at the girl's enthusiasm. I understand why you want to go on big solo missions, but first you need to go on those types of missions with a group to gain experience and learn the value of teamwork. Wow, I'm impressed, Naruto. That sounded very mature, it almost sounds out of place. Lucy teased and Naruto rolled his eyes. Sakura laughed a little herself before turning to Wendy. But he's right, you know. We were just about your age when we became genin and started going on missions, and we didn't start going on harder missions until after we did a couple of those to strengthen our teamwork before our class became chunins. Although Naruto's the only one of us who hasn't become a chunin yet. The kunoichi explained, and she and Lucy started laughing when Naruto began to sulk to himself. Even Wendy struggled to keep herself from laughing at the face the boy was making. I guess you guys are right, but Mira-san already gave me this job request. She said I would be perfect for it and I'd feel bad to give it back. Wendy said and placed the request sheet on the table. Well, then I guess it can't be helped. I'll go with you. Naruto said and grinned, relieved to hear the conversation was moving forward. So what's the job we're going on? Let me read it. Wendy said cheerfully and began to read from the piece of paper. Thank you very much. Wait, don't tell me. Lucy thought to herself. After Wendy finished reading the request, Lucy groaned, gaining odd looks from the others. What's wrong with you? Naruto asked. Lucy shook her head. That's the same guy I did a job for with Erza and the others before. That guy's a real slave driver. I'm against this job, Wendy, especially if that beast is coming along. Carla said and glared at Naruto, who returned the glare while struggling to keep his mouth shut. Seriously, did she want him to prank her again? Carla, how many times do I have to tell you that Naruto-san is a nice person? All of those rumors are fake. Wendy said, gaining the attention of a certain brunette from across the hall. What rumors? Naruto and Sakura both said at the same time. And nothing. It's nothing. Don't worry about it. Lucy said and frantically tried to think of a way to quickly change the subject, growing all the more frantic when Sakura started staring at her suspiciously. Anyways, why are the two of you fighting? Aren't we all friends here? You aren't ready to go on a job to a town you haven't been to before. Carla pressed on and Wendy pouted. I can too. I'm going to do this job with Naruto-san and you'll see. Her response was a huff as the cat turned away. Fine then, but I'm not going with you. Naruto shook his head. What was that cat's gripe with him anyway? I guess we're off to. Where was it again? Anabus. He stood up and the two were about to leave when Sakura called out to him. Hey, hold on a second. We all just got here, and you're gonna leave? Sakura asked with a frown. This isn't how she imagined Naruto would act when they arrived at all. She thought he'd be clinging to them, trying to show them what this world had to offer, not leaving to go on a job for the guild with a little girl. Plus, it just wasn't safe with the Akatsuki potentially out there. Actually, that works out fine. Kakashi said as he walked down from the second floor. Sakura frowned at her teacher's relaxed tone. Kakashi-sensei? What do you mean, it works out fine? The Akatsuki is out there and you say it's fine that Naruto goes out without any of us to back him up? Naruto's been going out and doing these jobs for a while now, and I'm sure he can take care of himself. Isn't that right, Naruto? Kakashi asked and Naruto grinned widely. Yup. The silver-haired Jonin eye smiled and turned back to his other student. See? Besides, we can take the time to learn a little more about this world while he's gone. There's a few things we found back at the library that you could all learn. Albeit a little hesitant, Sakura sighed and finally nodded. Alright, just be careful out there you two. Naruto and Wendy both smiled at each other and were about to leave again when another voice stopped them. This time it was Makarov. Hold it, Naruto. I'm glad to see you so determined to help Wendy-chan on her first big job, but do you even know how to get to Anabus yourself? The whiskered teen scratched his cheek. No, I guess I don't. Makarov sighed before looking around the guild. Now, let's see here. Who knows how to get to Anabus? I guess I better go along too, even if I'm a bit skeptical about doing another job from that guy. Lucy thought and was about to offer her help when someone beat her to the chase. I'll go, master. Cana said, surprising a few of them. I have business up in Anabus anyways. Makarov thought it over before nodding his head. Very well, you may be off now. He said and waved them off nonchalantly. Satisfied with the outcome. Naruto grinned and was about to leave for a third time when yet another voice stopped them. A moment, please. Noticing a trend, Naruto groaned and turned around to see Fried. Fried-sensei? Sensei? Sakura asked and Lucy leaned over to the girl. Fried is teaching Naruto magic, so he's been calling him sensei. She explained and Sakura nodded thankfully. We haven't been able to train since the race, but it couldn't be helped. So practice your runes whenever you get the chance during your job. Fried said and Naruto nodded his head. You got it. See you guys later. Lucy watched as Naruto led the two girls out of the guild. With Naruto going out on a job, she wondered what she'd do now. Hey Lucy, wanna come with us to the library? Sakura asked, noticing the girl looking a little lost. If Lucy came along with them, she'd be able to question the girl about the rumors Wendy had mentioned earlier. Naruto-sama. Juvia has returned with Naruto-sama shaped treats. Where are you, Naruto-sama? Juvia called out, having just walked in the guild. Yeah sure, I'll go with you guys. Lucy said and laughed awkwardly when Juvia's attention fell onto her. The water mage was a little more than upset when she had found out what had happened at the end of the race, so the library sounded like a good place to be while Naruto was out. Thanks for helping us out Kana, but what kind of business do you have in anabus? Naruto asked as the trio made their way to the train station. I don't really have any business in anabus, I just felt like going with you guys. Kana said with a shrug. Besides, I couldn't let the big bad beast Naruto go alone with cute little Wendy-chan, now could I? Kana-san. Wendy whined childishly while Naruto rolled his eyes. I don't know what that cat has against me, but I'd never do anything to harm a girl. I'm too much of a gentleman. Kana snorted. You, a gentleman? Now that's a good laugh. Hey, I resent that. Naruto yelled at the laughing girl before crossing his arms. It seemed that every time he was around Kana, she'd tease him. She probably wanted to come along to get back at him for the race. Look, there's the train station. Wendy said and ran ahead of the two towards the time boards. Let's see. Oh no. What's wrong? Naruto asked as he and Kana walked up to the board. The trains aren't going to Anabus today because of a breakdown. Wendy said and pointed a note that was placed over the departure times to Anabus. Well that sucks. Naruto said. How long would it take to walk? Wendy asked Kana, who deadpanned. You wanna walk there? Yes. Wendy said with a fierce look on her face. This is my first big job, I'll do everything in my power to complete it. Naruto grinned and gave the little girl a thumbs up. Well said Wendy-chan. So, how long would it take? Kana sighed, maybe she shouldn't have offered to go with the two after all. Oh well, this would probably do good for her stamina that desperately needed polishing. The race had proven that much. It'd be a long walk to Anabus from here, if we go now we'd probably get there by tomorrow afternoon. Naruto nodded and looked back at Wendy. So that's about a day's walk, you still wanna go? The little girl nodded eagerly. Yes please. Chapter 23, Anyone up for a bath? After coming to an agreement to walk to Anabus, Naruto, Wendy, and Kana were now making their way through a forest just north of Magnolia. Naruto took in a deep breath before exhaling, a big grin on his face. Ah, there's nothing better than being surrounded by giant trees. He said as he stood upside down on a branch, channeling chakra to his feet to stay attached. While they weren't as big as the trees back in Konoha, there was something about being in a forest that put him at ease. Wendy laughed when the blonde unstuck himself and dropped to the ground so naturally. You really like the forest, don't you Naruto-san? Of course. The forest is a leaf shinobi sanctuary. Naruto said and put his arms behind his head as they walked. My home is surrounded by a massive forest, which is why it's called the village hidden in the leaves. You know, for as long as you've been here Naruto, you've never really talked that much about your home. Kana asked, curious as to what the ninja's village was like. All she knew about his home world was that the place was called the Elemental Nations and that there were 5 major villages, his being Konoha. Naruto scratched his cheek, knowing that what Kana said was true. Well, it's not like I didn't want to talk about it. No one really asked is all. What does your home village look like? How big is it? Wendy asked excitedly, she had only just learned he was from another dimension and was also curious about his home. Naruto laughed and nodded. Seeing as they were going to be walking for a while anyway, he might as well tell them a little about the village. I guess I can tell you about Konoha. Now, where do I start? Naruto then began to describe some of his favorite sites and his other friends. He also talked about the Hokage monuments, the Ninja Academy, and even the Ichiraku ramen stand. Wendy had stars in her eyes from what Naruto had described. Wow, Naruto-san's home sounds so pretty. Hee, you should see the place during the winter times. The whole village becomes white with snow. Naruto exclaimed. I wonder if I'll be able to bring you guys over and show you around in person? Heh, this Tsunade person sounds like my kind of role model. Kana snickered after hearing about the 5th Hokage. Huge jugs, loves to drink and gamble, and doesn't take crap from men. The medic part was kinda meh, but maybe she'd learn some healing magic in case her liver ever decided to give out on her. Nah, that sounds like way too much of a hassle. Kana thought dismissively. Yeah, she'd just leave that for her future self to deal with. Naruto chuckled to himself. I figured, you two would definitely get along. I wonder if you'll ever be able to meet her. Though it's not like the old lady would be able to just come over here. Being the Hokage is a lot of responsibility. They then continued to talk about the village and its people as they traveled, all the while laughing the whole time. Fairy tale? So chakra flows through your body through a system of nerve-like pathways? That's a lot different from us mages. Lucy said as she looked through one of the bookshelves in Fairy Tale's miniature library. She was currently looking for books that had basic information on Earthland, and had asked Sakura if she could give her a more detailed explanation about what chakra was. Levi was helping Kakashi learn the basics of their written language, and in return he was teaching her theirs. Since the two had been so keen on helping, Jet was helping Yamato learn the language while Droy helped Tenten. They were all seated at a table next to Levi and Kakashi. Elfman and Lee were in another room, the giant having offered to help his manly friend learn. But because the two kept getting distracted, they ended up being kicked out by an angry pink-haired Kunoichi for being too loud and obnoxious. Oh really? Then where do mages get their magic from? Sakura asked, rather curious about what magic was and how it all worked. Lucy smiled, she was always happy to talk about all things magic. Well, for starters, we don't actually make our own magic. We naturally absorb ether nano from the air around us, and then it's stored in a container in our bodies. Sakura raised an eyebrow at the information. A container in your bodies? Do you have an actual organ that you store the ether nano in? She asked, trying to picture it all in a medical point of view. Air? I wouldn't really call it an organ. Lucy said while tapping her chin in thought. How to put it? Think of it like a fuel tank that is there but not physically, it's sorta just there. Like magic? Sakura joked and the two laughed before the medic's expression turned a little more serious. Hey, just out of curiosity. Is there anything going on between you and Naruto? Lucy blushed from the sudden question. Why do you want to know? Sakura's face turned red as well when she realized how weird that must have sounded. It's not like I like him or anything. But he's always been there for me, ever since we were kids. She said before looking at the ground, remembering her teammates' promise to bring Sasuke back. I'm just looking out for him is all. She was also looking out for Hinata, and wanted to support her friend in any way she could. After a moment, Lucy smiled. There's nothing going on between me and Naruto. Like I said yesterday, that kiss was an accident. She wasn't just going to say she was in love with Naruto. Lucy liked Sakura, but the girl was scary when angered. Kind of like Erza? Only Sakura seemed to get angry when Naruto was involved with any girl that wasn't from Konoha. Hey, Luchan? Have you found any books with maps of the landscape? Levi asked from across the room. Was she blushing? Maps? Oh, yeah. I'll bring it right over, Levi-chan. Lucy said and brought the book over to her friend, happy for a distraction from all the embarrassing talk. Thanks. Levi said with an awkward smile before she began to flip through the pages and placed it in front of Kakashi. She totally heard us? Lucy thought and mentally cried to herself as Sakura walked over as well. This is a full map of Earthland, and here is where the kingdom of Fiori is. Levi explained while pointing things out from the book. Kakashi hummed in acknowledgement as he scanned the map. So Fiori is ruled by a king? Is this king in charge of all of the magical guilds, such as Fairy Tale and the others? Levi shook her head. No. While the king is the head of the government here, it's the Magic Council who's in charge of governing all things magic. Only about 10% of the world's population is able to use magic. Only 10%? How does this country defend itself if so little people can use magic? Yamato asked from the other table. Fiori is a neutral nation, there hasn't been a war here for quite some time. But should the time come, the country has an army of knights as well as any magic guilds willing to lend a hand to fight. Makarov said as he made his way into the room. You kids have been at it for a couple hours now and it's going to be getting dark soon. How about we call it a day and continue tomorrow? Lucy glanced at a nearby clock and saw that it was 6:30. Have we really been here that long? Makarov nodded before turning to the two female mages present. Lucy-chan, Levi-chan, why don't you show our guests to the guild's bathhouse? I'm sure they could all use a relaxing bath after all the hard work you've done today. He suggested and left the library, a sly smile on his face. Group bath? Jet and Droy both thought in unison. Lucy beamed. She'd been thinking of a way to get the girls together and break the ice between the two groups. What would be better than going to the guild's bathhouse? That's a great idea, she said before turning to the other girls. We should totally go. The guild's baths are amazing. Sakura and Tenten both nodded, a bath sounding like a good idea to them. While Mirajane and Erza both had nice baths at their places, nothing could beat a nice long soak in an onsen. Lucy's smile brightened further before she turned to the last girl in the room. Levi-chan? Sorry Lu-chan, but I think I'm gonna stay a little longer. They might still need my help learning our written language. Levi said with an apologetic look on her face. Kakashi chuckled and shook his head. There's no need to worry about us, I'm sure we can manage if you go. I'm sure these two are more than willing to help us should we need it. He said as he gestured to the two male mages. I guess we weren't even invited to go in the first place. Jet and Droy thought with anime tears streaming down their faces, but nodding nonetheless. Okay then, I guess you can count me in too. Levi said and Lucy cheered as the girls left the library. Well then, shall we get back to work? Kakashi said and Yamato nodded as the two remaining members of Team Shadow Gear moped to themselves. Where did this storm come from? Naruto wondered aloud as he shook his jacket off in an attempt to dry it off. I'm sorry Naruto-san. If only I sensed it sooner. Wendy said with her head hung low. And no don't worry about it so much Wendy-can. Naruto frantically said to try and cheer the little girl up. After all, you did find this cave for us to cover ourselves. One moment they were walking through the forest, talking about the elemental nations, and the next they were soaked to the bone in a cave in the middle of a thunderstorm. Yeah, it's not so bad. Kana said, her eyes glued onto the blonde's toned torso. His under armor was sticking to him like a second skin due to the rain, which left little to the imagination. Not bad at all. Well, it looks like we're gonna be here for a while. Naruto said as he watched the rain pour down from the sky, oblivious to the brunette's not-so-innocent stares. What do you guys want to do now? Grumble. Wendy blushed and held onto her growling stomach, causing the other two present to laugh. Shall we eat then? Naruto asked the flustered girl, who was now pouting from being laughed at. You want to go out and find food in this weather? Kana asked with a deadpan expression. To her knowledge, none of them had packed any food for the trip. Naruto snickered as he reached into his back pouch, and pulled out small scroll. The two girls watched in curiosity as he proceeded to open the scroll, and its content was none other than ramen, of course. Kana said in a deadpan expression. Of course. I always keep some instant with me at all times for situations like this. Naruto stated proudly, and handed a cup to Wendy. When he offered another to Kana, the woman shook her head. No thanks, the only thing I need to replenish my energy is booze. She claimed and brought out a rather large bottle of alcohol. Where she had been keeping it on her person, the blonde would never know. You know, only drinking alcohol is bad for your health. Naruto said as he watched the alcoholic drink from the bottle. Kana let out a satisfied sigh upon finishing her meal in one go, before she rolled her eyes at the boy's remark. I don't want to hear that from a person who eats nothing but ramen. Wendy laughed at their interactions before a thought occurred to her. How are we supposed to cook it? She asked and Naruto raised a finger to answer the simple question, but stopped as his hand fell limp to his side. I forgot to pack a pot to boil water. Damn, if only Juvia was here. Boiling some fresh water for the noodles would have been a piece of cake for the water mage. Juvia sniffled as she walked into the woman's bathhouse, having decided to soak herself since she couldn't think of anything else to do. Why did Naruto-sama leave on a job without Juvia? Now all Juvia can do now is wait for Naruto-sama's return. She moped and opened the doors to the changing room to find Mirajane and Hinata. Mira-san and Hinata-san? The two were wrapped in towels and looking like they were about to get into the washroom. Good evening Juvia-san. Hinata said and bowed her head politely before the Juvia's mood turned a complete 360 degrees. The blue-haired mage glared at the Hyuga in a challenging fashion, as if she were measuring if the girl was a potential threat. Rival in love? Juvia mumbled as she studied the now fidgeting girl. Were you going to take a bath as well Juvia? Mirajane asked as she grabbed the door to the bathroom, her smile ever so present. As if a switch had been flipped, Juvia's mood turned back to cheerful. Yes, Juvia is going to make herself squeaky clean for when Naruto-sama returns. She chirped as she began to undress, a weird look entering her face as she entered her world of fantasies. Hinata's lips twitched downward slightly. This was the other girl that she could tell was in love with Naruto. She had seen Juvia the day before when Naruto had introduced her to them, but this was Hinata's first time speaking with the girl. As soon as Juvia was in her towel, the girls walked into the washroom. Upon entering the room, Mirajane put a hand to her mouth and let out a short gasp. Oh my, I didn't expect this many people to be using the bath. They found Lucy, Levi, Sakura, Tenten, and Erza all sitting in the water. Mirajane smiled when the girls noticed them. Well, this is going to be interesting. Oh, Hinata? Are you feeling better now? Sakura asked. Why yes, thank you. Hinata stuttered. She wasn't expecting there to be so many people. The bath was more than large enough to fit all of them, but it was still embarrassing. Rivals in love? Juvia muttered and hid behind Mira Jane, sending suspicious looks to each of the other girls present. Ever since her conversation with Erza during the 24-hour race, Juvia had a newfound suspicion towards the other girls besides the barmaid. Who knew which one of them was secretly in love with Naruto? Is she always like that? Sakura asked Lucy, who shrugged. Erza chuckled at the water mage's antics. There's need to worry, Juvia, no one is trying to steal Naruto from you. The female mages looked at the redhead in disbelief. She's not serious, right? Lucy thought as she stared at her friend in shock. It was almost common knowledge in the guild that she liked Naruto. Could it be that Erza was maybe dense to these types of things? Juvia pointed an accusing finger at the knight. Juvia knows Erza-san is her rival in love, just like Lucy. Tenten stifled a snort. Erza-san and Naruto? Yeah, right? Wait a second, I already told you that I deeply respected Naruto and that was it. Erza stuttered before turning to the celestial spirit mage. And Lucy and Naruto are just good friends, right Lucy? Erza-san. Levi thought with a sweat drop as the blonde in question continued to stare at the S-class mage with a deadpan expression. Sakura stood up and gave Juvia a hard look. Hey, I don't know about Erza-san, but Lucy told me that there isn't anything going on between her and Naruto. Don't just go around accusing people like that. Juvia returned the look as water gathered around her hands. From the sound of things, Sakura-san is also Juvia's rival in love? Who's a rival in love? Sakura bristled as a tick mark formed on her forehead. This girl was really starting to piss her off. Lucy gulped as the two girls stared each other down, both looking like they were about to go for the other's throat. Somehow I knew these two weren't going to get along. She thought before looking around the bath. Is it just me, or do all of my female friends except Levi-chan seem to be Juvia's rivals in love? Although oddly enough Juvia doesn't think Mira Jane is a rival. I still think Mira-san's teasing is more than what Juvia is think dash. Lucy cut herself short. Wait, what I am thinking? Am I turning into Juvia? Paranoid that every girl I met is trying to steal my Naruto? Wait, my Naruto? It's not like we're together or anything. Was she arguing with herself? The others noticed Lucy shaking her head and started sending her odd looks. Oh no, everyone is staring at me. Please don't read my thoughts. Seeing how things were getting a little out of hand, Mira Jane put a hand on Juvia's shoulder. Now, that's enough you two. Shall I wash your back, Hinata? Juvia and Sakura gave each other one last look before turning away in a huff. Lucy sighed in relief, for more reasons than one. With the tension now gone, the girls soaked in the water for a few minutes in silence as the three newcomers washed themselves. Sakura leaned towards Tenten and whispered into her ear. Is it just me, or do almost all of the girls here have huge breasts? Tenten looked at all the other girls and nodded in agreement. I noticed earlier too, maybe it's something in their water? They then both looked at Levi and sighed in relief. At least they weren't the only ones that didn't have a Tsunade-sized chest. Having noticed the two sigh, a tick mark formed on Levi's forehead. Somehow, I feel like I've just been insulted. Just as the newcomers entered the water, Lucy turned to Sakura and Tenten. Hey, I remember you talking about the Academy of Ninjas you have back in the Elemental Nations. What did you guys learn about there? She asked, curiosity clear in her eyes. Naruto didn't tell you anything? Sakura asked with a raised eyebrow. Lucy shook her head. He said that you become a genin when you graduate, but that's really it. Sakura sighed and began to explain what they learned in the Ninja Academy. How to read, write, and other core curriculum, as well as learning how to mold and use chakra for ninjutsu, genjutsu, and taijutsu. The Hokage's office is also located on the second floor of the building, which is also where we are assigned missions. Sakura added before chuckling. Back in our academy days, Naruto would always prank Lord Third whenever he got the chance. Lucy laughed. So he was always a prankster then? Sakura pinched the bridge of her nose and shook her head. Don't even get me started. One time, he even drew graffiti all over the Hokage monuments. He also pranked Kakashi-sensei for being late to our first meeting after we graduated to Genin. Mira Jane giggled. What a childish boy Naruto is. Erza hummed, agreeing with her friend. He is very childish, very much like our Natsu. Though knowing Naruto, he was probably at the top of his class, right? Levi asked, and the other fairy tale members all nodded in agreement before they all turned to Sakura, who had a sad smile on her face. Actually, Naruto was dead last in our class. Sakura said, and the mages all gasped in surprise. Seriously? Lucy just couldn't believe it, someone as strong as Naruto being the dead last of his class? The Naruto who defeated Phantom Lord's Master Jose, Fairy Tail's S-Class Mage Laxus, and a couple of the Oration Cease members including their Master Zero by himself? That Naruto? The pink-haired girl nodded. Yeah. I know it's hard to believe, but it's true. Why? Erza plainly asked, knowing there was a bigger truth to this. He told you all about the demon fox spirit, right? Sakura asked, and when they all nodded, she continued. Well, 17 years ago the nine-tailed fox attacked our village. It was a great tragedy and many people died. Our Lord Fourth Hokage sacrificed himself to seal the demon into a newborn baby. Naruto. Lucy said sadly, and Sakura nodded. The villagers hated the fox for what it had done, and with Naruto being the host of the demon. Sakura started and the mages widened their eyes. You don't mean? Erza said and narrowed her eyes, dreading where this conversation was heading. Naruto was hated and ostracized by the entire village his whole childhood, all for something he had no control over. Sakura said with a frown on her face, with Hinata and Tenten frowning as well. Lucy gasped as tears formed in her eyes. Poor Naruto. No wonder he had been so nervous to tell everyone in the guild about the demon fox. Mira Jane put a hand to her mouth. Naruto was just like her. She was also hated by the people from her hometown when she had unwillingly gained her demonic powers. No, he had it worse than her. At least she had Elfman and Lisanna and eventually Fairy Tail to support her. Naruto didn't have anyone. No friends, no family, he had nothing, and it made her so sad. Erza clenched her fists and stood up, surprising everyone. How could people do that to a child? Erza-san, calm down. Levi said and tried to calm the night down, though she understood why Erza was so angry and felt so bad for what Naruto probably had to go through. Their attention was then drawn to the other side of the bath where Juvia was sitting. Her hair was shadowing her face as the water around her bubbled furiously. Unforgivable. She muttered, the water now beginning to evaporate into the air around her. Luckily Mira Jane, who was previously sitting next to the girl, had moved closer to the ninja so that she could hear the story better. Otherwise she would have likely been burned from the scalding hot water. Juvia will make those villagers pay for hurting Naruto-sama. Juvia declared angrily. The room was now like a sauna from all of steam she was giving off. But before the girls had a chance to try and calm the girl down, Lucy spoke in a small voice that stopped everyone in the room. Things got better for him, right? She asked Sakura with a flash of hope in her eyes. Our Lord Third Hokage, in an attempt to lessen the hatred, made it a law that no one was allowed to speak about the Kyuubi. But it didn't do much since the people from the incident just told their children to stay away from that dangerous kid. Lucy seemed to fold into herself. No way. But that didn't stop Naruto-kun from trying his hardest. Hinata said, and Sakura looked at the girl in surprise. It wasn't like the girl to suddenly speak up like that. Hinata. The Hyuga looked at Lucy and smiled. Even when the villagers hated him, Naruto-kun always tried his best. He claimed that he would become the Hokage and prove himself to the village, all with a smile on his face. Why would he go so far? Levi asked, confused as to why Naruto would go so far for people who treated him so badly. Because that's just how he is. Naruto-kun wanted to make everyone acknowledge him, and he never goes back on his word. It's his ninja way. Hinata said while closing her eyes. And mine as well. Sakura chuckled softly. It's pretty ironic actually, the very person they had hated and despised became their savior. Not a single person had died when the leader of the Akatsuki attacked Konoha, despite the destruction of the entire village. Juvia began to bawl her eyes out, causing the bath to overfill many times over. Juvia has fallen for Naruto-sama all over again. There. Mira Jane said as she pat the girl's head, and Juvia proceeded to cry into her chest. It seemed that Naruto wasn't a stranger when it came to putting on masks, and not the kind you could buy in stores. This perplexed Mira Jane. Where did Naruto find the strength to smile, despite being all alone? If I didn't have my siblings, who knows what path I would have gone? Lucy frowned to herself, having thought she had gotten pretty close to Naruto during their time together. But she was wrong. It seemed there was a lot more to Naruto than the goofy ninja he put himself out to be. It made her want to spend even more time with him and figure it out. I have one question. Erza said and gave each of the three kunoichi hard looks. How did all of you think of Naruto back then? It was a bold question, but Naruto was known for being a little too trustworthy for his own good, and she felt she needed to know. They looked taken aback from the sudden question, but it was understandable. Considering the fact that everyone in the guild treated Naruto like he was family, it was only be natural for them to want to know something like that. Mira Jane frowned at Erza for asking such a sensitive question, but kept quiet since she also curious. Tenten thought about it for a second before shrugging. I met Naruto during our first Chunin exams. Back then, I thought he was just a loudmouthed goof that was probably going to get himself killed. But after he defeated my teammate Niji in the tournament, Hinata's cousin and prodigy their clan, he changed him and in turn gained my respect. I used to think Naruto was nothing more than an annoyance. Heck, I even hated being on the same team at first. But as time went on and adventure after adventure, he slowly became one of my best friends. Naruto became so strong and was always protecting me, that it made me feel so useless. Sakura said and then looked around. Naruto has a sort of magnetic personality, that it's hard not to smile around him. But all of you already know this, don't you? The fairy tale mages all smiled at the last part, knowing that what the girl had said was true. Every day was a fun and lively one with Naruto around, and Fairy Tail was a guild that had multiple bar fights on a daily basis. Hinata frowned. Although she had always supported Naruto from a distance back then, it had always been just that, at a distance. And it wasn't like she could just come out and say that she had always believed in Naruto and that she loved him. Noticing Hinata's troubled state, Lucy stood up and stretched. That was a great bath. I think I'm gonna get out now. Erza hummed, seemingly satisfied with the answers and got up to leave with Lucy, though not before giving Hinata one last look. It wasn't an angry look, rather a curious one. She wanted to know what had been going through the Hyuga's mind just then, but even she knew that what they had talked about already was more than enough for one day. One by one, the rest all got up to leave. But unknown to the girls as they left, two guys on the men's side of the bath were bawling their eyes out. Naruto is, sniff, truly a man among men. Elfman sniffled, having heard the girls' entire conversation. Lee nodded, manly tears streaming down his face as well. Naruto-kun's flames of youth can rival anyone. They both then stood up and cheered for their blonde comrade. Youthful man. Achoo! Are you okay, Naruto-san? Wendy asked worriedly. You've been sneezing a lot for a while now. Naruto wiped his nose irritably and leaned back onto the cave wall. Did he catch a cold? Yeah right, he never got sick. Heh, people were probably just talking about how awesome I am. You've been sneezing for almost an hour straight. Kana said with a deadpan expression. She was laying on her side near the fire they had somehow managed to create. The rain had long since stopped, but it was getting dark so they had decided to camp out in the cave for the night. Naruto scratched his cheek. Well, maybe a lot of people were talking about me then? I did win the 24-hour race, you know? Kana grinned slyly. If I remember correctly, you tied for first with Lucy, before sharing a victory kiss. Oh, I already told you that was an accident. Naruto sputtered before crossing his arms in a fit. Geez, why do people gotta keep bringing that up? Come on, I'm sure you enjoyed it. Kana further teased. Naruto thought back to the accident and blushed, remembering the look on Lucy's face as she stared straight into his eyes. Her lips were so soft. Wait a minute. Naruto shouted, the memory of the incident fading away. What the heck are you making me think? Kana laughed at the flustered Uzumaki, he was such an easy target. Poor Naruto-san. Wendy thought with a blush of her own, even she saw that the blonde made it easy for others to tease him. She then blinked. Oh, I was wondering, Naruto-san. How come you're in sage mode? She asked, having noticed that the ninja was indeed in sage mode. He'd been so ever since they had eaten their dinner. Naruto looked at the little girl and grinned, all too happy for the change in subjects. I'm training to keep the magic I absorb stored in my body. Since I can only use magic while in sage mode, I have to practice like this. He explained as Wendy listened to him intently. Freed-sensei thinks that if I practice it enough, I'll learn to be able to absorb and use magic even if I'm not in sage mode. Wendy nodded before gaining a puzzled look. Why do you have to absorb the magic yourself? Is it because you're from another world? Naruto nodded. Yeah, I don't have that magic container that you guys have. I've been getting a lot better at sensing magic and I'm starting to be able to sense you guys while not in sage mode, though I don't know if it's because I'm around you guys all of the time. Kana groaned, growing bored of their current conversation. Enough with all this boring chit-chat about training and stuff, let's talk about something fun. Naruto sweat dropped. Like? Kana tapped her chin in thought before an idea popped in her head. Like your ninja pals? Was one of them your girlfriend? That Sakura girl seemed awfully nosy about what you had been doing here, even if she denied it when I asked her. Wendy blushed, she wasn't very experienced when it came to conversations like this. So she decided to keep quiet and listen. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Sakura-chan? No, she's not my girlfriend. We were on the same genin team when we graduated from the academy, so she was probably just worried about me. He said before laughing. Back then, she would always reject me every time I asked her out to get ramen. But that was a long time ago. Oh. Well, that was a bit of a letdown. She wasn't expecting a response as mature as that. Well, what about the girl with pale eyes? Hinata. Was it? Cana asked. She remembered seeing the girl glancing at Naruto whenever she had gotten the chance. That had to mean something. Right? Naruto stopped laughing and closed his eyes. Hinata's kinda weird and quiet, but she's really friendly to everyone, like Juvia. But no, she's just a friend too. Cana shook her head, deciding that she wouldn't be able to get the kind of information she was looking for from Naruto himself. As fun as he was, Naruto was one dense ninja. But that didn't mean she was done. Just out of curiosity, was it your first kiss? That again? Naruto stuttered while turning red for a second time. Why yeah, it was. Technically, he was lying. But they didn't need to know about his kiss with his best friend. Oh? Is that so? Cana said slowly, her eyes fixated on the nervous teen. Why yeah. Naruto said and closed his eyes, deciding to get back to practicing. But something caught onto his senses. It was the same feeling he had when that mysterious man had appeared. Hey, where are you going? Cana asked when Naruto suddenly got up and started walking out of the cave. I'm gonna take a leak, I'll be right back. Cana raised an eyebrow and looked over to Wendy to find the girl asleep. She must have fallen asleep sometime during the conversation. Well, might as well go to sleep as well. We still have a bit of walking to do tomorrow. After walking a fair distance from the cave, Naruto stood in the middle of a clearing and spoke out. I know you're here, come out. As soon as the words left his mouth, the mysterious man came into view. Impressive, I wasn't expecting you to be able to sense my presence so soon. Naruto studied the person in front of him. He still wasn't sure whether this man was friend or foe. I wasn't sensing you, I can't do that for some reason. I sensed your sword, what is that thing? The armor-clad man began to unsheath the weapon in question, causing Naruto to tense defensively. What is this? Naruto thought and jumped back when a wave of killer intent washed over his senses. But it wasn't coming from the person in front of him, but the sword itself. The sheer amount of bloodthirst coming from the blade made Naruto sick to his stomach. The barbaric dragon sword. The man said before sheathing his sword again, and all the killer intent vanished. An ancient sword said to have slain 100 slain dragons. Dragons? Yes, but that is not important right now. As I told you, we have much to discuss. Naruto frowned. Then you can start by telling me who the heck you are and where you came from. The man nodded. My name is Gale Uzumaki, and as you have probably guessed, I am from the elemental nations just as you are. It was just as Naruto had thought, but there was one thing that he didn't understand. If you're from the elemental nations, then why can't I sense your chakra? Every living thing in the elemental nations had chakra, no matter how small the amount was. The fact that he couldn't sense any in the man in front of him made his story rather skeptical. During the Second Great Ninja War, I lost the ability to use my chakra. But that is a story for another day. I apologize, but we are pressed for time. Gale explained while looking around, as if he was expecting someone to jump out at them from the forest. Okay? Go ahead then, I'm all ears. Naruto said and leaned against a nearby tree. Even though he didn't really buy what this person was saying all that much, he would at least hear him out. Right. After I found a way to get to this land, I did as much research on that scroll that summoned you here as I could. Gale explained, and Naruto's eyes widened slightly. Wait, so you know about the scroll too? Just how much do you know about me? Naruto asked. He was starting to feel a little creeped out. As I've said before, I have been watching you from the shadows for a very long time. Naruto growled in frustration. But why? Why have you been watching me? Gale retained his neutral expression. I was assigned to watch over you by Lord Third Hokage. The old geezer? If you were watching over me this whole time, then where were you when I was in all of those life-threatening situations? Gale shook his head. I was assigned to watch you, not coddle you. Tell me, would you be the same person you are now had I stepped in and helped you all those times? Naruto thought back to his most important battles. His fight with Haku, Gaara, Sasuke, Pain. No. I guess I wouldn't. Seeing as the blonde wasn't going to say anything more, Gale continued. All of my research led me to the same conclusion. The black mage Zeref. Naruto widened his eyes. That was the person Makarov was talking about. That ancient, evil mage who was responsible for making Lullaby and Deliora. Zeref is a man who was said to be the most powerful and evil mage of all time, and he was the one who made that scroll. For what purpose, I do not know. How did you find all of this out? You didn't even have the scroll. Naruto trailed off, wondering how the man could find all of this information without the scroll in question. But I did. I am the one who researched into it for Makarov Dano. Gale said, taking the teen by surprise. Wait, you know the old man? Why didn't he tell me about you then? Naruto asked, not believing that the master of fairy tale kept something like this from him. If Gale was telling the truth, and he really was from the elemental nations, this was huge for Naruto. Keeping something from him like this from him was a little. Gale closed his eyes. Do not be angry with Makarov Dano, I told him not to tell you about me. I didn't want to give you false hopes. Naruto sighed, this was a lot to take in just one night. So, is that all you wanted to tell me? No, one more thing before I go. After having used a good portion of the Kyuubi's chakra, you have gained the attention to quite a few organizations. Gale said and turned around, likely to leave. The one group you should be most wary of is the dark guild named Tartaros. I will contact you again as soon as I have more information. Until then, take care. And with that, Gale disappeared into the forest. Well, this was just his luck. Not only was he being hunted by the Akatsuki, but now the dark guilds of this world were interested in him. After walking back to the cave, Naruto noticed Wendy and Cana were both sound asleep. Chuckling to himself, he sat down in a meditative position and continued his training, figuring he could train a little before he went to sleep. Not that he'd be able to get much sleep anyway. Not after his conversation with Gale. Chapter 24, The Guild's Strongest Member? Naruto kicked the front doors to the guild open and was about to announce their return when he was suddenly tackled by a sobbing girl. Naruto-sama. Wa Juvia? Why are you crying? Did something happen? Naruto asked as the girl buried her face into his jacket. Juvia's response was a series of muffled sounds as she spoke into his clothes. After all that walking, I really need a drink. Catch you guys later. Cana said and walked off towards the bar, laughing at the two as she passed them. We only just get back too, that guy really is a riot. Naruto blushed when he noticed the strange looks they were attracting, his conversations with Cana coming to mind. He grabbed a hold of Juvia's shoulders and pried the girl from his torso. I can't hear you if you just talk into my clothes. Now what happened, is everything all right? Juvia sniffled and wiped the tears from her eyes. Juvia will always believe in Naruto-sama. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Huh? Oh, thanks. Where did that come from? Guys, Naruto's back. Now it can be peaceful again. Naruto looked around in shock as guild members started cheering and waving to him, some people were even jumping for joy. What is going on? Welcome back you guys. Mira Jane said as she walked through the crowd and up to the group. How did the job go? Well, I hope. Wendy sighed. Not really. The train to anabus wasn't working, so we ended up walking. But by the time we finally got there, the client had already made up with his employees, so he was fine and didn't need a healer anymore. Oh my, I'm sorry to hear that. Mira Jane said before gesturing towards the bar. You must all be tired from walking so far. Come have a seat, I'll get you all something to eat. Thanks Mira-chan. Naruto said happily and followed the barmaid, with Juvia following close behind. As Naruto walked towards the bar, people waved and cheered for him. He wondered why everyone was so happy to see him, not that he minded. Did something happen? Oh well, I'll just ask later. I'm too hungry to care right now. That really was too bad Wendy, and it was your first big job too. Naruto said as he chowed down on his meal. Wendy shook her head and smiled. It's not so bad, I was able to learn a lot about Naruto-san. Naruto laughed and rubbed the little girl's head playfully, earning a pout from the other girl seated next to him. Juvia wants to learn more about Naruto-sama as well. Sure, what do you want to know? Juvia blushed as a dangerous grin sprawled across her face. How many children does Naruto-sama wangak? She was cut off when Sakura seemingly appeared out of nowhere and delivered a swift chop to her head. That's enough out of you. Sakura said and shook her head. Seriously, what was wrong with this girl? Naruto was about to ask if Juvia was alright when the girl jumped back up and hid behind him. Naruto-sama. Ever since Naruto-sama left, Sakura-san has been so mean to Juvia. What? Sakura shouted from being accused. Sakura-chan? How could you be mean to Juvia, she's so nice. Naruto said as he looked at his old friend, a hint of disappointment on his tone. Juvia smirked victoriously and put up 2 fingers in a mock peace sign when the blonde wasn't looking. The tick mark on Sakura's forehead grew and her face reddened with anger. This bitch. Oh crap, Sakura-chan's pissed for some reason. Naruto frantically thought of a way to calm the girl down. Sakura-san is kind of scary. Wendy thought as she unconsciously hid behind Naruto as well. Sakura-san, where'd you go? Lucy called out from the other side of the bar, and upon noticing Juvia hiding behind Naruto with a gloating face, and the angered state Sakura was in, Lucy quickly deducted what was going on and rushed over to the group. Hey guys, when did you get back? She quickly asked and put a hand on Sakura's shoulder, temporarily distracting the girl. Nice save Lucy. Naruto thought and waved to his fellow blonde. Hey Lucy, we just got back. What have you guys been up to? Nothing much, though Sakura-san and the others have been settling in fairly well. Right, Sakura-san? Lucy said and sent Sakura an almost pleading look. Please Sakura-san. Not another fight. Sakura let out a heavy sigh, but finally calmed down and nodded. Hinata, Tenten-san and I have all gotten rooms in Fairy Hills. The guild master had been generous enough to not even charge them. Naruto nodded while sighing internally. Why was Sakura so angry in the first place? We've also learned quite a bit of this world, like the basics to the written language. It turns out both written languages are pretty similar. Sakura added before pointing at Juvia accusingly. But anyways, why are you being so clingy to Naruto? Have you no shame? Ah, are you jealous Sakura-chan? Naruto said before clamping his mouth shut when Sakura sent him a Gaura. Juvia grabbed onto Naruto's arm in defiance and pouted, causing the blonde's face to heat up. No. Juvia is free to do what Juvia wants. And what Juvia wants is to be with Naruto-sama because Juvia missed Naruto-sama so much. Hee, you really are a friendly person Juvia. Naruto said and pat Juvia on the head, causing the girl to purr happily. The other's sweat dropped. This guy? Oh yeah that's right, do you guys know where Kakashi-sensei is? There's something I gotta to ask him. Naruto asked, deciding that it was time to ask his teacher if he knew anything about Gale. He's in the library with the master. Lucy answered before gesturing towards Sakura. Sakura-san and I were just there too, but then she suddenly disappeared. Ah, sorry about that. Sakura apologized, realizing that she had left without saying anything. But it couldn't be helped. Someone had to keep that overly attached girl in check. Okay, thanks Lucy. I'll see you guys later. Naruto said and detached himself from Juvia before walking towards the library. He wondered if Kakashi knew anything about the mysterious man. From what Jiraiya had told him about the Uzumaki clan, there weren't that many members left alive in the elemental nations. As Naruto walked into the guild library, he found that Kakashi and Makarov were indeed there. They were sitting at one of the small tables and had a couple books laid out in front of them. Hey Kakashi-sensei, hey old man. Naruto greeted and took a seat at the table. Makarov sent him a flat stare. Why aren't you more like your friends? Compared to you, they actually respect their elders. Naruto laughed and waved him off. Sorry Gramps, force of habit. Well this sure brings back memories. Kakashi mused to himself as the teen laughed at the now glaring Makarov. The way Naruto acted around Makarov reminded Kakashi of how the kid used to be around the third Hokage. Hey, where's the others? I already saw Sakura-chan, but what about everyone else? Kakashi tapped his chin in thought, recalling the whereabouts of all the other ninjas. Let's see. Hinata had something to do and is back at Fairy Hills, and last I saw Lee, he was about to go training with Elfman. Erza took your friend Ten with her to go visit her favorite blacksmith yesterday. They should be back later today. Makarov added. For being on an interdimensional mission, they were all pretty lax right now. Not that it was a bad thing, at least Kakashi thought so. What about Yamato Taicho? Naruto asked while looking around the room. He'd been expecting to find his other teacher here with Kakashi, but the man was nowhere to be found. Ah, he's resting in the infirmary right now. Kakashi answered and Naruto raised an eyebrow. Did something happen? Kakashi shook his head. No, not really. He's just tired from overusing his wood-style techniques. There's been a couple of fights and Makarov suddenly began to sob. Your teacher fixed all of the damages. Though he said that, Yamato had been the one to jump into the middle of the fight and stop the two responsible for all the damage. The unfortunate man had taken a blow from each of the combatants. Naruto nodded. It must have been some fight if it left Yamato tuckered out from fixing everything. I bet you're glad Yamato Taicho was there to fix everything, huh Gramps? Otherwise you'd be bawling your eyes out. He said with and started laughing all over again. Makarov sighed. Did you need something? Or are you just here to pick on an old man? Naruto calmed his laughter and seemed to think his words over. Yeah, I did actually. I ran into this guy who called himself Gale Uzumaki. Kakashi's visible eye widened slightly, but only for a second as his expression quickly reverted to his usual lazy demeanor. I see. So you finally met him? Makarov said and lowered his head. I'm sorry for not telling you, he was very keen on keeping his existence here a secret. Till now at least. Yeah but don't worry, I'm not mad or anything. I just wanted to know if could trust him. Naruto said with a grin before turning to his teacher. So, is it true Kakashi-sensei? Is Gale Uzumaki a shinobi of Konoha? Kakashi leaned back into his chair and folded his arms. Gale Uzumaki, huh? Haven't heard that name in a long time. He's indeed a leaf shinobi. but whether or not he can be trusted is entirely up to you. To tell the truth, Kakashi knew close to nothing about the man. He had seen him on occasion during his time as an Umbu Black Ops under the third Hokage, but that was it. The only thing Hiruzen had told him was that Gale was an Uzumaki and that he was, just like Kakashi, was working under the direct command of the Hokage. But after the Sandaime passed away, he didn't know what had happened to Gale. Naruto nodded. He was hoping for a little more info than that, but guessed it couldn't be helped if they didn't know anything about the guy. Did Gale tell you anything else? Makarov asked, since there was probably more. Gale had to have known that he already told Naruto that the scroll was made by Zeruf, so why would he make himself known now just to tell him that? It just didn't make any sense. Naruto chuckled and scratched his cheek awkwardly. He knew the old man wasn't going to like this. Oh boy, here it comes. Kakashi thought, knowing all too well what that look meant. He said that I've caught the attention of some of the dark guilds. Makarov's face paled. Which ones? Naruto folded his arms and thought. I think I remember him saying one was called Tartaros? Makarov nearly fell off the table. Tartaros? Of all the dark guilds out there, it had to be one of the big three? Granted, the Oration Cease were already defeated, and Naruto had taken down 3 of them himself. But this was Tartaros they were talking about. Kakashi sighed. By the way Makarov was reacting, it seemed Tartaros was a big deal. I have a feeling things are going to get rather troublesome. Maybe he'd switch out with Niji or Might Guy. Naruto's sweat dropped at the reaction. Is Tartaros really that strong? Well, I guess I better get back to training then. Just as he said that, Natsu, along with Lee and Elfman, came running into the room. Ji-chan, Mira told us to tell you that we're going out to train. Natsu said before noticing Naruto. Oh ho, Naruto's back. Come with us. Rock Lee punched the air a couple times. If Naruto-kun joins as well, we can do a team sparring match. Teamwork makes you a man. Naruto blinked before getting out of his chair and nodding. Sure, I'll join. They all cheered and ran out of the guild, leaving the 2 grown men to themselves again. Are you okay, Makarov-dano? Kakashi asked. Makarov sighed and shook his head. I need a drink. Sorry. As soon as they were at the training field, Natsu ran forward and turned around excitedly. So what are the teams going to be? I guess we're going straight to sparring then? Naruto said before starting his usual stretching. Not that he didn't mind fighting right away, it had been a while since he had a good spar with anyone. Of course. So come on, let's fight already. Natsu shouted impatiently, he clearly wanted to fight. Lee began to stretch as well. I admire how eager you are to begin training, Natsu-kun. But first we must prepare for our workout. Natsu grumbled to himself but started warming up regardless. Hey, where's Happy? Naruto asked. It was odd seeing Natsu without the little blue cat, since the two were seemingly always together. He's probably off trying to find Carla. Natsu replied nonchalantly. He's in love, like a man. Elfman added. Naruto hummed in acknowledgement. Now that he thought about, he hadn't seen the snobby cat at the guild. Was she still angry? All right. We're all ready now. Let's fight. Natsu yelled as his fists caught on fire. So what are the teams going to be then? Elfman wrapped an arm around Natsu's shoulder. Let's do mages versus ninja. Naruto looked over to his fellow ninja and grinned. All right, let's do this, bushy brows. Lee visibly shook with excitement. Yash, this be a most youthful battle. A 2 versus 2 match, ninjas versus mages, earth versus earthland. To Rock Lee, this was the epitome of youthful matchups. I'm all fired up. Natsu said and punched his fist, fire once again igniting on the spot. It will be a battle among men. Elfman agreed and transformed his arm with his magic. The 2 teams then split up onto opposite sides of the field. Let's try not be too destructive, we don't want to give the old man a heart attack if we destroy this place. Naruto shouted from his side of the field. Natsu rolled his eyes. Like when you made that giant crater with your sage mode? Whatever, let's fight now. Lee raised an eyebrow at that. Have you gotten stronger, Naruto-kun? If so, I would like to challenge you to a one-on-one battle later so that I may see for myself. Naruto looked at Lee in surprise but nodded. He needed to train, and what better way to work on his taijutsu than to spar someone who specialized in it? Sure, I'm down. The spandex-wearing teen pumped a fist. Yash. Now then, let us fight. Ninjas versus mages. And with that, they fought. Later that day. What happened, you guys? Lucy asked as she looked at a pair of bruised boys that were Natsu and Elfman. That guy with the big eyebrows hits harder than I thought. Natsu mumbled while rubbing his bandaged arms. He had made the mistake to try and block a direct hit from Lee's leaf hurricane kicks, multiple times. But I'm gonna beat that guy next time for sure. Lisanna kicks like a man. Elfman boasted proudly before wincing. He too had bandages covering his arms. Even with Hit Beast takeover magic, both ninjas were able to bruise him hard. Natsu and Elfman fought against Naruto and Lee. Happy explained to Lucy. It was a completely one-sided match. Lucy looked at the bandaged boys with wide eyes. Was Lee actually really strong? Though if Naruto's friends were anything like him, of course they would be. She wondered how powerful the others were. I will gladly accept a rematch, Natsukuin. Lee declared while walking up to their table with Naruto. But it will have to wait until after Naruto-kun and I have a match of our own. Hey Lucy. Naruto greeted causally and sat down next to Natsu. Hey. Naruto noticed that Lucy had a look that almost seemed sad. You okay? Lucy must not have known she was making such a face because she blinked as if she had been lost in thought. Oh, yeah. I'm fine. Totally fine. Lucy said and took a seat for herself. Ever since she heard about Naruto's past, she had been feeling guilty. Not once did she think that a happy guy like Naruto would have grown up the way he had. It just made her feel bad knowing that it was her fault that he couldn't be with the people that had come to care for him. Naruto frowned. Lucy had been acting like this a lot recently, and regardless of what she said, he knew Lucy well enough now to know that there really was something bothering her. He was stupid, but he knew a mask when he saw one. But before Naruto could question the girl, Erza had walked over to their table and grabbed onto his shoulder. It seemed the night had returned. Naruto, could I borrow you for a moment? Erza? What's up? Naruto asked and stood up. It was just one thing after another today, wasn't it? Never mind that, just come with me. Erza said and onto his arm. Oi! The others watched as Naruto was dragged off by Erza. What was that about? Elfman asked. Natsu shrugged. Maybe he pissed her off again? Lee was weeping manly tears. Naruto-kun is so popular here. The flames of youth burn brighter than ever. He said before suddenly standing up from his seat. Yash! I feel re-energized. I must begin training if I want to be able to keep up. Natsu and Elfman must have been inspired by Rock Lee's little speech, for they too stood up and cheered. Youthful men. They cried out in unison before running outside of the guild to most likely train. Lucy sweat dropped. Elfman she could understand, but Natsu? Shaking her head, Lucy turned to Happy. Could you make sure they don't overdo anything or hurt themselves? Aye. Happy said and flew off. She raised an eyebrow when he suddenly stopped and looked back. He had his paws covering his mouth to stifle his laughter. Looks like Lucy has more competiti dash. Shut up! Lucy screamed and threw her shoe at the now laughing cat, then sat back down in a huff. Stupid cat. My only competition is Juvia. Right? Naruto found himself in the guild's library again, although it was now empty. Kakashi and Makarov must have gone somewhere else. So, what did you want to talk about? He asked and leaned onto one of the tables. Erza closed the door. The master told me about the dark guilds, and that they were interested in you. Oh, that? Naruto said and rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. Yeah. I guess they're interested in the Kyuubi's power. Erza turned around and frowned. This is a serious matter, Naruto. You should take this a little more seriously. Naruto straightened himself when he heard the girl's tone. You're right, sorry. It's fine. Just remember that you have the whole guild support. That went without saying, and Erza knew that Naruto was aware of that. Erza just wanted to make sure that he didn't try and do things by himself. She already made that mistake. Naruto nodded and the two grew silent. Naruto was waiting for the girl to continue what she wanted to talk about, and didn't dare say anything that would risk angering the girl. Erza was having difficulty deciding whether or not to speak what was on her mind. It was a rather difficult and sensitive subject. By the way, Erza finally said, and Naruto raised an eyebrow. Yes? Clang. Ouch. Without a hint of warning, Erza brought Naruto's head to her chest affectionately. But with her torso being completely covered in armor, it hurt quite a bit. I just wanted to say that you are a kind and humble person. I am honored to have you as a comrade. Erza said softly, seemingly unfazed that she had just slammed the blonde's head into solid metal. This again? Naruto thought as he internally cried. That metal really hurt. Thanks, Erza. He said as he was finally let go, rubbing his now bruising skull. Erza smiled fondly. You are definitely one of the strongest members of Fairy Tail. Not just in strength, but in heart as well. Naruto felt his face heat up. When Erza smiled like that, it was truly a sight to be seen. She truly was beautiful. Growing flustered, Naruto averted his gaze. I've been wondering for a while now? Just who is the most powerful member of Fairy Tail besides the old man? Erza hummed in thought. Ever since you defeated Laxus, who was thought to be one of our strongest members, people have been thinking that you are the guild's strongest member. Naruto's eyes widened at this. Whoa, really? Yes. Be that as it may, there might just be one other member that may still be stronger than you. Erza said before the two heard a loud bell start to ring. People were shouting and cheering outside the library and the bar hall. Something must have happened. The two decided to cut their chat short to investigate, and after exiting the library, they found all the guild members celebrating. It looked like a festival was going on. What's going on? Naruto asked as he and Erza ran up to a group of people. Lucy didn't seem to know what was going on either. I don't know. The bells just started ringing and now everyone's going crazy. It's Fairy Tail's ace, Gildarts. Mira Jane said with a smile. It seems he's come back. He's the one I was talking about. Erza said, a knowing smile on her own features. Naruto and Lucy both looked at each other. Since they had both arrived at the guild at the same time, this was their first time hearing of this Gildarts person. So he's the strongest member? Naruto asked. Just what kind of person was this Gildarts? If he's as strong as everyone was making him out to be, he must pretty powerful. It was making him pretty excited. Mira Jane nodded. And he's been gone for 3 years now. Doing what? Lucy asked. A 10-year quest. Mira Jane simply answered. Lucy's eyes bulged while Naruto just looked more confused. What's a 10-year quest? It's a job that no one has been able to complete for 10 years. The eldest Strauss sibling explained. They're jobs that are even more difficult than S-rank missions and even SS rank missions. Erza added. Naruto grinned. He'd have to try taking on one of those missions in the future. He didn't know how hard a job like that would be, but there was no way it would take him 10 years to finish it. What makes Gildarts so amazing is that he even took on a 100-year quest. By the look on Lucy's face, Naruto assumed that meant those missions were even harder than the 10-year quests. That made Naruto grow even more excited to meet this Gildarts guy. All people prepare for the Gildarts shift. A voice that was being projected by a magical megaphone echoed throughout the town. What's a Gildarts shift? Lucy asked and Mira Jane pointed to the entrance. You'll find out if you go outside. They then found out what the Gildarts shift really was. The entire town literally shifted into 2 separate sides, leaving a trail that led straight to Fairy Tail in the middle. Gildarts uses crash magic, so he accidentally destroys things when he isn't careful. Mira explained as they walked back inside. They reconstructed the town, just for him? Naruto asked in awe, before he grinned mischievously. He was going to have to throw Fairy Tail's strongest mage a welcoming party. Lucy noticed Naruto's grin and sweat dropped, knowing full well what her partner was planning on doing. Gildarts casually walked through the gap that had opened between the town towards where he knew his guild was at. He'd just been through one hell of a job, that he failed, and just wanted to take it easy and see some familiar faces. He walked through the front gates to the guild and proceeded to move towards the entrance. After opening the doors, he sighed and walked in. Home sweet home dash. Snap. His thoughts were cut short when something snapped under his foot. Gildarts found that he had stepped on a tripwire. Following the wire, he looked up just in time to see a bucket flip upside down and drop dozens of orange pellets. What the hell? Gildarts said as the pellets fell on him, exploded, and covered him head to toe in orange paint. The man stood there for a couple of seconds, not really sure on how to react at the moment. Shaking his head, Gildarts looked around to find a crowd of people staring at him in shock. There's a lot of unfamiliar faces here, and I don't remember there being a prankster in the guild. I must have the wrong place. Gildarts walked up to a nearby woman to ask for directions. Excuse me miss, I was sure there was a guild called Fairy Tail around here. You're standing in it. It's me, Mira Jane. The woman said cheerfully while pointing to herself. Huh? Gildarts looked at her closely before his eyes widened in surprise. Oh. You look so different. And our guild has been renewed. Mira Jane nodded before smiling awkwardly. You have a little something dash. Oh yeah. Who's the bastard with the paintballs? Gildarts demanded angrily and looked around the guild for the one responsible for turning him orange. The guild members all pointed towards a laughing teenage boy with spiky blonde hair. Ha ha ha. Man, I think I get it now. The really strong people are either super lame like Gildarts or Kakashi-sensei, or super perverts like the old man, Pervy Sage, or Kakashi-sensei. The boy said while walking over. Kakashi sweat dropped. I'm not that lame. Am I? Gildarts' eyebrow twitched in annoyance. Was this a new member? He did have the guild mark on his left hand. What's your name, kid? The whiskered teen grinned and pointed at his forehead protector with his thumb. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. Shinobi of the village hidden in the leaves, and member of the guild Fairy Tail. The guild's strongest member raised an eyebrow at that. An orange ninja? And? Naruto started before pointing at Gildarts, a determined grin on his face. I challenge you for the title of strongest. The entire guild gasped at the declaration while Gildarts just stared at Naruto with a dumb look. Huh? Naruto faltered, but quickly recovered, pointed at the older man again. I said I challenge to a fight, old man. I'm not that old, you little brat. Gildarts shouted back while shaking an angry fist. Naruto snickered at the man's reaction and kept on. We can postpone the fight to later if you want, you must be tired from your quest. I guess it can't be helped, people tend to have less energy when they get older. The people around Naruto began to back away when a tick mark grew on Gildarts' forehead. Lucy gulped. What is that idiot thinking? Picking a fight with the strongest member in Fairy Tail. She had tried to talk him out of the prank, a lot of people did in fact. But Naruto had only waved them off and told them they'd all have a good laugh. Sakura was trying her best to keep herself from walking over to the idiot and knocking some sense into him. This was just like when he pranked Kakashi when he was late for their first meeting. Only this time, it was a man that was rumored to have enough power to level an entire building just by walking into it. Naruto came to regret going as far as he did when Gildarts landed a strong uppercut to his jaw while he was laughing his ass off, sending him straight into the ceiling. The lower half of his body hung loosely from the roof. Everyone stood there completely shocked, having just watched one of their strongest members get one shot by Gildarts. Kakashi shook his head, knowing full well his student had what was coming to him. The only one not surprised by this was Makarov. In fact, he was cheering. Yeah, that'll teach that brat to respect his elders. Oh, master. Long time no see. Gildarts said and walked over to the wizard saint. Though not before looking back up at Naruto. That kid sort of reminds me of Natsu. Where was that kid anyway? Gildarts. Fight me. Gildarts turned around to the entrance and saw Natsu leap at him, his fists already on fire. Oh, there you are, Natsu. Gildarts said before launching the teen up towards the ceiling with a careless punch. Natsu flew straight into the roof and right next Naruto, his legs dangling comically in a similar fashion. Gildarts chuckled to himself before turning back to the guild master. Seems you got another hot-headed kid while I was gone. Makarov sat down and nodded. Yup, that brat's giving me gray hairs on my gray hairs. But I'll explain all of that to you later. How was the mission? The powerful mage looked at the old man before bursting out laughing, confusing some people. Nope, I'm not good enough for that. As everyone tried to comprehend that the ace of Fairy Tail failed a mission, Naruto's legs could be seen kicking fruitlessly as he tried to get himself free. Damn that geezer? He got a lucky shot in while I was too busy laughing. His head was poking out of the ground to the second floor, so he was able to speak freely. Sounds like you got your ass kicked. Natsu mocked and Naruto glared at him. I was distracted. And you got one shot too, so I don't want to hear it. Yes, sure, I'm outta here. Natsu said and pushed himself back down to the first floor. He wasn't as high up in the floor so his arms were freer, making it easier to push himself down. Ugh. I'm too tired to get myself out of here. Naruto thought as he looked around the room for someone to help him. Though it may just be excuses, Naruto actually was pretty tired. Not only did he have a sparring match with Natsu, Lee, and Elfman, but he had been practicing his runes almost the whole time from that job with Wendy and Kana, which he had just gotten back from earlier that day. Sage mode really took its toll on the body. Speaking of Kana, Naruto found the girl sitting alone at one of the tables. She was sipping from a bottle of booze like usual. In fact, there was quite a few bottles on the table. He wondered why she was up here all by herself while everyone else was downstairs. Only one way to find out. Hey, Kana, can you help me out? I'm stuck. She must not have heard him because she didn't respond, or even look in his direction for that matter. Was she drunk? Naruto shouted and finally got a reaction. Arg! Would you shut the hell up? Can't a girl drink in peace? Kana yelled angrily and slammed her hands onto the table. Sorry, but I could use a little help here. Naruto shouted back and the girl sent him an odd look, as if she just realized what she was looking at. Let me guess ***, you challenged Gildarts? Yeah, and he got a lucky hit on me while I was laughing at him for being orange. Now can you please help me out of here? Orange? Kana thought but walked over to him, or at least tried to. She must have been really drunk since she was totally swerving in her steps, almost falling down a couple times. Hey, watch out! Naruto yelled when she finally fell and landed right in front of him. Yeah, she was totally wasted. Why hello there. Kana said with a seductive voice, her face only inches away from the blonde's. Naruto blushed from how close the girl was, but frowned and turned his face away. Her breath reeked of booze. Why are you so drunk? Cana rolled her eyes at the lame reaction. I think a better question is, why aren't you? Because I don't drink. Now can you get me out of here or what? Is someone grumpy cause they lost a fight? Cana teased. Naruto was not amused. Okay, I'm help you out now. Finally. In one condition. What? The brunette sat up and grinned slyly, she'd been waiting for a moment like this. If I help you out, you have a drink with me. Cana had been trying to get this boy to drink with her ever since he had first showed up at the guild, and now was her chance to see if he could hold his drink. Naruto sent the girl a flat look, but sighed and nodded his head. Fine. He was too tired to try and get himself out and didn't feel like waiting for the others to help him. Kana's grin grew as she grabbed onto the shinobi's head and began to pull him out. Ow! Naruto cried out in pain as it felt like his head was gonna pop right off. Quit being such a girl. Cana grunted before finally pulling Naruto free from the ground. They both fell back and Naruto landed on top of Cana with his hands on her shoulders, pinning the girl down to the floor. Well, aren't you daring? Cana cooed while taking a mental photo of the flustered face Naruto was making. Why did he keep landing on top of girls and ending up in such embarrassing situations? First there was Juvia when he had tackled her to get out of the way of an enemy attack, and he had accidentally grabbed her chest when they landed. Then there was Lucy when she flew into him out of nowhere at the end of the 24-hour race, and he ended up on top of her with their lips together. And now this. If someone were to see them right now, it would look like he had pushed her to the ground. Sorry. Naruto said and scrambled off the girl. Cana chuckled and slowly got up, she was beginning to get a headache. Maybe she did drink a little too much. Nah. Naruto looked around the room and sighed a breath of relief when he found he was in the clear. Thanks. I would have gotten myself out, but I'm kinda beat right now. You don't say. You got quite a bruise there on your chin, let's got something cold on that. Cana said and stood up to walk back to her table. She still had some unopened bottles that were still cold. The ninja rubbed his chin and winced when he found that he was indeed growing lump. That guy sure packs a punch. What did you do to make him hit you so hard? Cana asked and handed him a cold bottle of booze, then took a bottle for herself. Naruto shrugged and took the bottle before applying it to his bruised chin, shivering slightly from its temperature. I pranked him by covering him in orange paint. Man, this is cold. Cana spewed her drink all over the table, just barely missing Naruto's face. You painted him orange? Huh. That's great. Damn, I wish was there to see it. Is he still here? No, I don't feel him here anymore. That guy sure has a powerful presence, you know? Naruto's magical sensing prowess was really improving in his base form from all the training he'd been doing as of late. But don't worry, I had a shadow clone take a picture with my lacrima camera. I'll show you later as soon as I go get it back. Sweet. Cana said with a grin. As dense as the teen was, he sure was reliable in situations like this. Now then, without further ado, let's drink. Naruto sighed and uncapped his bottle. Yeah, I got it. A promise is a promise. Oh, we're not drinking that. Eh? Cana smirked and brought out a fancy-looking bottle. She'd been saving that bottle for a special occasion. This is some real strong stuff. She said and placed down 2 small shot glasses for the 2 of them. Naruto groaned as he watched the alcohol get poured into the glasses. I should have seen this coming. Yup. This is punishment for making me drink coffee. That stuff is like anti-booze. Cana raged and slid one of the shots over to Naruto. Cheers. Cheers. Well, I guess there's no way out of this. Naruto thought and brought the glass up to his mouth. Cana drank her shot in one go, letting out a satisfied sigh as she anxiously watched Naruto drink, expecting the teen to start coughing because it was too strong. But she went wide-eyed when he downed it like a champ. Naruto let out a sigh and placed the shot glass upside down onto the table. How? Unknowing to Cana, Naruto had learned the proper way to drink strong alcoholic beverages during his training trip with Jiraiya. Which was unavoidable, since the old pervert had drank at every inn they stayed at to flirt with women. So, we good now? Naruto asked and Cana growled. No way. Let's go another round. She shouted and poured them both another glass. When did this become a competition? Naruto thought with a sweat drop. After a couple shots later, Naruto took the bottle away from a very drunk Cana. Give that, back. Cana demanded and swiped to Naruto's left, completely missing and landing flat on the table. No way, I'm cutting you off. Naruto said and sealed the bottle away so she couldn't get it back. Even he was starting to get a little drunk, and he had a fox demon that naturally burned the alcohol in his system. The fact that this girl was still conscious even after drinking before their little competition was impressive. This ain't over? She started but then started snoring. Naruto poked her head. Hey, did you fall asleep? He sighed when she didn't respond. Great, and I can't just leave her here. Seeing as there was still no one else around for some odd reason, Naruto heaved the drunken girl onto his back and prepared to walk to the guild's infirmary. You're such a nice guy. Kana mumbled. Kana? Naruto said and looked back, but her eyes were closed. Ha, she must be talking in her sleep. He thought with a shrug and started walking. But Kana was not asleep, only pretending to be. Naruto. You really are a nice guy. Kana thought to herself as Naruto stopped by the door when he noticed what looked to be scratch marks on the frame. But you're just like him. Scratch marks? I wonder who did this. Naruto wondered aloud, but decided it was probably Happy or from a random bar fight. Stranger things have happened here. A womanizer. Even if you don't mean to be. Little did Naruto know, someone had been watching them. Which was also the reason no one had come into the room, because the person had been scaring people off with their killer intent. But who was this person? The guild members who were scared off claimed it was an angry ghost, some even thought it was a demon. Thus, the rumor of the second floor being haunted began. Chapter 25, A New Rival. Do you have any idea what you did? Naruto winced from the sudden outburst. It was early in the morning, but Lucy wanted to go to the guild early for some reason. But he was extremely tired from all the drinking he had done the night before. One could call it a hangover. This is why I hate drinking. Naruto thought before sighing. Hey, what can I say? There was something about that guy that made me want to challenge him, you know. Sakura had been there with Mira Jane when they arrived at the guild, and boy was she giving him an earful about challenging Gildarts. You pranked a man who can destroy an entire building if he tripped. Kami, you haven't changed one bit in that perspective at all. Why don't you ever think before you act? I swear, it's always. Sakura's words slowly faded as Naruto tuned her out from his head. But still. That geezer was strong. He had so much magic power compared to everyone else that it's almost like night and day. He was looking forward to fighting Gildarts, too bad he was still resting from his trip. Lucy watched the two ninja in front of her and shook her head. Was it always like this with these two? I almost feel sorry for Naruto. Sakura was a nice person, but this was a little much. Lucy assumed it had something to do with them having known each other for so long, and when she saw it was like an older sister scolding her little brother. Deciding it was time to save Naruto, Lucy spoke up. Everything was fine in the end, wasn't it? For now, how about we decide what we're going to do today? Sakura looked at the girl, then back at Naruto, before sighing. Fine. But could you at least try and act a little more mature, Naruto? Naruto blinked before nodding his head and laughing. Huh? Oh yeah, sure thing Sakura-chan. He wasn't even listening. Sakura thought and clenched her fist in anger, but she let it go. She really was trying her best to keep her temper in check. Okay, so what do you guys want to do today? I'm pretty sure you all know enough about this place that you don't need to research anymore, right? Then how about we go on a job? Lucy asked excitedly. It had been a while since she had gone on a job, with Naruto having been gone for the last couple of days. And with someone like Sakura-san coming along, we'd be able to go on a bigger job. Bigger jobs meant more rent money. Sakura raised an eyebrow as Lucy's expression suddenly turned dark. What's she doing? Naruto shrugged. Lucy does that sometimes, she has these random mood swings. I don't have random mood swings. Lucy denied angrily, having heard what he had said. See? Naruto said and laughed when his partner began to pout. They then began to discuss the kind of job they would want to go on. Naruto, like always, wanted to go on a monster hunt. But Lucy claimed they always did monster hunts and suggested a search-type mission, like finding a rare resource or ingredient. Sakura, not really knowing what missions were like in this world, just sat back and waited for the two to decide. It was pretty interesting watching the two interact. They acted so natural around one another that it almost worried her. I wonder where Hinata is. I know she was busy with something, but I was sure she would be done by now. In fact, Sakura was sure the Hyuga would have come to the guild when she heard Naruto had returned, but she never did. The trio were so engrossed with their conversation and thoughts that they almost missed Mira Jane walk over to them. Good morning you three, thinking about going on a job today? Mira Jane asked and Lucy nodded. Yup. Rent is just around the corner and I'm completely broke. The white-haired beauty giggled before turning to Naruto. Before that though, do you think I could borrow Naruto-kun? I was just about to go grocery shopping and I could use an extra hand. Naruto got up from his seat and nodded. Sure thing Mira-chan. Where are we headed? Lucy frowned slightly. Had Mira always referred to Naruto with kun? This spells trouble. I better go along. She thought and stood up as well. Mind if I come along too? We're actually running pretty low on food back at home and I'm tired of eating ramen. While Naruto complained to Lucy about his favorite food, Mira-Jane smiled. That's alright, Naruto-kun should be more than enough. We can pick you up some supplies while we're out. She said, and before Lucy could press on, the barmaid pulled out a magazine and handed it to Sakura. By the way, Sakura, did you know about the weekly sorcerer magazine? It has all sorts of things about fairy tale and the other guilds. I actually pose as a model in it sometimes. Lucy began to sweat bullets as Sakura took the magazine in hand. Thanks, Mira-san, I was actually curious about this magazine. I guess I'll look through it while you guys are out. Sakura said and began to look through the magazine's content. Alright, shall we be off then? Mira-Jane said to Naruto, and the two began walking towards the front doors. Lucy looked back and forth between Naruto and Sakura, then Mira-Jane and the magazine. That's no fair, Mira-san. She thought before making up her mind. Ah, Sakura-san? Do you think I could borrow that for a second? After going to the town's food square, Naruto and Mira-Jane were heading back to the guild. Naruto was surprised the shops were even open this early in the morning. The sun was barely even out. He looked at the small bags he was carrying. They didn't really get all that much, and he wondered if she really needed him at all. Oh well, it's not like I could say no to Mira-chan. They were crossing a bridge when Mira-Jane suddenly stopped. Naruto stopped and looked back at the girl in confusion. Something wrong, Mira-chan? The white-haired beauty shook her head as she gazed at the sunrise. It was still early enough that the sun still wasn't fully out yet. Do you mind if we watch the sunrise before we go back? Sure. Naruto said and moved next to the girl. He put the bags onto the ground beside him and leaned forward onto the railing. It's beautiful, isn't it? Mira-Jane said. Naruto glanced over at the girl next to him and felt his cheeks heat up. The light shining on them was growing brighter, causing Mira-Jane's features to glow. A small gust of wind picked up, so she used a hand to keep her hair from flying into her face. The girl just radiated with beauty and Naruto just couldn't help but notice it. Yeah. Naruto agreed absent-mindedly, dazed from the model's beauty. Realizing he was staring, Naruto shook his head and went back to watching the sunrise. It was almost over. Mira-Jane smiled to herself, having noticed the blonde staring. But that smile quickly faded. Your friends told us about your past. I can understand why you never brought it up. Naruto raised an eyebrow and looked over at the girl, his flustered feeling now gone. So that's why some people were acting so strange. Did they? It wasn't too bad, they probably made it sound a lot worse than it actually was. The barmaid stayed silent for a while and Naruto thought he might have offended her. A long time ago, the church in my hometown had been taken over by a demon. Mira-Jane suddenly said. I helped the townspeople and destroyed it. But being so young and inexperienced with magic, I unconsciously absorbed the demon, and even took on some of its features. Naruto's eyes widened, knowing where her story was heading. Naturally, the townspeople scorned me, thinking I was possessed by the demon. They were the same, both being shunned by the people around them for something they had no control over. What about your parents? He asked, but already assumed what the answer was. Mira-Jane shook her head. Our parents died when we were very young. Me and my siblings have lived alone ever since. So he was right. How could life be so cruel? To leave a young child to fend for herself with no help? Don't look like that, Naruto-kun. Mira-Jane said, seeing the shinobi had clearly been affected by her story. But it kind of made her happy, to know that there was someone else in this world that had experiences so similar to her own. Even if that person wasn't even from their world. Mira-Jane then went on and finished her story. About how she and her siblings had to leave their hometown, about their meeting with Fairy Tail, and eventually about Lisanna's death. Naruto clenched his fists. Every time he heard a story like this, it just made him so angry. To think that people would go so low as to force a child and her siblings to skip town. How could someone as nice as Mira-Jane go through such experiences? Not to mention her little sister. Getting upset about it won't help anything? I don't want to make Mira-chan sad. Naruto thought before settling with a sigh and relaxing his fists. We've had it pretty rough, haven't we? Mira-Jane shook her head again. No, you had it far worse than I did, Naruto. She had the love and support of her siblings, while Naruto had been all alone from the start. Yet he still went and spoke as if it were the opposite. You really are kind, aren't you, Naruto-kun? Naruto rubbed the back of his head and chuckled. I'm nowhere near as kind as you, Mira-chan. I used to prank the people in my town on a daily basis to get their attention. The barmaid giggled, the mood seemed to be turning brighter. Oh? I wouldn't be so sure. I was once called the demon of Fairy Tail. Naruto looked at the girl in surprise. Seriously? Yeah, right, I don't believe it. Mira-Jane pouted playfully. I'm not lying. Ask Erza next time you see her. We were eternal rivals and used to fight a lot. They picked up the bags and began to walk back to the guild as they continued their chat. Both had failed to notice the lock of blonde hair sticking out from behind a couple of barrels next to a shop as they passed by. Lucy stuck her head out as soon as the coast was clear. She had somehow managed to keep Sakura from reading this week's article and new rumors about Naruto in the Weekly Sorcerer's magazine, and was even able to sneak out unnoticed. But when she had finally found the two, she couldn't get close enough to hear what they were talking about. But their conversation seemed kind of serious until they had started laughing, which worried her. What is Mira-san planning? Lucy thought as the owner of the shop noticed her. Miss? Could I ask what you're doing? The shopkeeper asked nervously and flinched when the girl shushed him. Sure. I'm trying to figure out what Mira-san's motive is. Lucy hissed and went back to her thoughts. Just what was Mira-Jane planning? Did she fall in love with Naruto? To her, Mira-Jane was acting the same as she usually did. But that didn't mean all that much, considering how hard it was to read the cheerful girl. But wait, was it really only Juvia and, maybe, Mira-Jane that were after Naruto? She could faintly remember Hinata staring at him fondly and blushing whenever they talked. Granted the girl was very timid, but it didn't hurt to be overcautious. Then there was Cana. She wasn't sure about the brunette either and couldn't tell if she was into Naruto, or just loved teasing him. For all she knew, it could be both. The memory of Erza denying having feelings for Naruto when they were in the bath hall the other day floated into her mind. The two powerhouses were on very good terms, but was there more to it than that? Erza was always smiling whenever Naruto was around. But then again, he did save her old comrade Jalal. Arg! I just can't tell. Lucy shouted and stood up in frustration. Miss? You're scaring away my customers. Lucy looked around and blinked, realizing that there was now a crowd of people staring at her with strange/amused eyes. Sorry. She shouted and bolted out of there in embarrassment. Come to think of it, she had to hurry and get back to the guild before Naruto and Mira-Jane did. She could figure out what the girl was plotting later. Later that night? That beast better not have laid a finger on you, did he, Wendy? Carla. Naruto didn't even try to hold back his groan. Why was this cat so irritating? There he was, just sitting at a table and talking with his friends, and Carla had just randomly appeared out of nowhere and started accusing him. Just what did he do to anger her so much? Can't we all just be friends here? Lucy asked nicely, trying to be the peacekeeper. I will not stand Wendy being anywhere near him without supervision. Who knows what could have happened if that alcoholic woman hadn't gone with. Carla trailed off while shivering. Naruto-san wouldn't do such a thing. Carla, you're just being silly. Wendy said and tried to defend the shinobi. If you were so worried about her, why didn't you just come with? Cana asked with a shrug. The white cat just huffed and turned away stubbornly. Happy walked up to Carla and offered her a fish. Are you hungry? Do you want a fish? Carla responded with a cold stare. You're not any better, male cat. Just stay away from me. And I hate fish. After saying that, she jumped off the table and left the guild. Wait, Carla. Happy called out and ran after her. What's that cat's problem? Naruto asked and Wendy stood up and bowed her head to the group apologetically. I'm very sorry. Carla must still be in a bad mood. She said before heading to the exit. I'm going to go after them. Do you think they'll be fine? Lucy asked as she watched the little girl leave. What did she mean by foul mood? Did something happen? Sakura asked and Cana pointed to Naruto. Why don't you ask our guild's #1 prankster? Sakura looked at the whiskered teen in question. Naruto. I might have pranked her during the race before you guys arrived. Naruto said, and upon mentioning the race, he felt dozens of eyes on him throughout the guild. I guess they're still a little upset about that. I warned you about taking your pranks too far. Lucy said with the shake of her head. Right? He's so childish to be pranking at his age. Sakura said and Lucy nodded in agreement. He really is immature for his age. You know, I'm right here guys. Naruto said with a bitter smile. We're just saying you should act a little more like your age. Sakura said and Naruto poked at the table. Am I really childish? Everyone at the table nodded in unison. A rain cloud formed over Naruto's head as he sulked. Need a drink? Cana offered and Naruto just sent her a flat look before going back to sulking. How could you all say that about Naruto-sama? Juvia shouted as she stomped up to their table. She had been watching them from across the bar and couldn't stand any more of this. Juvia. Naruto's face brightened and Juvia smiled at him. That's right, if there was anyone here that wouldn't think he was childish, it would be Juvia. Naruto-sama could be the most childish person in the world and Juvia wouldn't care. Naruto's face faltered. Now then, Juvia shall take Naruto-sama away to Naruto-sama. Juvia looked around and found that he was gone. Lucy frowned. Maybe she went a little too far with the teasing? I'm not that childish. I just like to have fun, what's wrong with that? Naruto grumbled to himself. He was so caught up in his grumbling that he almost passed Hinata without even noticing her. Oh, Hinata. Where have you been? I haven't seen you since I got back. Good evening Naruto-kun. Hinata said while struggling to meet his eyes. Naruto noticed she was holding something behind her back, and when Hinata saw this, she brought out what she was holding and offered him a large red and black cloth that was neatly folded up. Is this? My sage cloak. Did you fix it? Naruto said excitedly and shook the cloth until it was unfolded out in front of him. The cuts and tears had been perfectly stitched back together as though it were brand new. Yes, Mira-san asked if I could stitch it for her. Hinata said while poking her fingers together nervously. Naruto nodded and put it on with haste. Sweet. It feels great to have this back. Thanks Hinata. Hinata blushed and nodded shyly, both from the praise and the attention she was getting from the blonde. Hee hee. Now Lucy won't think I'm childish anymore. I look more mature while wearing this, she said so herself. Naruto said, and all the warm fuzzy feelings Hinata was feeling shattered in an instant. Lucy? Wasn't the one that loved Naruto here Juvia? Hinata looked across the bar hall at the table Lucy was sitting at. I'll have to keep an eye on her. She thought, and her lips twitched when she laid eyes on Kana. She didn't know much about the brown-haired girl, but Hinata considered her a bad influence on Naruto, and it wasn't even the fact that she always walked around wearing only a bikini top and jeans. Every time Hinata saw Kana, the girl was either drinking or drunk from drinking. Naruto-kun, your ramen is done. Mira-Jane called out from the bar. Ah, I see you got your cloak. That's wonderful. Hinata worked so hard fixing it, so make sure you thank her properly. Naruto laughed and faced Hinata. Thanks again for fixing my sage cloak, I really owe you one. He said, and then began walking over to the bar to eat his meal. As Hinata watched Naruto leave, a shiver ran up her spine. She crossed her arms together and looked around anxiously. She could have sworn she felt someone glaring at her. So when exactly did Naruto officially become a member of the guild? Kakashi asked Makarov. A couple months now? The old man answered absent-mindedly. He was currently reading one of Kakashi's Ika Paradise novels. He. This book is great. Whoever thought of this was a genius. Actually, the person who wrote that book was Naruto's master, Jiraiya-sama. Kakashi said with a nice smile. Eh? That dense brat's teacher? Makarov gawked and the Jonin nodded. Fu. I'm sure me and this Jiraiya would get along well. Kakashi nodded. Yes, you probably would have. Makarov's face paled. Would. Jiraiya-sama passed away during an important mission. Kakashi said sadly. Oh, I see. I'm sorry. Makarov said and put the book down. Hello Makarov-dano, Kakashi-senpai. Yamato greeted and took a seat near them at the bar. You were out for quite a while, feeling better? Kakashi asked and Yamato nodded tiredly. Not all of us can walk off chakra exhaustion in one night like Naruto. The man said before he turned to Makarov. Everything has been calm then? No more accidents. The old man looked across the bar to where Naruto was. He was sitting with Lucy and Juvia and they were being as loud as they usually were. Well, I wouldn't say calm, but... hold that thought. Hey! Erza, over here. Makarov called out the guild's strongest woman who had just walked into the guild with Tenten. Erza nodded to Tenten, who nodded back and began walking towards the bar. Yes, master? As soon as the girl was in front of him, Makarov closed his eyes and thought. I was thinking about what to do with that 100-year quest. Do you think it's about time I passed it on to someone else? The S-class mage hummed in thought before glancing at the bar. Normally I would say yes, but I have a feeling someone will be able to complete it, should you wait just a little longer. The three men looked over to the bar and saw Naruto eating what looked to be his 10th bowl of ramen. Makarov closed his eyes again. I see. I guess I'll hold on to it a little longer. One more bowl please. Naruto called out before he belched and rubbed his stomach in satisfaction. While it wasn't Ichiraku ramen, Mira-Jane's cooking was a close second. Naruto-sama eating ramen is so adorable. Juvia cried out with hearts in her eyes. There's nothing cute about a guy eating more that his stomach should be able to carry. Lucy shouted in disagreement. Sorry, I just can't help myself. Ramen is the best. Naruto said as Tenten walked up to their group. Hey guys. Juvia quickly hid behind Naruto. Potential rival in love? But no one paid her any attention, as it was the norm now. Although in Naruto's mind, he thought Juvia was just being shy. Naruto waved to his fellow ninja. Hey Tenten. Haven't seen you in a while. What ya been up to? Erza-san has been showing me her favorite blacksmiths. Tenten exclaimed, her eyes became stars as she spoke. She even got me this enchanted sword. It has magic imbued in it and allows the user to conjure fire to extend its range. She summoned the weapon via summoning scroll and showed it off. It was a dark red short sword with an even darker red handle. Tenten pushed a button on the handle and fire covered the blade and extended further, easily doubling its length. Wow, a fire sword! Lucy said in awe as Tenten did a few test swings. She loved any kind of magic, and magic items were no exception. A weapon with magic in it, huh? Naruto rubbed his chin thoughtfully. That sounded handy, maybe he should get one. I can extend it even further than this, but it drains its magic faster. The sword is powered by lacrima and it only came with a couple extra. Munch, it tastes good too, Natsu said while chomping the flames. Hey! Stop eating my sword. Tenten yelled and smacked him on the head with the hilt of her new weapon. Ow! Natsu fell back and bumped into Gray, who just so happened to be passing by. Hey! Watch where you're going, you hothead. You wanna go, Frosty? The two then started brawling like they usually did. Tenten shook her head and resealed her sword. She was still getting used to the idea of people with abilities like eating fire. Naruto on the other hand was laughing his butt off. It was always fun watching his friends from both worlds interact with one another. Don't mind Natsu, he loves to eat fire. Erza said as she walked up to the two fighting mages. Natsu! Gray! Behave! We have guests. At the sound of Erza's voice, both Natsu and Gray ceased fighting immediately. Why yes ma'am. That's Erza for you. Lucy thought just as Gajeel walked up to Naruto. Hey, Uzumaki. How long are you going to keep me waiting, huh? It's time we settle our score. Naruto looked up at the metal-eating man with a bored expression. Did I? I must have forgotten. He said with a monotone voice as he cleaned out his ear, earning a growl from the other teen. You bastard. Gajeel was about to punch Naruto right out of his seat when Erza stepped forward. I don't think you've met Gajeel before, have you Tenten? He's a dragon slayer, like Natsu and Wendy. Nice to meet you Gajeel. Tenten said with a wave. Erza had been introducing her to some of the other members, and so far they'd all been a bunch of really nice people. So she was expecting the same from Gajeel but... Gajeel said in a very non-friendly manner. Don't act all friendly with me. The only reason I'm here is to beat this guy. He morphed his arm into a sword and pointed it straight at Naruto. So don't think I'll be a nice guy Anwa? Hey! Tenten had grabbed onto Gajeel's transformed arm with stars in her eyes. This technique of yours is amazing. Turning your body into a weapon? How do you do it? Gajeel was growing a little uncomfortable. What's with this girl? Erza hummed. Despite his difficult personality, Gajeel's ability to transform his limbs into iron weapons is admirable. You have to teach me how to do this. Tenten asked urgently. As far as she knew, there was no known jutsu that transformed the user's limbs into weapons. She needed to learn this technique. Not knowing how to handle this sort of situation, Gajeel did the only thing he could. He ran. Hey, come back! Tenten yelled and chased Gajeel out of the guild. She was going to make him teach her that technique, even if she had to force the guy. They seemed like they got along well. Erza said with a chuckle before following them outside. I don't think so. Lucy thought to herself. Juvia tugged on Naruto's sleeve. Juvia wants to know more about Naruto-sama. Naruto rubbed the back of his head. You say that, but I don't even know where to start. Juvia hugged herself, puffing out her well-portioned chest. Does Naruto-sama like them big or small? Lucy blushed, unconsciously covering her own chest. Juvia? What are you even asking all of a sudden? Seriously, why did the girl always ask the most outrageous questions? Naruto hummed as he seemed to be in deep thought. Lucy's blush deepened. He's actually thinking about it? Mira-Jane walked over and placed a large bowl of ramen in front of Naruto just as his stomach growled from hunger. Large of course. Naruto cheerfully said and dug into his 11th large bowl of noodles. It seemed he was still hungry. Ramen. Of course he was talking about ramen. Lucy thought slightly disappointed, but relived at the same time. Large. Of course. Juvia said as she furiously jotted down notes into a little notepad, hot steam coming out her nose. Don't misunderstand him on purpose. Lucy shouted before sitting down on her stool tiredly. Supervising Juvia was mentally exhausting. Naruto-sama. Juvia cheered and affectionately latched onto Naruto's arm once more. Whoa! Careful Juvia, I almost spilled my ramen. Naruto said, but the girl just giggled happily as she snuggled into his arm. Naruto blushed and scratched his cheek with his free arm. Well, I guess it's okay. Hee hee. You really are a friendly person, Juvia. A tick mark formed on Lucy's forehead. Somehow this scene just bothered her. This almost happened on a daily basis, but something about that flustered look on Naruto's face irked her. Okay, that's enough. Lucy stood up and moved between the two and tried to pry them apart. Why don't you let Naruto eat in peace? No. Juvia wants to be next to Naruto-sama. Juvia yelled as she defiantly clung to the ninja's arm. Hey, come on guys. No fi dash. Naruto stopped mid-sentence. A weird feeling came over the Jinchuriki as he looked out a distant window. When did it start raining? Naruto was about to ask the others if they felt anything when he saw a bright flash and everything suddenly went black. What the? Naruto suddenly felt as if he was in a cramped space. He moved his hands around until he felt something soft. Huh? Naruto gave the object a few squeezes before his blood ran cold. On, Naruto-sama. This is so sudden. Juvia's voice purred out. Wah. I'm sorry. Naruto wailed and threw his hands up into the cramped darkness. But they landed on another soft spot. Hey, watch where you're touching. This time it was Lucy's voice he heard. Only she sounded angry, if her foot had anything to say about it. The three scrambled around in the cramped area, all trying to figure out what was going on. It wasn't until another flash of light blinded them and they felt themselves fall onto the ground when they found out what had happened. Wah! Horologium? Lucy said as her vision cleared. The clock spirit bowed humbly to his mater. My apologies, Lucy-sama. But I sensed danger and took you into a safe place. Naruto-sama and Juvia-sama were right next to you, so I brought them as well. He said before fading away back to the spirit world. Hey, wait! Lucy said, but the clock was already gone. She hadn't summoned the spirit, which meant Horologium appeared using his own magic power, so it only made sense that he would disappear so quickly. But still, where did he take us? This place sure is creepy. Naruto thought as he looked at the ominous clouds swirling in the sky. They were in what looked to be a snowy field, but what they were standing on wasn't snow. The same stuff was also falling from the sky as well, whatever it was. Juvia reached out a hand and watched as a white puffball landed on it. Juvia has a bad feeling. The trio spun around when they suddenly heard footsteps coming their way and found a cloaked man walking towards them. Naruto recognized the man. Jay, is you? What's going on here? The man took off his mask and revealed his face to them. It was indeed Jalal. I am not Jay, I am Mystigan. Eh? Naruto squinted his eyes before they went wide with realization. While the man in front of them indeed looked like the Jalal he had saved from imprisonment, this Jalal felt like a different person. He also had the staves on his back like Naruto had remembered back when he had first met him. Oh, Mystigan. I haven't seen you in a while. Do you know what's going on here? Where the heck are we? This is Magnolia, it's been sucked up by anima. Chapter 26, Into Yet Another Dimension. Naruto opened his eyes and sat up, clutching his spinning head. Well, that was fun. The last thing he remembered was Mystigan briefly explaining what had happened and a lot of other confusing things, before the man had said he was going to send the three of them to eat a loss. I hope Mystigan's okay. He looked exhausted. He thought before he noticed he was alone. Lucy. Juvia. Can you hear me? Naruto called out but got no response. He jumped onto a nearby tree and climbed to the top to get a better view of the area in hopes that it would help him find them. Whoa! He was in a forest, that much was for sure. But what really caught his attention were the floating islands scattered across the horizon. I really am in another dimension. The view was breathtaking, but now wasn't the time to admire the landscape. He had a guild to save. First, he had to find Lucy and Juvia. Then together, they could find out how to get everyone back. Jumping down from the tree, Naruto closed his eyes and began to draw in the nearby magic and natural energy, only to find that he couldn't. Huh? Naruto tried again, but it didn't work. In fact, he couldn't feel any magic in the air at all. What the heck is wrong with this place? There's no magic here. There was a little magic, but it was so thin it would probably take hours to enter his magic-enhanced sage mode. Well, that just made things a lot harder. He couldn't go into sage mode because there was not enough magic around, so that meant he'd have to find Lucy and Juvia the traditional way. Naruto sighed and started walking. He could always try going into the normal sage mode, but he didn't want to risk turning into a statue since he was so used to blending 4 energies instead of the usual 3. He'd have to refresh his memory later though, he couldn't waste any time. Naruto wondered what Kakashi and the others are doing. Since they didn't have any magic in them, they were all probably stranded in the middle where Magnolia used to be. Mystigan hadn't given him any time to look for them, saying there was no time because the anima was closing. After a couple minutes of walking, Naruto sensed a sudden surge of magic in the distance. With there being no ether nano in the air, any bit of magic stuck out like a sore thumb to his senses, even when he wasn't in sage mode. The magic was a bit of a distance away though, so he would have to hurry if he wanted to catch what it was. Since there's no magic here, maybe it's the others. Naruto thought as he ran towards the place where he hoped to find his friends. This is fairy tale? Naruto gawked as he looked up at the tree-like structure in the middle of a desert. The words, fairy tale, were written just above the doors as well as the guild's mark. But why did the place look so different? Deciding he wasn't going to get any answers just standing there, Naruto walked to the doors and pushed them open. When he poked his head through the opening, he found the guild members he knew all too well scattered throughout the place. But something felt different. Naruto saw Gray standing next to Juvia, but there was something off about the two. Gray was wearing layers upon layers of clothing, so much that he kind of looked like a snowball. Juvia looked about the same, down to the large curls at the tips of her hair. But rather than her large blue coat that she normally wore, she was wearing a white sailor-like top that was tied just below her chest. She also wore a blue short skirt and tights as well as high heels. Instead of her usual large hat, she was wearing a mini top hat that was slightly slanted. That sure was weird, right Juvia-chan? Gray said as he looked at Juvia with hearts in his eyes. Stay away from me. You're making me hot just looking at you in all those clothes. Juvia said in a rude manner as she walked away. I'm sorry Juvia-chan. I just get cold easily. Naruto was at a loss of words from how out of character the two seemed to him. He looked around the guild and found very similar cases with the other members. He saw Jet and Droy picking on a crying elfman who seemed to have failed a job, as well as Alzak and Biska were acting all lovey-dovey with one another. The ninja just stood there at a loss of words until he heard a very ladylike voice. I hope those four will be alright. This is the king's army we're talking about. That's Cana, Naruto thought and put a hand to his mouth to stop himself from laughing. But seeing Cana, the same girl that drank booze from a barrel, the girl that would belch out loud in a very unladylike manner, was dressed up like a doll. It was just too much him. Naruto burst out laughing and fell inside, catching the attention of the entire guild. What the another intrusion? Why is he laughing so hard? As they all crowded around Naruto menacingly, the blonde held his sides as he laughed. Ahaha. Oh man. That's just too much. Though his laughter was cut short when Jet and Droy grabbed a hold of his collar. Hey punk, stop laughing like an idiot and tell us what you're here for. Yeah, unless you want us to kick your ass? On. Okay, this was a little weird. Did they not recognize him? And when did Jet and Droy become so hot-headed? Naruto put his hands up innocently. What are you guys talking about? Are you a spy sent by the kingdom? Jet asked and narrowed his eyes dangerously. Naruto had to think of something quick or else a fight was going breakout. It was obvious everyone wasn't acting like themselves. Maybe they were all under the effects of an illusion? Hold on a second guys? Spiky blonde hair, blue eyes, and a red coat. I think this might be the guy Little Me was talking about earlier. A woman with long blue hair said as she pushed her way through the crowd. Naruto's eyes bulged out of his skull when he got a full look at the girl. No. The woman. Wendy-chan. Wendy raised an eyebrow at the way Naruto was looking at her before she giggled. Seems I was right on the money. So that's what's going on. Naruto groaned. This was just his luck. A power-hungry king, mad with power, used a magical machine that was called anima to steal magic from Earthland because the stuff was apparently limited here. Coincidentally, the town that they targeted happened to be Magnolia. That's just about it. Ito Wendy said and leaned back in her chair. She had taken the liberty to explaining everything to Naruto alongside Ito Juvia, since she had apparently promised the Wendy Naruto knew that she would should he ever show up there. Ito Juvia was there because it was an excuse to get away from Gray. Naruto looked at the woman sitting in front of him. Was this really the Wendy of this world? She looked just like the Wendy he knew, only older and had large. Naruto shook that thought out of his head. Wait, how did Wendy-chan know I was going to come here? The blue-haired woman shrugged. Beats me. Though I think I remember her saying that it was her cat that said you were going to show up. Was she talking about Carla? How did she know he was coming here? Oh well, he could ask them as soon as he caught up with them. So then why didn't they stay? If they knew he was going to come here, why didn't they wait for him so they could travel together? Natsu said that you would just catch up to them anyways, so they left. Wendy simply said with a shrug. Naruto sighed. Classic Natsu, always in a hurry. Though he couldn't blame the guy, he probably would have done the same. This was the fate of their friends they were talking about here. Juvia still can't believe the Juvia from Earthland follows this guy around like some fangirl. Ito Juvia said from her seat next to Wendy. She had heard a little about how her Earthland counterpart being obsessed the boy in front of her, and it was unsettling to say the least. Though it's better than being gray, she said with a twitching eyebrow as Ito Gray held up a sign that said, I love Juvia-chan. That's a little cold, don't you think? Naruto said and sweat dropped. He turned around to see Ito Gray glaring at him. He could only assume as to why. Gray is always trying to go on missions with Juvia and follows Juvia everywhere. It's annoying. Naruto frowned. Why did that sound so familiar to him? So, what do you plan on doing now? Ito Wendy asked. First, I'm going to find my friends. Then I'm going to go to this king of Idolos and tell him to turn the town back to normal. Naruto declared, and the two girls started laughing at him. What's so funny? You know, your friend said the same exact thing. Ito Wendy said and shook her head. You guys just don't know how terrifyingly powerful the king's army really is. There's no way you can stand up to them. If it comes to it, I'll fight the king's army. I'm going to save my friends no matter what. Naruto said seriously, because he knew that they would do the same for him. It was just in the nature of fairy tale. Ito Juvia sighed. It seems the mages of Earthland's fairy tale all think the same way. I guess so. The other blue-haired girl agreed. Naruto laughed and rubbed the back of his head, knowing full well that it was true. Well, I guess it's time I head out. But before that, he looked across the room and towards this world's Mira Jane, who seemed to be just as cheerful as the Mira Jane he knew. Though he wasn't looking at the barmaid, but the girl next to her. Lisanna Strauss, Mira Jane's supposed deceased younger sister. At first he had assumed that the Lisanna of this world hadn't died, but there was something about the girl that was bothering him. Excluding the magical weapons everyone in the guild carried, he couldn't sense any magic coming from the bodies of the people here. All except Lisanna. Lisanna was talking with her sister when she turned and walked down one of the halls with a bag in her hands. Now was his chance. Hey, is there a restroom here? Naruto asked, and the older-looking Wendy nodded. It's just down that hallway, she said and pointed to the same hallway Lisanna had just walked into. Lucky, Naruto thought, and thanked the girl before heading in that direction. He needed to hurry and find his friends, but this was something he just had to confirm for Mira Jane's sake. Lisanna sighed as she tossed the garbage she was holding outside. What a day it had been for her. First Natsu and Happy seemingly show up out of nowhere, and not the Natsu that was from this world, but the Natsu she had been so close with back in Earthland. She had been so shocked that she couldn't even tell them it was really her. Then that Naruto fellow showed up and it worried her. The Wendy from Earthland and the white cat that were with Natsu and Happy had talked about him, that he was good at sensing magic and was probably going to show up here. It worried Lisanna because she wasn't sure if she was ready to be found out yet. Though to her relief, it seemed that he hadn't caught on to her. Yo! Someone suddenly said from behind Lisanna, causing the girl to jump in surprise. Whirling around, Lisanna saw that it was none other than Naruto. He was staring at her with a calculating look on his face. What? After a few seconds, the boy bobbed a fist on his hand. You really are Lisanna. Crap, he found out. Lisanna kept silent, not sure what to say. What was she supposed to say? Back in Earthland, everyone she knew thought she was dead, including her own siblings. Naruto crossed his arms. I'm guessing you haven't told anyone here since Natsu and the others were just here not too long ago. Lisanna shook her head somberly. I'm sure you have your reasons, so I'm not gonna pry. Just know that from what I've heard, everyone back in Earthland misses you. Naruto said and turned around to leave. I'm gonna go save my friends now. It was nice meeting you though, Lisanna. The youngest Strauss sibling watched as Naruto walked back into the guild before seeping to her knees. What should I do? After thanking everyone for helping him, Naruto was about to leave the guild when the Idolos versions of Jet and Droy stepped between him and the doors. Can I help you guys? Yeah, actually, you can. We heard from your friends that you're one of the strongest in Earthland's fairy tale. Jet said with a smirk. Well, we're the strongest here. Droy said with a challenging voice. Listen guys, I'm in a bit of a hurry. Naruto said and tried to sneak past the two, knowing full well what they were implying. But he just didn't have the time to spare right now. But Jet and Droy just blocked his path once more. Come on, just a quick fight. Or are the mages from Earthland just a bunch of chickens? Falling for their bait, a tick mark formed on Naruto's forehead. Alright, fine. I'll take you both on at the same time. He just beat them up real quick so he could get moving. The two strongest members of Edo Fairy Tale smirked victoriously as the rest of the members gasped. Alright, let's do this. Naruto stood in the middle of a clearing in a desert, just a few meters from the guild. Jet and Droy stood next to each other across from the Jinchuriki in front of a crowd that was the other guild members. You ready? Naruto sighed. He couldn't believe he was going to have a sparring match right now, and with Jet and Droy of all people. Not that he was calling them weak, but they were notorious in the guild for holding Levi back in their jobs. Speaking of Levi, her Idalos equivalent was also watching their fight, cheering for her teammates. Kick his ass, boys. Show him who Fairy Tail's strongest team is. Naruto's sweat dropped when he heard the normally cheerful girl use such foul language, but he waved to his opponents to get their attention. Ready when you are. With an excited smile, Jet took off in a burst of speed while Droy gripped his club with both of his hands. So this Jet is also fast, huh? Naruto thought as Jet closed the distance between them in no time at all, and ducked under a kick directed at his face. Jet used the momentum of his kick to spin around and launch a punch at the blonde, but Naruto just grabbed the incoming fist and pulled. Jet was taken by surprise as he was knocked off balance and fell to the ground, rolling in the sand a few times before coming to a stop. Naruto almost failed to notice a bunch of golden trees sprouting all around him. You let your guard down. Droy yelled and his club glowed as he commanded the magic trees to attack. The ninja yelped as the branches started moving and tried to grab him. Naruto rolled out of the way of a branch, jumped over another, and slipped between some others as he dodged them. Droy growled in frustration as his attacks kept missing. Stop moving. Naruto, deciding he had enough of these things, pulled out a kunai. Channeling wind chakra into it, he cut through all the branches around him, causing the trees to disappear. What? Droy panicked as he watched his magical tree get sliced apart. Jet pulled himself up and spat on the ground. This guy's tough. Droy. Let's finish this. He called out and his partner nodded before they both started running towards Naruto at full speed. Due to his magic shoes, Jet was the first to make it to Naruto first. He slid up to the teen and started another barrage of punches and kicks to buy time for Droy to set up the next part of their plan. Droy's club started glowing again before he swung it downward as hard as he could. A massive stream of purple light shot forth towards the other two and Jet used his speed to quickly move out of the way. Naruto was easily able to avoid the light as well, but what he didn't expect was for a giant tree that was roughly the same size as the tree guild to sprout out of the ground. If it weren't for him being able to stick to things, he probably would have been knocked into the air and left open for the tree to grab him. Because as soon as the tree stopped growing, its long branches started moving towards him and once again to grab him. Stupid tree. Naruto thought as he ran around the tree to avoid getting grabbed. He was starting to get annoyed by all the things trying to strangle him now. Maybe it was time he got serious. Back down with the other guild members, Ito Wendy watched as the shinobi climbed the tree. It's pretty impressive that he can climb things like that, but it looks like Jet and Droy have the advantage in numbers here. Ito Juvia nodded, a bored expression on her face. Juvia is a bit disappointed, the mages of Earthland must be all talk. Though it's to be expected, Jet and Droy are candidates to being the strongest here. The other members nodded in agreement to both statements, but their attention was drawn back to the massive tree when a number of poofs went off and the top of the tree was covered in smoke. They were then surprised to see over 50 copies of Naruto raining down from the tree like hail towards the equally surprised Jet and Droy. He can clone himself? Is this the magic of Earthland? The Narutos laughed when they heard their surprise as they closed in on the shocked mages. Dog pile. In a series of bursts of smoke, the shadow clones landed on Jet and Droy, smacking the two into the ground and further with each body slam. The giant golden tree disappeared, indicating its creator's defeat. Naruto landed onto the ground next to Jet and Droy. How was that? Earthland magic isn't so bad, is it? He said, lying about using magic instead of chakra. It wouldn't help to say that he was actually from a yet another dimension, would it? They both barely managed to give him a thumbs up. He just beat Jet and Droy by himself. Are all mages from Earthland this strong? Is this why Lucy went after other guys? Ito Wendy thought as Naruto waved to them and started leaving. Lucy had left the guild claiming that she was going to go on a job a little after the other mages from Earthland had left, but Wendy thought otherwise. Ito Juvia was quite shocked herself. Is this why the other Juvia follows him? No. There has to be something else. So, why did you guys decide to come along? Naruto asked as he walked across the desert. Just as he had been leaving on his trip to find the royal capital, Ito Wendy and Juvia had both followed him. Do you even know where the capital is? It's pretty far and we thought you might need help getting there. Ito Wendy said with a lazy tone. While it was true that she thought Naruto needed an escort to the royal city, there was actually another reason she chose to go. During her little conversation with her other self earlier that day, the little girl had spoken rather highly of the blonde and it made her curious to see what was so fascinating about this Naruto. Despite her other's best effort, Ito Wendy could tell she had a schoolgirl crush on the older blonde. From her point of view, Naruto looked kinda attractive and was powerful, but she wanted to know more about him. It'll be a couple days of walking, better be prepared. Juvia said as she glanced over at Naruto. She had a very similar reason as to why she decided to go with them. Having been told by the Otherworld's Natsu that her Earthland counterpart was madly in love with the ninja, she wanted to know why. Because if she was being honest with herself, he wasn't all that good looking. The whisker marks were kind of cute, but the guy just wore too much clothing. Naruto laughed when he realized that he indeed had no idea where he was going. I guess you're right. Thanks. They walked in a comfortable silence for a while. Naruto was wondering where his friends from Konoha were and if they were here as well when it hit him. Hey! That's it. The two girls looked at the ninja curiously when he suddenly bit his thumb and started making strange hand signs. Kukios no Jutsu. Naruto yelled before placing his hand onto the ground and a small plume of smoke followed suit, slightly shocking them. A frog? Not a frog, a toad. Naruto corrected before turning back to his summon. Hey, can you guys reverse summon Kakashi-sensei and the others to me? Long story short, I'm in another dimension and I could use all the help I can get. The small toad looked up at his summoner and sighed. You get into the weirdest situations, you know that, Naruto? But sorry, I can't do it. What? Why not? Because, those temporary contracts were exactly what they are. Temporary. They wear off over time and we would have to make another contract if you wanted to summon them. Naruto groaned and hung his head loosely. Of course he couldn't summon them. Oh well, sorry to bother you, he said, and the toad nodded before going back. What was that all about? Wendy asked, confused as to what she had just witnessed. It wasn't every day you saw a man conversing with a toad. That was my summoning jutsu, magic, Naruto said, and they continued to walk again. I signed a contract with the toads and I can summon them. Like you heard, my friends had signed a temporary contract with them, so I thought I'd be able to summon them here. But I guess not. Creating an army of clones, summoning talking animals. The magic of Earthland sure was different from their own. A thought suddenly occurred to Juvia. Who were those friends of yours that you wanted to summon then? Weren't the mages of your guild sucked up by anima? Naruto hesitated in his answer. How did he know his friends weren't sucked up in the anima? He had been saved by Lucy's clock spirit, but who knows what would have happened if that wasn't the case. I guess it was just wishful thinking, Naruto said and frowned, a little down at the depressing thought. Juvia growled in frustration. Ugh. All your moping is making Juvia depressed. What are you, some kind wimp? You said it yourself, all you have to do is beat the king's army, right? Or was that a lie? Naruto flinched back in surprise. He was not expecting those words to come out of Juvia's mouth. But then again, this wasn't the Juvia he knew. He then realized she was calling him a liar, which he was not. I wasn't lying. I'm gonna kick that king's ass for turning my friends into lacrima. Wendy tapped Juvia's shoulder and whispered to her. Are you sure it's okay to rile him up like that? This is the royal army we're talking about here. Naruto seemed like the kind of guy that would do stupid things, and Wendy guessed if given the chance, the hyperactive teen would actually fight the royal army. Which to any person from Idalos knew all too well was suicidal. Juvia shrugged. There's probably more to this guy than meets the eye, and Juvia wants to see it. Lawan. A cloaked man walked through the town of Lawan. He seemed to be looking for something. Well, looks like I'm stuck in this place now. Better get started. The man muttered under his breath and set out to find some answers. But before he had the chance to ask the people of the town his questions, he sensed a presence behind him. It was a presence he had come to hate, loathe even. But he could not outrun this presence no matter how far he ran. Gajeel. Why the hell do you keep disappearing like that? Gajeel groaned and took off his hood before turning around just in time to see Tenten jump down from the rooftops. Because I don't want to have anything to do with you. So, go somewhere else. Tenten growled in frustration. This again? The whole time they'd been in this apparent parallel dimension, Gajeel had been trying to get rid of her. He was always ranting about how much he hated ninjas and that the only one he acknowledged was Naruto. Just what did Naruto do to make this guy hate ninjas so much? What's your problem? If we're gonna get out of here, we're going have to work together. Why do you have to be so difficult? TCH. Annoying woman. Whatever, I'll just put up with her until we find a way to turn everyone back. Gajeel thought and turned around towards the streets of the town. I was going to get some information until you interrupted me. Don't slow me down. Tenten nodded and followed the Dragon Slayer. Finally. Man, this guy really pisses me off. But I have no idea where everyone else is, so I'm just gonna have to put up with him for now. Gajeel and Tenten were in the middle of Magnolia when the anima hit. With Gajeel being a Dragon Slayer and Tenten having no magic in her, the two had been unaffected. After a couple minutes of wondering just what the hell had happened, a blue-haired man named Mystigan had showed up and briefly explained what was going on before sending them here. I hope everyone else was okay. Tenten thought as Gajeel asked the townspeople some questions, only every time he walked near someone they would just walk away without saying a word. Well, this place sure is full of friendly people, ain't it? Gajeel grumbled before he noticed something in the corner of his eye. I wonder if Erza-san was turned into Lacrima as well. Tenten thought with a frown. She didn't see her red-headed friend after the anima hit, so she assumed Erza had been sucked up as well. Wait, where's Gajeel? Looking around for her temporary partner, she found Gajeel walking towards a couple of shady-looking people. Oh great, he's picking a fight with gangsters. This was going to be a long trip, wasn't it? Elsewhere in Lawan. Naruto? Juvia. Lucy had woken up in an alleyway by herself and had been wandering around the town looking for her friend since. What the heck is going on here? She couldn't believe that the whole town, including Fairy Tail, was sucked up by the anima and turned into a giant lacrima crystal. I wonder where Naruto and Juvia are now. We were just with each other. Lucy thought while taking a seat on a bench. She sat there for a while, wondering of the whereabouts of her friends as she watched people pass by. Why was she alone? They must have been transported to different places when Mystigan sent them here. It was the only reason she could think of. Naruto was most likely fine, this was Naruto she was talking about. But Juvia, the poor girl, was probably a wreck trying to find the shinobi. Surround the human. Who does she think she is, invading Extalia like it no one's business? Eh? Juvia stood there dumbly as dozens of cats surrounded her, all armed with spears. She had woken up in the middle of a town full of cats that looked like Happy and Carla and was completely lost. But when she had asked one of the cats where she was, they had called for guards and here she was. By the authority of the Queen Shagat, you are under arrest for trespassing, human. One of the cats said to her with a disgusted voice. Eh? Chapter 27, A King Mad with Power. Lucy stared at the girl in front of her, who was staring right back at her. This girl's name was Lucy Ashley and they looked just like each other, even down to the way they did their hair. It was like she was staring in a mirror, only there was no mirror. This really is weird. You're telling me. She had run into her Idolos counterpart along with Natsu and the others while she was wandering aimlessly around the town. It all happened in a matter of seconds. Some guards had appeared out of nowhere and were trying to restrain her, then Natsu showed up and they all fought, there was a tornado, and here they were. It turned out there was another fairy tale in Idolos, only this one was a dark guild. I wonder how Juvia is going to react when she sees two Luces. Natsu said with a mischievous grin on his face. How's Lucy going to react when she sees the other Juvia? Happy added and the two buddies laughed. There's another Juvia here. Lucy cried out before slumping into her seat. One Juvia was enough of a handful, but two? What's got you so down, me? Do you not get along with the Juvia in your world? Lucy Ashley asked. Lucy shook her head. It's not that, it's complicated. They're rivals in love. Natsu and Happy both chimed in unison and Wendy shushed them. Guys, you're not supposed to say stuff like that out loud. Ida Lucy smirked as Lucy's blushed. Oh? I've been wondering for a while now, just what do you think of this Naruto guy? The celestial spirit mage shook her head in denial. Wait a second. I don't dash. You do. Natsu, Happy, and even Wendy all said with a flat look. Lucy sighed in defeat, there was no use arguing anyway. Great, the guy I like is more clueless to love than Mr. Burn Everything, a cat, and a 12-year-old girl. The Idolos mage snorted with laughter and smacked a hand on their table. Ha! It is true. The other me really is in love. Though I guess I can see why. Lucy felt like she was gonna to die from the embarrassment of being teased by herself, until she heard the last part. Wait, what do you mean you understand? From what Natsu and little Wendy had told me, this Naruto guy seems pretty reliable. Dependable, loyal, quite strong, and pretty good-looking. Ida Lucy said with a thoughtful look on her face. Not that I'd fall for him or anything. Lucy sent a somewhat scandalized look to Wendy whose face was steaming, and Natsu was pretending to sleep. What in the world did they tell her? She thought before looking over to Carla. The cat had been strangely silent. Carla seemed to be in deep thought, but she eventually noticed the stare and shook her head. I had no part in this. That was surprising, to say the least. Lucy had expected Carla to call Naruto a beast like she always did, or at least stop the two from overglorifying the ninja. Now, if you're all finished with this nonsense, we have a guild to save. Carla added. Wendy nodded in agreement. Carla's right, we need to get to the royal city as soon as possible. Ida Lucy stood up and stretched. We have been here a while. It'd probably be best if we left now, don't want the royal army to spot us again. Natsu shot up from his seat, taking on a defensive stance as if he was ready to fight. Rune Knights? I guess you're not so different from our Natsu after all. Shouldn't we wait for Naruto? I mean, you said he was probably going to come here, right? So we should wait for him till he gets here. Lucy called out to them, but they just kept walking. Naruto's fast, he'll catch up with us eventually. Now come on, let's go to the capital. Natsu said and waved her off. Lucy still thought it would be better to wait for their strongest member, but she figured they'd be fine as long as he caught up with them. I guess you're right, and don't worry. I'll protect you all with my magic, boasted while puffing out her chest proudly. Wendy's sweat dropped. Lucy-san sure seems to be enjoying this situation. It had been a few days since they had left the guild on their journey traveling together to the royal capital of Hiatus. Naruto and the Hiatus versions of Wendy and Juvia were just making their way past the town of Treya, and both girls had the same thought in their minds. Dense, was their thought as they walked behind Naruto. Weren't they supposed to be the ones leading? During the past couple of days, they had both taken turns testing the shinobi and getting to know him. But what they had found out had taken both completely flat-foot. Not only was he oblivious to the obvious feelings their counterparts had for him, but he was apparently living with the Earthland version of Lucy. From what they could tell, Naruto was genuinely a nice guy. But how in world could someone be so dense? I still can't believe Erza is the enemy in this world. Naruto thought to himself. He had been told about Erza Nightwalker during their travels and it had really surprised him. The Erza he knew cherished her comrades more than she did herself. The thought of an evil Erza was unnerving. Hey! Naruto suddenly said and looked back. I've been wondering for a while now, but do either of you know a guy named Mystigan? They both shook their heads. Juvia has never heard of one named Mystigan. Neither have I. Why do you ask? Naruto shrugged. If you don't know then that's fine, I was just wondering since he was from here. They both hummed as they thought of this Mystigan fellow. Why did they get the feeling they should know who that was? Naruto turned around and started walking backwards so he could face them while talking, his arms behind his head. How much more until we get to the royal city? Ito Juvia let out an irritated sigh. As Juvia has said before, not for a while. We still have at least a day and a half's worth of walking. As nice as the blonde was, his impatience and always-on-the-go personality slightly irked her. To be fair, we were on the other side of the continent. Ito Wendy added. Naruto groaned for the umpteenth time in the duration of their trip. Which is why I said it would have been faster if I just carried you guys. Natsu and the others are probably already there by now. As Juvia has said before, and Juvia will say it again, you can't just carry girls around like that. Honestly, this boy had no sensitivity. Naruto went back to walking forward and pouted. But we'd get there faster. Ito Wendy walked up to Naruto and placed a hand on his shoulder. I understand how you feel, but you have to understand that girls are sensitive and being carried is really embarrassing for us. She had found out that if you wanted to get through to this guy, you had to be very direct with him. Naruto blinked. Being carried was embarrassing? He had always thought that people didn't like being carried because of a pride thing. You're right, my bad. He apologized before folding his arms behind his head again. You know, the Wendy-chan I know is just a cute little kid, but you're weirdly mature. Thank you, Ito Wendy said and smiled awkwardly, unsure whether that was a compliment or not. She then shot Ito Juvia a glare when she noticed the girl snickering. Hey, is that Lacrima up there? Naruto asked and pointed up towards something in the sky. Looking to where he was pointing, the Idolos mages gaped when they laid their eyes on one of the biggest Lacrima crystals they had ever seen. That's one giant Lacrima. Naruto frowned, so that's where everyone from Magnolia was. This means we're getting close, right? Yeah, the royal city should be just beyond that mountain. Alright, let's pick up the pace then. Naruto said before he kicked off the ground and started running. Hey, don't leave us behind, slow down. Ito Juvia yelled before chasing after the teen. Ito Wendy sighed to herself before smiling. He really is just like a kid, no wonder Lilmi likes him. After about another day's worth of travel, Naruto and Ko had finally made it to the royal city of Idolos. That's a big city. Naruto said in awe as they gazed down at the capital from on top of a nearby cliff. Konoha couldn't hold a candle in comparison to this place. The city was circular and was surrounded by walls. At the middle, there was an enormous tower which Naruto assumed was the king's palace. So, we're here now. What's the plan? Ito Wendy asked. She was curious as to what the blonde was going to do now that he made to the city. Pointing to the skyscraper, Naruto grinned. That's the plan. He said and was about to jump off the cliff, but both girls held him in place. But it wasn't because they thought he was going to fall to his doom. Are you stupid? You're strong, but no one can stand up to the king's army head-on. Juvia yelled, causing Naruto to flinch at the harshness of her voice. He just couldn't get used to seeing such a mean look on Juvia's face. Wendy sighed, having half expected the boy to want to charge right in. How about we focus on getting into the city first? Meanwhile in Exalia, Juvia was trapped in a dungeon, awaiting the Exceed Queen's decision regarding her fate. She could easily turn her body into water and escape, but figured it was probably best to wait and gain as much information as she could before doing anything. Juvia sighed. She wondered what Naruto was doing at that very moment, and if he too had come to this world by himself. As Juvia silently thought to herself, she could hear two cat guards talking to each other down the hall of her cell. Hey, did you hear? The humans got their hands on a massive lacrima. Did they? I pity them for not having unlimited magic like us. I know, right? But rumor has it the queen might want to go down and take some of the magic to limit how much they have. So the humans don't get any funny ideas. Good thing the human capital is right below us so we can just fly down there in no time at all. Yeah, we need to make sure those humans know their place. Juvia frowned as the cats laughed and continued to speak ill about humans. So far she had learned that the cats, which she learned were actually called Exceeds, thought of themselves as gods to the humans since the people of this world didn't have magic inside them like the mages in Earthland did. It was good to know that the human capital was right below her. Knowing Naruto, he was probably already there trying to find a way to turn their friends back. Then it's settled. Juvia will break out tonight. She thought before a sudden chill went down her spine. She could sense that Naruto was in distress. Oh no! Naruto-sama is in trouble. What horrors could her beloved be going through? Juvia's imagination? Man, Juvia sure is great, isn't she? Naruto said with love in his voice. God, can you be any more annoying? Lucy asked in a stereotypical evil voice. Forgive me, mistress. Naruto whimpered as he bowed deeply. That is my good pet, Lucy said and smiled evilly before laughing. Please save me, Juvia. Naruto pleaded to the sky. Don't worry, Naruto-sama. Juvia will save you. Juvia yelled as she stood up, unconsciously breaking out of the chains. She then noticed the two guards looking at her with surprised looks on their faces, having walked by her cell just in time to witness her actions. The human has escaped. One of the guards finally yelled and ran off while the other stayed and frantically brought their spear forward. Juvia had an awkward smile on her face. This isn't what she had planned. She then shrugged and walked through the bars, surprising the Exceed even further as the parts of her body that touched the cold metal turned into water. It's probably for the best that Juvia leaves as quickly as possible. Freeze. The guard stuttered while threatening to poke her with his weapon. Juvia looked down at the frightened cat and smiled. Sorry little kitty, but Juvia must go and save her beloved from the evil clutches of a witch. She cheerfully said and cut the spear in two with a water blade. Eep! The guard yelped and fell back on the ground, his weapon now destroyed. This human is crazy. With the small threat now gone, Juvia turned on her heel and began to make her way towards the exit. Hang in there, Naruto-sama, Juvia is coming. We need to play this smart. I say we sneak in, find your friends, and then come up with a plan. Wendy said and Naruto hung his head low in defeat. Fine. Sneaking into the city was a cakewalk. With Naruto's stealth skills and the girl's knowledge on the location, they were able to sneak in undetected. You know, for as loud and colorful as you are, you're surprisingly good at stealth. Wendy said as they walked through the streets of the castle town. Naruto rubbed his nose and snickered at the compliment. Well, I am a ninja, even if I don't act it half the time. He said before taking a look around the lively place that was the royal city. This place sure is different from the other towns though. The streets were even lit during the day, and various items that were powered by magic could be seen everywhere. Everything was so bright and full of life. At first glance, you wouldn't even think that magic was limited here. Yes. After the king made a monopoly on all things magic, they took it all and used it to glorify the capital. Naruto looked at the two mages and saw that they both had sour looks on their faces, and it wasn't hard to guess why. After all, it was the reason their guild was forced to work underground in the first place. To see the capital wasting so much magic just to show their superiority was frustrating. It really made Naruto sick. What kind of leader selfishly hogged everything for himself and a few selected others, leaving the rest of the world to struggle just to survive? That wasn't the kind of leader Naruto grew up admiring. To him, a true leader was naturally someone who put before others before themselves. When I see that stupid dictator, I'm gonna kick his ass and teach him how a real leader should act. Naruto declared and Juvia smacked upside the head. Hey, what was that for? You can't and won't attack the king. That would be suicide. Yeah. Naruto grumbled before they turned a corner and noticed a building-sized lacrima crystal in the middle of a plaza. It was surrounded by a large crowd of people, so something must have been going on. That's probably from the lacrima your friends were turned into, Ito Wendy said before Naruto bolted towards the crowd. Wow, wait, you idiot. Juvia is gonna to knock some sense into that fool, Ito Juvia said as the two chased after him. Naruto ran into the crowd and began pushing his way through, ignoring the shouts and complaints of the people he bumped into. Don't worry guys, I'll get you out. He had just about gotten to the front of the crowd when they all started cheering as a loud voice suddenly shouted out. This stopped Naruto in his tracks, because it was the king of Idalas. An aged man was standing next to the lacrima, and he raised his hand for silence. Children of Idalas. Through the use of anima, our sacred kingdom has produced 10 years' worth of magic. The king said before he started ranting, the people's cheers growing louder as he spoke. This is the king of Idalas? This geezer is crazy. A right to shared ownership to the magic in Earthland? No one will steal their magic? They stole it to begin with. Not to mention that lacrima was made of his friends and the innocent people of Magnolia. Naruto flinched when the man smacked the lacrima and screamed at the top of his lungs. We shall have enough magic to make this look like trash. Seeing the lacrima crack a little, something in Naruto snapped. The thought of his friends being turned into magic had been slowly eating at him this whole time. But the way this man spoke, it was as if taking the lives of innocent people for his own selfish needs didn't so much as faze him. In fact, it seemed natural to the king. And for what? So they can have a couple more years' worth of magic? Would they just steal more lives from Earthland so they could have more magic that they wouldn't even share with the rest of the world? Faust laughed like a maniac as his people cheered for him. This was the first step to unlimited magic, to his supreme rule. He would have that magic no matter what the cost, for he was a king, and it is the king's right to take everything for himself. So you would sacrifice people for your own selfish needs? Some king you are. What? Faust peered around the crowd for the source of the voice and looked up just in time to see a teenage boy fall from the sky and punch him in the face. He fell back against the lacrima with a thud, his face twisted with confusion and anger. The crowd gaped and was now dead silent, not a sound could be heard. Their king was just attacked, but by who? Damn it, we were too late. Ito Juvia hissed as she and Ito Wendy had just gotten to where Naruto had been standing just mere seconds ago. He actually did it? He actually punched the king. Ito Wendy gawked. She had honestly doubted that Naruto would actually do it, even if he did seem crazy enough. Now what was going to happen? Naruto grinned as he looked at his fist. That punch felt good. He then frowned and pointed at the still stunned king. Hey geezer. You better turn my friends back to normal or you'll be getting a lot more than a bruised chin. But Faust wasn't listening, there was too many things going through the man's mind. He dared to lay a hand on me? The king? Death. Punishment by death. He will. His thoughts trailed off when he noticed something all too familiar. That's the fairy tale insignia. On the boy's hand was the mark of the last mage guild in Idalas. So they were out to get him now, were they? The guards were so stunned from what had happened that it took them a couple seconds to recover. The crowd was in a similar state, but they were all brought back to reality when Faust started yelling again. It's fairy tale. They want to take the magic for themselves, so they're after my life. Guards, kill him. At the mentioning of the Dark Guild, the crowd began to panic as they scrambled their way out of the plaza. Naruto's eyes widened and he looked at the tattoo on his hand. Shoot! I forgot about my guild mark. Maybe this wasn't such a good idea after all. Naruto thought as the guards started scrounging him. Now they thought this world's fairy tale was after the king's life. I'm so gonna get chewed out by Ito Juvia. Naruto. Looking back into the crowd, Naruto noticed his two traveling companions as well as, was that Lucy and the others? Hey guys. Get down here. We need to leave, like now. Lucy yelled and they all started backing out with the now scattering citizens. That sounded good to him, but there was a slight problem. The civilians had all started evacuating from the area, and were being replaced by soldiers. A lot of them. Looks like I'm gonna have to bulldoze my through. That said, Naruto jumped over the guards in front of him, surprising them with the feat, and started running towards the area his friends had gone. Stop him! A guard yelled and a group of soldiers lined up in front of him. Naruto didn't stop and surged forward, rearing back a fist and prepared to plow his way through their line of defense. Out of my way! The soldier that he was about to punch raised up his shield and it started to glow blue, an energy field now covering it. Naruto's fist collided with the thing, but to his surprise, nothing happened. Eh? The guard took advantage of the boy's surprised state and jabbed at him with his double-edged spear, and the blade cut deep into the teen's stomach. But it was the guard's turn to be surprised, for when the blade made contact, the teen exploded into a cloud of smoke. What the dash? The guard stared at the smoke and tried to figure out what had happened when they heard laughter from behind them. So long, suckers! Naruto yelled back at them as he fled, sticking out his tongue for added effect. Now it was time to finally meet up with his friends. Though now that he thought about it, Lucy was going to kill him for this. Boy, was Naruto right, never had he seen Lucy so angry. Even when she had found out he secretly read one of the books she was writing, it couldn't hold a candle to how angry she was. But it didn't stop there. Both Wendy and Juvia had given him an earful, the latter being the harshest of all three, as she was still scolding him. What was with this world's Juvia and her being so harsh? Speaking of the water mage, it turned out their Juvia hadn't been with Lucy's group either. Naruto hoped the girl was okay. He knew she was more than capable of taking care of herself, but he couldn't help but worry about her. Listen when Juvia is talking. Juvia snapped and karate chopped Naruto in the head, earning a yelp from the teen. Why, yes ma'am. Sorry. After Naruto met up with the group, they had gone to a safe house in the city where fairy tale members would go during missions that involved being in the capital. It was under a shop and its owner was an ally of the guild. Poor Naruto-san. Wendy said as Naruto continued to take his punishment. Juvia had him in a Saiza-style position in the middle of the room as she scolded him. Lucy huffed. What was he thinking, attacking the king of a country like that? That bastard had it coming, Natsu said. He would have done it himself had Lucy and Wendy not stopped him. With what happened, they'll probably have more security around the city. It will be harder for you guys to move around freely. Wendy said, and Lucy raised an eyebrow. Wait, what do you mean by you guys? You're not coming with us? The older girl nodded. Sorry, but this has gotten a little too big for us. I just came along because I found that guy interesting. Wendy said while pointing to the cowering Jinchuriki. We never planned on fighting from the start. Lucy frowned, but she understood why they didn't want to fight. It was just like her other self, and because of Naruto, their guild became even more notorious. It's okay, we understand. Thanks for helping Naruto get here. Wendy nodded and got her fellow guild member before the two began to walk to the exit. Oh yeah, one more thing, she said before turning to Wendy. Don't lose, little me. Wendy blushed, and turned a darker shade of red when her older self winked at her. Lucy looked between the two in confusion. Did she miss something? Listen Naruto, you better be nice to Juvia. Juvia said. Of course I will. Naruto said and grinned, completely missing what the girl was implying. Thanks for helping me, tell the others at the guild I said hi. This brought a slight frown to the two girls' faces, but they said their farewells and left. It wasn't like they didn't want to help them, it was quite the opposite really. This was just a fight that they couldn't involve themselves in. I think I'm gonna miss that guy. He was a bit of a knucklehead, but he was fun to be around. Wendy said as they left the store. Juvia still doesn't see what the other Juvia sees in him. Juvia said with the shake of her head, causing her companion to giggle. Back inside the shop's secret basement, Naruto turned back to his friends. So, what's the plan guys? Now that we can't move around freely, thanks to a certain reckless beast, we're gonna have to sneak into the castle. Carla said as she scribbled on a piece of paper, causing the ninja to smile bitterly. What do we need to go in the castle for? We need to turn everyone back to normal. Carla sighed. And how do you propose we do that? We'll sneak into the castle and ask the king himself. After what Naruto-san did, I don't think he'll just tell us. Wendy said, and Naruto hung his head loosely. Sorry about that. Actually, I think this could work. Lucy suddenly said, and all eyes turned on her. Really? How? The celestial spirit mage grinned as she took out one of her magic keys. With Gemini. Gemini? Isn't that one of the spirits you got after we beat the Oration Cease? Naruto asked, and the girl nodded. Yup. With Gemini, we can have them transform into the king and get any information we need from him. All we need to do is get close enough to the king so Gemini can touch him. Oh. Nice one, Lucy. All in a day's work for Fairy Tale's strongest, temporarily, mage. Lucy boasted with pride, and the group sweat dropped. Wait, Naruto still has his chakra, doesn't he? Doesn't that make Naruto the strongest right now? Happy said, and Naruto blinked in realization. With Old Man Makarov and Gildarts trapped in the crystal, that meant he was the strongest mage in Fairy Tale. Lucy fell on her knees in defeat, a rain cloud forming over her head. That's right? I forgot about that. Oh, she's really bothered by it. Natsu said as Naruto tried to cheer the girl up. How are we going to get into the castle? Wendy asked, since there was probably going to be a lot of guards with it being a royal castle and all. There is a way. Carla said and raised the paper that she was doodling on to reveal a map. There's a secret tunnel that leads straight to the castle. Gajeel peered down at the plaza where the giant lacrima chunk was being held. That idiot, doing whatever the hell he wants. Now they have twice the amount of security. I think we should go and meet up with Naruto. We'd be better off in numbers. Tenten suggested, but her response was a grunt. Go ahead if you want, I'm gonna wait here for the other me to get back. Apparently, there was another Gajeel in this world and they had run into him while searching for information on the lacrima. Are you really going to destroy it? It's what that Mystigan guy said to do, isn't it? I don't really trust the guy, but it's all we have to go by. We're just gonna have to wait for the right moment, unless you have a better idea. At first their plan was to wait for the right moment and then destroy the lacrima. But after that whole fiasco Naruto had caused, they were forced to wait. Geez, I get it. We'll just wait till the other you comes back and make another plan. Tenten said with a sigh. Naruto would be alright, he was strong enough to take care of himself and it wasn't like he was alone anyway. Besides, someone had to make sure Gajeel didn't cause too much trouble. Faust sat in his throne, glowering at the door as if it had offended him. His chin throbbed where that accursed child had struck him, but that did not matter. What mattered was that he wanted the boy's head brought to him on a silver platter and that blasted guild destroyed. Two cloaked men walked into the room and stopped a couple feet from the throne, but far enough to keep most of their features covered by the shadows of the room. They were mercenaries that had shown up at his door a few weeks prior, and proved to be very useful for jobs such as the one he was about to give them. One of them was tall and had a rather large sword on his back, which was usually very common considering the way magic was used in Hiatus. But what made this man's weapon unique was that it was covered with bandages. The other person was a good deal shorter, maybe a full foot shorter than the first man. He too had a sword on his back, but it was smaller and was kept leaning to the side. Bring me the boy from Fairy Tail, kill anyone who gets in your way. Faust commanded. The two nodded and were about to leave when the king spoke again. Erza Nightwalker will aid you in your search. Responding to the summon, Erza Nightwalker walked into the room and bowed. She had not only failed to destroy Fairy Tail the other day, but she had also been in another place when the mage from that despicable guild assaulted her king. She would not fail again. I will finish off Fairy Tail once and for all. The taller mercenary chuckled, revealing his razor-sharp teeth. What? Do you not trust us? The knight frowned. When it comes to hunting down Fairy Tail, I have the most experience. For I am the one called Fairy Hunter. The shorter mercenary grunted. Which is why they're all still alive, isn't it? Erza growled menacingly, her pride having taken a heavy blow. You insolent little dash. Silence. Faust yelled and the captain immediately obeyed. We cannot begin the lacrima extraction with Fairy Tail lurking around. It's time we put an end to the guild once and for all. Do not fail me. Yes, your majesty. Erza Nightwalker said and saluted her king, but not before glaring at the mercenary that had insulted her once more. She did not trust these people. They knew nothing about them or where they had come from, and the unknown was dangerous. I must keep a close eye on these two. Chapter 28, Fateful Reunion. Naruto found himself walking through the dark tunnels of an abandoned mine beneath the royal city of Hiatus, which supposedly led straight to the king's palace. Carla had miraculously drawn a map of the place, claiming that the information was slowly seeping its way to her head due to her status as an exceed. Though the same didn't seem to apply to Happy, as the little blue cat claimed to know nothing and seemed a bit ashamed of it. So is this why you knew why I was going to go to the Hiatus Fairy Tail Guild? Because of your weird exceed knowledge thing? Naruto asked. The cat answered after a couple seconds. Sort of. It's hard to explain having this information randomly come to my mind. When they had first arrived in Hiatus and found its version of Fairy Tail, Carla had seen a vision of Naruto walking around in the bar. She'd been getting these little visions for a while now. I still think it's amazing, Carla. Now we'll be able to save everyone. Wendy beamed at her friend before she noticed Naruto grinning at her, which caused the girl to blush a little from the attention. What is it, Naruto-san? Naruto shook his head while keeping the grin on his face. It's nothing, sorry. I was just thinking that I really do prefer this Wendy. Wendy's blush deepened. Why is that? Because you're so adorable. Naruto said and rubbed the little girl's head affectionately. The Wind Dragon Slayer cried internally, not quite having gotten the answer she wasn't looking for. It's not my fault I'm only 12. How dare you do that to a lady like Wendy? Carla yelled and Naruto laughed. Lucy watched at the scene with a deadpan expression. Ah geez, he's done it again. She had missed it earlier, but it looked like Wendy had developed a little crush on Naruto. Under normal circumstances, she would have thought it was cute. But Lucy couldn't shake off the feeling that the number of love rivals was growing. Great, she really was starting to think like Juvia. Must be from all the time she spent around the girl. Natsu leaned over to Lucy and whispered to her. Looks like you have another rival in love? Better be careful, this one's a real cutie. Happy chimed in from Natsu's shoulder. The little blue cat had seemed to be bit down by the fact that he wasn't getting the same information as Carla, but that didn't seem to stop him from teasing the celestial spirit mage. Lucy growled in annoyance as she stomped forward, leaving the two laughing boys behind. She then looked at the large scroll on Naruto's back as she pulled up next to him. I forgot to ask earlier, but what's that scroll for? Naruto pat the scroll with a hand and grinned. Since we had to wait for night to come and I had a lot of time to kill, I went ahead and did some preparations. He then went and explained that it was a summoning scroll that would bring forth one of the 4 shadow clones that were collecting natural energy back at the safe house. Naruto had found that he was able to go into the traditional sage mode just fine and that he had worried over nothing. While this dimension had more natural energy than the elemental nations, it was still nowhere near the amount that was in Earthland, so it still took him a couple seconds to collect the right amount. He assumed it had something to do with the lack of magic in the air. That's pretty handy, Lucy said before shuddering. But when you prepare like that, I can't help but worry that we're gonna get into a big fight. Don't worry, I'm sure we'll be fine, Naruto said and turned towards Natsu and Happy. By the way, you guys said you met this world's Lucy. What was she like? Scary. They both answered as the color in their faces completely drained, especially Natsu. He still had bruises from when the surprisingly strong girl all but strangled him out of affection. Oh? Why do you ask? Are you curious as to which Lucy is better looking? Lucy teased with a wry smile, and to her surprise, Naruto blushed. And no, why would I be wondering that? I was just wondering what she was like since everyone here seems to be opposite, Naruto said before blinking. Wait, opposite? Lucy was still surprised at the fact that she made Naruto blush. This was a huge step. Now to push it even further. Lucy thought before stopping and striking a pose that showed off her curves. I guess that's true, you already know the answer to that question, don't you? Hold on a second. If things here in Idalos is opposite to everything in Earthland, and this world's Grey is in love with this world's Juvia, then that must mean our Juvia is in love with Grey. Naruto deducted and everyone face-faulted. This guy. He exceeds all levels of thick-headedness, Lucy thought while shaking an angry fist before she started weeping anime tears. Why did the guy she liked have to be so dense when it came to love? Lucy felt a hand on her shoulder and she looked up to see Wendy looking at her with a sad smile. It's okay, Lucy-san, I'm sure he'll come to realize eventually. I don't want to be told that by a 12-year-old. Lucy thought as she continued to cry internally. Hey, you okay, Lucy? Naruto asked and held out a hand to the weeping girl. Naruto. That's right, he may be dense but Naruto truly was a kind person. Lucy sighed and took the offered hand, allowing her fellow blonde to help her up. She could focus on getting her love through to him later. For now, they had their friends to save. This is it, Carla said as they walked up to a blocked-off passageway. After a quick summoning of a certain perverted cow later and they were in. The entrance eventually led to a rather large cavern. I know we've already come this far, but I still think we should have snuck into the castle the traditional way, Naruto said with a shrug. Lucy shook her head. Not all of us can walk on walls, you know. I could have carried you, Al dash. Naruto stopped mid-sentence when his instinct screamed at him. Watch out! He yelled and pushed Lucy back just as a strange gelatinous whip flew to the spot where she had been standing. Ambush MPF! Natsu shouted before falling prey to another stream. His limbs and even his mouth were covered by the stuff. Soldiers started appearing out of nowhere and they were quickly surrounded. Kaya! Wendy! Naruto yelled as Wendy was caught. He was about to go and help her when a shuriken struck the ground in front of him, halting his movements. Long time no see, loser. Naruto's eyes shot wide open. He knew that voice. It couldn't be. Naruto thought, and sure enough, past the soldiers stood his best friend, Sasuke Uchiha. Sasuke? Lucy looked at the raven-haired teen in surprise. Naruto hadn't said much about Sasuke, so she didn't know all that much about him. All she knew was that he was a part of Naruto's genin team when they were younger and that he had left the village for power. You know this Earthland magic user? Erza Nightwalker asked from her spot next to the Uchiha, but frowned when she got no answer. Not a very friendly one, are you, Sasuke-san? Itachi-san was like that too, it must run in the family, Kisame said, and Sasuke glared at him. Speak another word about Itachi, and I'll kill you. Kisame merely grinned at the threat. Scary. This is bad, Naruto thought when he noticed not only the Idalos version of Erza, but another Akatsuki member. They needed to get out of there, or at least out of this cave. But he just couldn't think straight as his eyes were glued to his past teammate. Why was Sasuke here? How did he get here? These were the thoughts that were deluding Naruto's mind from thinking rationally. Naruto? Lucy called out, but her words fell onto deaf ears. Erza pointed her spear at Naruto threateningly, daring him to so much as move. Stand down. For assaulting his majesty, you're coming with us. Naruto's eyes darted back and forth around the cavern. What should he do? They were surrounded, and aside from himself, Lucy was the only person who could fight right now. Not going to fight? Smart boy. Take them away. The female captain said, and the soldiers complied. Naruto-san. Carla. Wendy screamed as she and the muffled Natsu were dragged away. Naruto. We need to do something, quick. Lucy said as she grabbed her keys. Erza Nightwalker smirked victoriously as her soldiers began to close in on the remaining two. His Majesty will be pleased when I ga. Everyone in the cavern stopped what they were doing when Erza staggered forward from being slashed in the back. The girl glared bloody murder at her attacker. Why you dare? Sorry, but they're coming with us. Sasuke said as he wiped the blood off his sword and sheathed it. You work for the king, and his orders are to. You can tell your king that we quit. Sasuke cut her off and kicked the red head into a couple of soldiers. They must be after the Dragon Slayer's infinite magic. Erza thought as her soldiers helped her up. Take the Dragon Slayers and the exceeds away at any costs. Yes, ma'am. Happy and Carla chased after Natsu and Wendy but were startled when they were suddenly scooped up by one of the soldiers and carried off. Kisame chuckled and grabbed his trusted sword Samahata from his back. Hasty as usual, I see. The boy just had to go and blow their cover. But it wasn't so bad, he'd been itching for a fight anyway. Whatever, just take care of the rest. Sasuke said and charged at Naruto, whose eyes were closed, and Kisame complied by engaging some of the soldiers, making short work of anyone who came across him. Naruto! Lucy screamed as Sasuke's sword fell down upon the whiskered teen. I made it. Naruto thought and opened his eyes to reveal the signs of a toad sage. He had taken advantage of the distraction to gather natural energy, and it paid off as he was now in sage mode. Naruto stepped out of the way and quickly pulled out a kunai to block the incoming blade. Lucy! Go after Wendy-chan and the others. Lucy sighed a breath of relief before gaining a determined expression. Leave it to me. Open. Gate of the Bull, Taurus. She chanted and summoned the bull spirit once more. Guards tried to stop Lucy's advance towards her friends, but were quickly mowed down by giant cow-like spirit. Wasn't she your comrade, and why are you still working with the Akatsuki? Naruto asked as he continued to defend himself from the offending blade. The Uchiha grunted. No, we were only using these people to get information. Just like how I used the Akatsuki to get to you. Sasuke roared as he jumped back and sheathed his sword. After a couple hand signs, he shot out a large fireball. Naruto evaded the fireball with ease, but when he noticed the smirk on his rival's face, he realized that Sasuke hadn't even been aiming at him. Lucy. Upon hearing her name, Lucy turned around and saw the giant ball of heat flying right at her. Lucy-san. Taurus yelled and jumped in between the projectile and his master. The fireball exploded on impact, shaking the cavern and causing the spirit to disappear. Taurus. Hey, let me go. With the giant bull now gone, Lucy was immediately subdued and the soldiers proceeded to carry her towards the exit of the cavern. Lucy. Naruto yelled as plowed his way through some soldiers, their magic shields shattering like glass under the strength that came with Sage mode. But he was cut off by Sasuke. Damn it, Sasuke. I can't believe I'm saying this right now, but I don't have time for you. He could deal with his old team member later. Right now he had to save Lucy and the others who were now out of his sight and likely out of the cave system by now. Sasuke lunged forward again, his Sharingan flaring. The last time we met, you were always ranting about bringing me back to the village. Does none of that matter to you anymore? He didn't really care, but it irked Sasuke that the blonde was acting like he didn't matter anymore. I will keep my promise to Sakura-chan and bring you back, but saving my friends from Fairy Tail is my main priority right now, team. Naruto shot back and launched a senjutsu-enhanced punch into Sasuke's face, sending him flying a couple feet and creating some distance between them. I can only assume that you're the strongest in this guild, so why are you wasting your time on them when you could be training? Did you forget about your stupid dream of becoming Hokage too? Sasuke asked and Naruto looked down. I still love Konoha and will eventually return there, but these people treated like family despite not being a mage and never for a second flinched in fear when they learned I was a Jinchuriki. So I will save them for their countless kindness that I could never pay back, Sasuke. Naruto said and opened his toad eyes with determination as the two clashed again. Across the cavern, Kisame was casually taking out soldier after soldier when a heavy blade found its way onto his. Weren't you going to go after my partner? You were pretty angry with him if I'm not mistaken. He asked as he effortlessly held Erza's oddly shaped weapon back with his own. I'll take care of him after I've dealt with you. Besides, your traitorous partner looks like he has his hands full. She said before frowning at the swordsman in front of her. He doesn't even seem to be using his full strength. Big words for such a little mouse. Kisame said and chuckled as the girl struggled to push her blade down on his. Looks like I might actually get to have some fun after all. Bringing a hand below his weapon, Kisame smashed the sentient blade upward. The sheer force of the sudden move took the red-headed knight by surprise as her arms and weapon were thrown upward, leaving her torso vulnerable. Kisame then kicked the woman in the stomach, launching her into the cavern wall and knocking the wind out of her. This man has so much raw strength. Erza thought as she gasped for breath, but she quickly stood up again. She wasn't the captain of the 2nd Magic War Division for nothing. If I can't match this man in strength, she thought as the edge of her spear glowed and shifted into a triangular-tipped blade. I'll beat him in speed. With a new plan in mind, Nightwalker rushed forward in a burst of speed. Her weapon changed and now she's faster. Kisame noted and lifted Samahata up to block an incoming slash and the two weapons collided. After a few more attempts, Erza growled in frustration as she found no openings in her opponent's defenses, even with her boost in speed. The spear glowed again and shifted into a red arrowhead-like blade. It changed again. What will it be this time? Kisame thought as the knight raised the weapon above her head and yelled, bringing the spear down on the Akatsuki member with all her might. Explosion! As the name implied, a large tremor shook the cave as the two were consumed by a large explosion. Erza landed on the ground a few feet back, sliding a bit till she stopped and fell on one knee. There was no way the man could have survived a direct hit from her explosion. Better get out of this cavern soon, it won't hold for much longer. She said to herself and looked back at the explosion and saw a large cloud of steam. What? A figure walked out of the steam and was revealed to be Kisame with the same grin on his face, his large sword rested on his shoulder. Erza noticed that some of the bandages covering the blade had been burned off from her explosion and could see what looked like blue scales sticking out of the uncovered spots. A few of the soldiers that were left charged at the Sharkman all at once to protect their captain, but he sent them all flying in different directions with a simple swing of the large blade. A soldier ran up to the fallen captain. "Ma'am, they're too strong. What should we do?" "Retreat," she muttered, causing the soldier to lean in closer. "Ma'am, retreat," Erza Nightwalker shouted, her voice echoing through the cave. She didn't seem to be doing any damage to this man and couldn't imagine herself taking on the other mercenary, and then there was also the person she was ordered to capture. The king wasn't going to be happy, but retreating for now was her best option. "Those bastards. I'll make them pay for humiliating me like this." "Why yes ma'am," the soldier said before helping his captain to her feet and towards the exit of the cavern. Naruto heard the woman's call for retreat and saw the other guards begin to scramble out of the cavern. "This is my chance," he thought and pulled out a few smoke pellets and threw them all onto the ground. Sasuke jumped back from the black plume of smoke and growled. "Oh no you don't." His Sharingan scanned the area. He looked around for Naruto's chakra. Since Naruto and Kisame were the only chakra users present, they stood out to him like a sore thumb. There, in the middle of a group of soldiers who were still scrambling out of the cavern, Sasuke could see one of them had a chakra system. Naruto had transformed into one of the soldiers to blend in and escape. "Nice try loser, but you can't hide from my Sharingan," Sasuke said and charged his left arm with chakra to form his signature move, the Chidori. His lightning-covered hand went right through the back of the disguised Uzumaki, canceling the transformation to reveal that it was in fact Naruto. Poof! Sasuke's eyes widened when Naruto exploded in a cloud of smoke. A shadow clone, huh? He looked around for any sign of the trickster but could only see a few straggling soldiers. "Same old Naruto? They're getting away," Kisame said as he walked up to his partner. "Now we're criminals here too. You let that woman get away." The shark-like man shrugged. "I figured it didn't really care if she lived or not. Besides, she wasn't as much fun as I'd hoped." Sasuke didn't respond and began to walk out of the cavern. It didn't matter if Naruto escaped, there was always next time. Naruto, with these eyes, he thought as his eyes shifted to his eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. "I will kill you." The next morning, "Once the other me gives us the signal, we move," Gajeel said as he and Tenten walked past the plaza holding the giant lacrima. People were beginning to gather around as a large machine moved towards the crystal. It was probably what they used to extract the magic from it. "Did he say what the signal was?" Tenten asked. "No, but I don't think we have anything to worry about. It's me we're talking about," Gajeel said with a smirk and chuckled. "Just make sure you keep the guards off of me when I go to destroy the thing." Tenten nodded before looking around. I wonder if Naruto and the others are okay. He's got Juvia and Lucy, ain't nothing happening to him. Gajeel said and waved the girl off nonchalantly, not knowing that it was the Idalos version of the water mage that he had seen the day before. I guess. It's just that there are a lot more guards today than yesterday. There were easily 50 soldiers guarding the north end of the lacrima, as to the 20 or so they had seen before. Naruto really made their job harder by punching the king in the face, and because of that, the people here thought that this world's fairy tale was after the lacrima. Hence the increase in security. Gajeel suddenly started walking again without saying anything. Hey! Don't just leave me behind. Where are you going? Tenten asked irritably while catching up. This wasn't the first time Gajeel had walked off without telling her. They were partners right now, weren't they? The least he could do was say something before going off and doing his own thing, right? I'm going to see if there are less people on the other side. I don't want the onlookers to get mixed up in the fight. Tenten raised an eyebrow at that. You're worried about the townspeople? That's surprisingly kind of you. What's that supposed to mean? Gajeel barked and Tenten laughed while apologizing. Geez, I ain't some heartless monster. Yes, of course. Tenten said before smiling. This was a whole new side of Gajeel that she hadn't been expecting to see. He may be a little rough around the edges, but on the inside he actually cared about other people. Maybe he wasn't such a bad guy after all. Wipe that stupid grin off your face, it's annoying the hell out of me. A tick mark formed on Tenten's forehead as she gripped an angry fist. Nope, still a jerk. Lucy's eyes fluttered open, and as soon as the blurriness faded, she looked around to find she was in a prison cell. Wah! Oh, that's right. We were ambushed. Why were those soldiers there of all places? It was almost like they were waiting for them. And why am I in this stupid thing? Lucy yelled when she realized that her head and arms were locked up in a stock. Hey! Can anyone hear me? Let me out of this thing. After a couple minutes of non-stop ranting, the two men standing guard in front of Lucy's cell sweat dropped. Hey, should we just switch her out with the magic restraining cuffs? The guard on the left asked. The other one nodded. We probably should, otherwise she'll just keep whining. He then walked into the cell and took the girl out of the stock before cuffing her with a strange and sticky white substance. There, happy now? The guard asked with a tired voice. I guess. But do I really need to be restrained like this stuff? It's not like I can escape on my own anyways. Lucy said and tried to separate her arms, but the sticky stuff kept them together like glue. Orders are orders. Now could you do us all a favor and keep it down? All your yelling is starting to give me a headache dash. The guard turned around when he heard a muffled voice from behind and saw a teenager with blonde hair and a red coat lay his fellow guard on the ground. Hey! Lucy's eyes instantly beamed, knowing full well who it was. Naruto. Naruto gave her a slight grin before getting up and charging at the other guard. Sorry about this. He apologized ahead of time as he sidestepped the soldier's spear and then landing a swift chop to the neck, instantly knocking the second guard unconscious. Lucy watched in awe as he put the man down on the ground. It just amazed her that he could move that fast without the use of magic or chakra. How did you find me? This pace is like a maze. I was sneaking around looking for anyone when I heard your voice. Naruto said, and Lucy sweat dropped. The guards did only switch her out of those stocks because she had been pestering them with complaints. Was I really that loud? Lucy was pulled out of her thoughts when Naruto suddenly sat down. This is all my fault. If I didn't freeze up like I did when I saw Sasuke, none of this would have happened. Naruto said and hung his head loosely. He hated himself for not doing anything sooner. Even when his friends were being taken away, all he could do back then was just stare at his old friend. It couldn't be helped. I'd be shocked too if I saw my friend on the enemy team like that. Lucy said in an attempt to cheer him up. I don't know much about Sasuke, but I know he's an important person to you. But even still, I hesitated and got you all captured. Lucy knelt in front of him and smiled. You rescued me, didn't you? Naruto felt his cheeks burn as he scratched the back of his head. Well, yeah. No matter where you are, I'll always find you. Lucy knew the words lacked the romantic meaning behind them, but that didn't stop her from turning bright red. Thanks. She stuttered while pumping a mental fist at making the ninja blush again. And now get this stuff off my hands so we can save the others. Naruto nodded before taking out a kunai and cutting the white stuff that was binding Lucy's hands together. What the, you? The two turned around to see Erza Nightwalker standing at the cell's entrance, glaring holes deep into Naruto's skull. Naruto quickly got to his feet and used his kunai to redirect the redhead's strange weapon to the ground and stepping on it to keep her from moving it. He gulped as the blade easily pierced the concrete. She's really trying to kill me. By the name of my king, I won't let you get away this time. The angered woman yelled as she struggled to pull her spear out of the ground, but winced when the injury on her back from the night before. Lucy scrambled to her feet and pulled out one of her keys. She was about to summon Cloak when Naruto yelled at her. "Wait, Lucy. I'll take care of things here, you go find out where they're keeping the others." "No. It's better if we stick together," Lucy said and grinned, her key glowing as she activated her spirit magic. "Besides, we can just get the information from her, can't we?" Naruto blinked, but he grinned back and nodded. How could he have been so stupid? Them separating is what got her captured in the first place. "All right, let's do this." He yelled and jumped over Erza and landed next to Lucy. "Open, Gate of the Lion." "Loke," Lucy chanted, and in a flash of golden light, Loke stood by her side. "You made the right decision to choose me, Lucy. With the power of our love, I can do anything," Loke declared before he noticed the person they were fighting. "Why are you fighting Erza? Do you have a death wish?" he asked and began to sweat as he took an unconscious step back. "Anything, huh?" Lucy thought with a deadpan expression before pointing at the woman in front of them. "That's not our Erza. We need to beat her and find out where the others are." "Ah, that's right. I almost forgot," Loke said and laughed. "Sorry about that, Lucy, that probably wasn't very cool of me just now, was it?" "Who cares? Let's just hurry up and get the information from her." Naruto fumed. Loke struck a cool guy pose and shook his head. "Always in such a hurry, you'll never win over Lucy's heart from me like that." Naruto sent the spirit a deadpan expression while Lucy turned bright red and began to sputter out nonsense. Erza Nightwalker, having pulled her weapon out of the ground for a good amount of time already, stared at the people in front of her in disbelief. Here she was, an enemy, standing in front of them with a weapon in hand ready to slaughter them, and they were acting like it was a normal day. Were all mages from Earthland like this? Deciding enough was enough, the Hiatus mage roared and charged at the three fools. The fight was over in a few minutes. With the Hiatus version Erza already being injured and not quite fully recovered, and her being outnumbered 3-1, victory wasn't exactly in her favor. The captain was now tied up in front of the two partners, Loke having gone back to the spirit realm since the fight was now over. "So, you gonna tell us where Natsu and Wendy-chan are?" Naruto asked, not that he was expecting anything. "You'll never get a word out of me." Erza spat. Lucy frowned. Their faces and even their voices were the same. It was crazy to think this wasn't the Erza they knew. "All right, Gemini, do your thing." "Okay, here we go. Pyri Pyri." The two little spirits chimed as they floated over to their target. "What is this?" Erza demanded when they both touched her head. Her question was quickly answered when the two spirits began to glow, their forms merging into one and taking the shape of a human. "What?" Her eyes widened in disbelief when they transformed into the spitting image of herself. "Now, where are they keeping Natsu and Wendy?" Lucy asked, and Gemini turned to their summoner. "In the basement of the West Tower," the transformed spirit said in a dark tone. Naruto shivered at the coldness in Gemini's voice. Did they have to talk like someone pissed her off? "Sweet. Thanks, Gemini." Lucy cheered and Gemini nodded before changing back to their original forms and disappearing. "Okay, we got their location, so let's go." "Sorry, Erza," Lucy said and took off to look for the West Tower. Naruto glanced back at the still bewildered red head. "Sorry about that, we just want to save our friends." The surprised look instantly disappeared and the knight went back to glaring at the blonde. "Mark my words, when I get out of these bindings I will make sure you and your friends have a slow and painful death." This put a frown on Naruto's face, but he kept silent and ran after Lucy. The Erza he knew would never say those words, but he had to remember this wasn't the same person. Erza Nightwalker was responsible for the murder of countless fairy tale members in this world, and that was the sad truth. After a couple minutes, Naruto and Lucy were running along the side of the tower. They were looking for the West Tower so Naruto could jump them over if it wasn't too far. "I think that's it," Lucy said and pointed to a tower across from the one they were standing on. "All right, hop on, I'll jump us across," Naruto said, and Lucy nodded with a growing blush. But before the girl could hop onto his back, they heard a familiar voice. "Naruto-sama." "Eh?" Naruto and Lucy both said and saw Juvia being carried by Happy with Carla flying towards them. The water mage was crying a river, literally. The water fell to the ground below, which started a riot from the soldiers who were unlucky enough to get splashed. "Juvia! You're dropping water on the soldiers down below. Now they know we're here," Happy shouted as he struggled to carry the flopping woman. "Juvia has finally found Naruto-sama. Now she can save him from the evil witch," Juvia shouted with glee. "Witch?" Lucy thought with a sweat drop. What kind of fantasies was that girl having while she was by herself? "Halt!" They heard from their left and found a group of soldiers led by the giant of a cat running towards them with angry looks on their faces. It seemed that they were discovered. Naruto and Lucy looked at each other and gulped. Things were about to get ugly. Chapter 29, Group Up. Earthland? It's been a few days now, and there has been no sign of change. Yamato said while looking up at the cloudy sky. The Konoha ninja that had been left behind were spread out in the camp they had made in the forest that just outside of where Magnolia used to be. It seems so, Kakashi said and placed a hand on his sore left eye. I wish I could have picked up more with my Sharingan, but the light was just too much. When the town disappeared, Kakashi had used his Sharingan to analyze the vortex in the sky. But he had been blinded by the same brightness that Hinata had experienced with her Byakugan. It is most unfortunate that we cannot help Naruto-kun and the others. Rock Lee said with a deep frown on his face. He was also worried about the well-being of Tenten as well as his new comrade Elfman. Surely they are in dire need of our assistance. Sakura was also frowning, frustrated at their helplessness right now. They were clueless to the cause of what was going on, and they couldn't even do anything to help. It's almost like we're back to square one and Naruto's back on his own again. Naruto-kun will be fine. Hinata said calmly. She was sitting against a tree while hugging her legs. I think we should believe in Naruto-kun. Whatever it is they're going through, he'll pull through. Hinata. Sakura said, surprised to see the quiet girl speak up. But she was right, they had to believe that Naruto and the others would come back. That's all they could do for them. It's not like he's not alone either. Kakashi said and looked at Sakura. He has the mages with him, and I think you of all people know that they're no pushovers. Sakura grunted at her teacher referencing her fight with a certain blue-haired mage. That girl better be keeping her hands to herself. Yamato suddenly went on alert. Senpai. Kakashi nodded, he could sense it too. There was a chakra signature nearby, and a large one at that. Is it the Akatsuki? Lee shouted but someone immediately put a hand over his mouth. Quiet you idiot. Sakura whispered harshly. Hinata. Kakashi said and the Hyuga nodded. Right. The girl said before activating her Byakugan and scanning the area. After some practice, Hinata had gotten used to the constant light that was Ether Nano. But it left her vision a lot brighter than in the elemental nations. There's a man by where the town was, and he's alone. Alright, let's move out. Kakashi ordered and the group took to the trees. What is the Akatsuki doing here now? Sakura wondered aloud. They're probably investigating what happened to the town. I think it's safe to say that they knew Naruto was here all along. Kakashi said grimly. Since they're alone, we might be able to get some information out of them. Yamato said as they neared the end of the forest. They jumped down from the trees and landed onto the ground without making the slightest bit of noise. They all hid in various places, all keeping themselves hidden as they tried to get a look at the supposed Akatsuki member. In the distance, just outside of the forest they were hiding in, a man could be seen walking around the barren landscape. He seemed to be mumbling to himself. That's strange. He's not wearing the Akatsuki cloak. Kakashi thought to himself and put his hand up, signaling for the others to prepare to attack. I still can't use my left eye, but we should still be fine. Damn. What's up with this place? Ain't no one here. I know I'm in the right town. Did it disappear? Great, another weirdo. Sakura thought and Kakashi made the signal. 5 blurs burst out from the forest and rushed towards the lone man in an organized assault. Yamato weaved through a couple hand signs and placed his hands on the ground. Wood sprouted out of the ground in streams and they moved towards the man to strangle him. Faster than the eye could see, their mystery man turned around and cut through the logs with relative ease. I didn't even see him unsheath his sword. Kakashi thought before I went wide. Wait! He called out to everyone and jumped back, the rest jumped back as well. What's wrong, Kakashi-sensei? Sakura asked. Kakashi stared at the shinobi in front of him, or more specifically, the man's headband. The symbol wasn't crossed out like the Akatsuki members usually had, and it was the symbol for the hidden cloud. You aren't a member of the Akatsuki. Who are you? The tall man let out a sigh before sheathing his sword. Attacking me like that, you should be ashamed. The name is Killer Bee, the one true and famed. I knew it. Kakashi thought and bowed, surprising everyone. We are terribly sorry for attacking you, Bidano. Everyone believes that you are dead. Killer Bee shook his head. Calling me dead, uncool. I'm well and alive, you fool. Idolas. Enemies were coming at them in all directions, a route of escape was completely out of the question. At the same time, Happy and Carla flew up to the tower and Juvia was dropped down next to him, who immediately embraced Naruto in a bone-crushing embrace. Juvia was so worried. Juvia cried as she squeezed the life out of her beloved. Juvia is harder to carry than Lucy, but it isn't because of weight. Happy complained and Lucy shot him a quick glare. I'm glad you're okay, Juvia. But we got a bit of a situation on our hands here. Naruto said, and the girl let him go, a slight blush on his face from the contact. What should we do? We're not going to be able to get to Natsu and Wendy without a fight. Lucy said, and Naruto pointed towards the tower across from them. Let's just hurry and get into the other tower. So long as they got to the Dragon Slayers, they could always just fight their way out. With Juvia now here, Naruto felt that they would be able to handle anything these people threw at them. Everyone nodded in agreement when they heard a series of shouts, and they were coming from the sky. We found you. Fallen. A cat that looked disturbingly similar to Uchiha shouted. Happy's face grew pale. They followed us. Great, there's an army of cats after us too. Naruto groaned before yet another shout was heard from down below. This time it was the king of Idalas who called out an order to the soldiers in the courtyard. Flags began to sprout up from all around the castle walls as soldiers began to set up a couple of what looked to be cannons on the walls. What are they doing? Naruto wondered aloud. It doesn't matter what they're doing. Let's hurry into the building while they're distracted. Carla said, and picked Lucy up off the ground. Happy picked Juvia up again, and they began to fly towards the west tower. Naruto was about to follow them when a blinding light flashed into the sky, forcing him and everyone else to stop in their tracks. After the light stopped, he saw a giant cat-shaped crystal fall to the ground with a loud thud. Did they just turn the Exceed into Lacrima? Shaking his head, Naruto leaped across to the other tower and landed on the balcony where his friends were waiting for him. So where have you been this entire time? Naruto asked as they descended the tower. It was a nightmare. Juvia bawled as she then explained to the group of her adventures during the past few days, while completely over-exaggerating in some parts. Mainly about her struggles to overcome her separation from Naruto. After breaking out of the prison, she had roamed around Extalia looking for a way off the floating island, but found that the only way down was falling. Go figure. Not wanting to fall to her doom, Juvia then began to debate whether or not she'd be able to make the fall if she turned her body into water. Juvia looked like she was about to jump when we ran into her. Happy said, and shook his head. Naruto and Lucy both looked at Juvia in surprise, who was clasping her cheeks and steaming in embarrassment. Juvia would go to great lengths for the sake of her beloved. She said while bashfully stealing glances at Naruto. You know, I just realized something. Naruto said, and Juvia gasped. Could it be? Did her feelings finally get through to him? Does that mean Naruto-sama dash? Gray sure is a lucky guy. Ah. Sorry, I kinda found out that you liked Gray. But don't worry, your secret's safe with me. Naruto said with a wink. Why? Juvia mumbled as she froze into a statue, her mouth gaping in disbelief. Lucy placed a supporting hand on Juvia's shoulder. Knowing exactly how the girl felt, she couldn't help but feel sorry for the girl. Carla shook her head. There should be a limit to how dense a person could be. After walking down a couple more flights of stairs, the group found themselves in a long hallway. Just as they made it off the stairway, Naruto suddenly spun around and deflected an incoming projectile. He groaned when a familiar spear sank into the ground in front of him. This girl just doesn't quit. Erza Nightwalker, as well as a group of soldiers, walked down the stairs above them. Did you really think I would just let you do as you pleased? The confident woman asked as she glared down at them. Naruto turned around and pointed down the hall. I'll hold them off, go find Wendy-chan and Natsu. Lucy was about to refuse when Wendy's pain-filled screams filled the hallway. Wendy! Carla yelled and ran towards the screaming with Happy right behind her. Realizing that there was no time to argue, Lucy chased after the two while looking back. Just be careful. Juvia will stay and help Naruto-sama. Juvia said, refusing to part from her beloved when they had only just reunited. Naruto nodded. Lucy will be fine. But we gotta finish this as fast as possible. I will kill you all here and now. Nightwalker said and began to slowly walk towards them. This is the Erza-san of Idalas? Juvia asked, surprised to see the woman who she had come to respect, as well as suspect, say such words. Prepare yourself dash. The night was interrupted when a series of explosions went off behind her, wiping out all of the soldiers behind her. A familiar cloaked man walked forward as the flames cleared. His hand was outstretched, showing that he was the one behind the explosions. Mystigan. Naruto half cheered at the sudden reinforcements, but he frowned when the man shook his head. Mystigan is not present. Naruto noticed that there were no staves on the man's back and scratched his cheek awkwardly. Ah, sorry Jay. We really gotta get you a different outfit. He then blinked in realization. Wait a second. How are you here? Erza Nightwalker began to quiver with anger. The way these mages ignored their enemies in the middle of a battle infuriated her. Enough. I'll kill you all and offer your heads to my king. Dashing forward and grabbing onto her weapon, the knight swung it at the two closest to her with a horizontal slash. Naruto hopped over the attack and stuck to the roof as the weapon merely phased through Juvia's body of water, surprising the Hiatus mage. More magic from Earthland? Erza thought before her weapon glowed and changed into a golden spear with a blade shining with light. Juvia created a water blade to block it, but the spear cut right through the water. The attack didn't hit her directly, but she fell back in surprise. A triumphant grin on her face, Nightwalker prepared for the finishing blow when she heard a shout from above her. She saw Naruto falling towards her, and she jumped back as his fist made contact with the ground, shattering the cement as if it were glass. Naruto looked up with his now toad-like eyes. He had taken a moment to summon one of the clones from his scroll and go into sage mode while on the ceiling. With the first clone used, that made 3 more quick entries. "You okay, Juvia?" Juvia nodded and stood up. "Yes." The blade went right through Juvia's magic, but it did not make contact. Erza grunted in pain as she felt the wound on her back sting. She still wasn't fully healed, but that wasn't going to stop her from accomplishing her goal. "Let's stop fighting already, I can see that you can barely stand," Naruto said and began to walk towards the exhausted knight with his hands raised. "Never." Erza Nightwalker roared defiantly and swung her spear with an intent to kill, but her anger-filled swings were easily avoided by the sage. It's hard to believe this is really the Hiatus version of Erza, Naruto thought as he continued to avoid the hate-filled attacks. It almost pained him seeing so much hatred in her eyes. Although, it kind of made sense when everything here was pretty much the opposite of that in Earthland. But he couldn't help but feel that deep down this person was just as kind as the Erza he knew, even if it was just wishful thinking. Jalal watched the scene in front of him with interest. He knew firsthand how powerful Naruto was and could have easily ended this, but he didn't seem to have any intention in doing so. "What is your plan, Naruto-san?" Naruto decided enough was enough and stopped the spear with his hand and grabbed it. He then ripped the weapon out of the girl's hands and snapped it like a twig. "It's over. You need to see a doctor." The redhead clenched her teeth as the 2 pieces of her now broken 10 commandments fell to the ground. "I am, Huff, the captain of the 2nd Magic War Division. In the name of my king, I will not be defeated." With the last of her strength, Erza Nightwalker pulled out a blade from her waist and aimed for her Naruto's heart. "Naruto-sama!" Juvia yelled when Naruto didn't move and reached out to intervene, but she was too late. Clang! Nightwalker widened her eyes in disbelief when the dagger in her hands cracked and fell to the ground. "This can't be? Is his skin made of iron?" Sinking to her knees from exhaustion, she dropped the now broken weapon to her side. This was it. She was going to die now. A failure to her king and country. But when the final blow never came, she looked up to find Naruto holding his hand out. What are you doing?" Naruto scratched his cheek. "It's a rule in our guild not to kill anyone, and you didn't really hurt any of us." Erza was further surprised when the blonde grinned. "I know you're not the Erza I know, but I can't help but feel that deep down you're a kind person just like her." Jalal smiled under his mask. He had been wondering why Naruto had saved him from being in prison for a while now, and assumed that it had been for Erza's sake. But that clearly wasn't the case. No wonder Erza thought so highly of Naruto and trusted him so much. This was just the kind of person he was. Juvia smiled fondly at the ninja's kindness. "Ah, Naruto-sama is so kind." Erza Nightwalker stared at the teen in front of her in disbelief. This boy is an idiot. She could not believe she refused to believe that this boy was doing this out of kindness. "Are you satisfied? Have you not already humiliated me enough? Finish me." Naruto frowned. "I already told you, the mages of fairy tale don't kill. Now come on, let's get you some help." He didn't need to be a medical ninja to see that this girl needed to see a doctor, if the small puddle of blood at her side had anything to say about it. "Let's go to the others, Naruto-san," Jalal said and began to walk down the hall. "But what about Naruto started, but the man cut him off. "This may not be the Erza of our world, but she is still Erza nonetheless. Do you really think she would die from an injury like that?" Naruto's sweat dropped. Jalal did have a point, and he wanted to make sure Natsu and Wendy were okay. "Go," Nightwalker suddenly said as she propped herself onto a nearby wall. "This is my loss." "Let's go, Naruto-sama," Juvia said, and Naruto hesitated to just leave the woman there, but nodded and followed his friends. "But mark my words, this won't stop me from trying to kill you. Pray that our paths never cross again." Though she meant every word that left her mouth, they lacked the hatred that was present just seconds ago. "What a vile woman," Juvia muttered under her breath before she noticed that Naruto was grinning. "Naruto-sama." Naruto shook his head. "Sorry, it's nothing." Juvia tilted her head in confusion, not understanding the development that had just occurred. How ironic. Jalal thought with a chuckle. As dense as Naruto may be, it was only to romantic feelings aimed towards himself. You know? Naruto said before sending Jalal a bitter smile. You could have stepped in any time. The cloaked man put his hands up in defense. Sorry, you looked like you were in control of things, so I didn't want to get in the way. Naruto grunted. So where did you come from anyway? Did Mystigan send you? Jalal shook his head. I'll explain as once we catch up to the others. Somewhere in the castle, in front of a large cannon with a dragon head-shaped chain stood the king of Idalas. Bairo, are the preparations complete? The king asked, and the short man standing next to him nodded nervously. Almost, your Heinz, we are loading the cannon with the Dragon Slayer's magic right now. Good. Faust nodded approvingly. Soon he would finally be rid of those false gods, and the land of Idalas, along with all its magic, would belong to him. Bairo pulled out a key with a dragon insignia on it and offered it to his king. Take the ish, it is the key to the dragon chain cannon. With it, you will be able to take command of the giant lacrima and smash it into the land of the cats. And eternal magic shall rain down on my kingdom. Faust finished with a dangerous grin on his face and took the key into his hands. You've done well, Bairo. Your words do me honor, your majesty. Bairo said and bowed deeply. Wow, that's a strange-looking cannon. Faust and Bairo both jumped in surprise when a masked man with a playful voice stuck his head in between them. Who are you? How'd you get past the guards? Bairo demanded and stepped between the newcomer and his king. The masked man ignored the question thrown at him and focused his attention on Bairo. You wouldn't happen to be the one in charge of that dimensional thingy? Anima, was it? Esho, what if I am? Bairo said, taken aback from the sudden question. Who was this person, and where the hell were the guards? The strange person clapped his hands cheerfully. Oh goody. Now then. Would you mind coming with me? The sudden change in tone spooked the two men. Bairo noticed the small hole in the man's mask and saw a single red eye with 3 Toma-like patterns glowering at him. What is the ish? I'm losing consciousness. Be Bairo? What are you doing? Kill this man. Faust ordered, but it was too late. Bairo was already under the visual illusions of the Sharingan. Bairo fell to the ground. The masked man picked up the unconscious Bairo and threw him over his shoulder. Now then, sorry for the intrusion. I will on my way now. By the time the guards burst through the door, the air around the man began to swirl around his form. It consumed his entire body and he was gone. Bairo-sama. One of the guards yelled and ran up to the king. Bairo-sama has been taken, your highness. What are your orders? Leave him. Faust said in a harsh tone. He has served his purpose, now prepare the dragon chain cannon at once. The king of Idalas commanded and the soldiers began the preparations without hesitation. No one talked back to the king and lived to tell the tale. After they caught up with the others and found Natsu and Wendy, Jalal explained that he had been trapped in the giant lacrima and that Gajeel and Tenten had broken him out. They woke the 2 dragon slayers with small red pills called X-balls, which allowed mages from Earthland to use magic in Idalas for whatever reason. Upon waking up, the two were reunited with their feline friends, eliminating the worries that the 2 Exceeds had for their supposed betrayal in an instant. Wendy had then revealed that they learned that the king of Idalas planning to use the giant lacrima crystal to destroy Extalia. What do we do now? Lucy asked after the explanation was over. If they make the 2 floating islands collide, our friends will. That's not gonna happen. I say we go to the king and force him to stop all this. Natsu roared. I agree. Naruto said with a serious expression. I'm tired of all this talk of sacrificing lives for magic. So, we're in agreement? Then let's go. Natsu said and was about to take off, but Naruto grabbed onto his collar to keep him still. Hey, what gives? Hang on, Natsu, I got a plan. Naruto said and closed his eyes. You came up with a plan? Lucy asked with a raised eyebrow. It wasn't an insult. Naruto usually relied on others to come up with strategies, so she was just surprised. Naruto opened his now toad-like eyes and nodded. I know where the king is, I can sense him with Sage Mode. That's amazing, Naruto-san. Wendy said with wide eyes and everyone agreed. Lucy sent Naruto a questioning look. But how? The king doesn't have magic in him or chakra, right? Then how are you able to sense him? Naruto hummed in thought while thinking of the right words to describe it. It's kinda hard to explain, but remember, when I'm in Sage Mode, I'm tapping into nature itself. So anything, or anyone, stands out to me. I know the person I'm sensing is the king because of when I punched him. As expected of Naruto-sama. Recklessly attacking the king was all a part of Naruto-sama's plan. Juvia cheered and Naruto scratched his cheek in embarrassment. No, it wasn't. Everyone else thought in unison. Happy, Carla. You guys saw the lacrima crystal in the sky, right? After getting a nod from both, Naruto continued. You guys take Natsu and Wendy-chan there, grab Gajeel if you see him on the way. If what Jalal says is true, then you guys are our only hope to save everyone in the guild. Natsu grinned, he was glad to finally be able to do something flashy. I'll leave the king to you then, Naruto. Come on, Happy. Aye, sir. Happy said, and the two ran out the door. Naruto chuckled at the pink-haired teen's enthusiasm, but noticed that Wendy had yet to move. Wendy-chan? The little girl seemed hesitant to leave. Actually, I wanted to go and warn the Exceeds. It's not because I don't believe you're going to stop them, that's not it. It's just... Naruto blinked in surprise. She didn't even know the Exceeds, and she wanted to warn them? Hee. I understand. He said with a chuckle before patting Wendy on the head. Alright, you can go. But hurry to the Lacrima Crystal after you warn them, alright? Natsu and Gajeel are gonna need your help. Wendy smiled brightly. Thank you, Naruto-san. Let's go, Carla. Look after Wendy-chan, Carla. Naruto called out to the fleeting duo. That goes without saying. Carla said without looking back, earning a smile from the Wind Dragon Slayer. Are they going to be alright by themselves? Lucy asked worriedly. They'll be fine, Wendy-chan is a lot stronger than she puts herself out to be. Naruto said and counted out the remaining people in front of him. Lucy, Juvia, Jalal, and Naruto himself. Alright guy, here's the plan. Gihihai. Come on. Isn't there anyone worth fighting around here? Gajeel called out arrogantly as he threw an unconscious guard across the plaza. Tenten parried an enemy spear with her bow staff before spinning around and hitting his legs, knocking the guard off his feet. I'm glad we were able to get Jay out of that crystal, but we're not getting anywhere here. Just where's the rest of the Lacrima supposed to be? Gajeel grabbed onto one of the soldiers and grinned maniacally, terrifying the poor man with his expression. Maybe we can get it out of one of these guys? Gajeel. Gajeel dropped the soldier and looked up to find Natsu and Happy flying towards him. Huh, salamander? Happy swooped down and Natsu snatched the Iron Dragon Slayer off the ground. Don't just pick me up like that. Gajeel yelled as he thrashed around. Shut up. We know where the giant Lacrima is. Natsu said, and at the mentioning of the Lacrima, Gajeel finally calmed down. Tenten watched as the three flew away and realized they weren't coming back for her. While avoiding the remaining soldiers, she climbed onto one of the nearby buildings. Hey! Where are you guys going? Don't just leave me behind. Gajeel glanced back at the ranting girl on the rooftop. If we don't go back for her, she's gonna be pissed. Natsu shrugged nonchalantly. Nah, we can blame it on Naruto. He did only tell us to get you anyway. When they didn't respond, Tenten let out an irritated sigh. Seriously, what was with these mages leaving without saying anything? I wish Erza-san was here. We should be able to make it without her. Tenten whirled around and jumped back while pulling out a small scroll before she recognized the person in front of her. Jay? You scared me, what are you doing here? I thought you went to help Naruto. Mystigan sighed and took off his mask, he was getting tired of all this confusion. It's Mystigan, and I could use your help. Chapter 30, The Akatsuki. Is the cannon ready to fire? Faust asked impatiently, he was growing tired of waiting. Eternal magic was finally within his grasp, he only needed to reach out and grab it. Yes, your highness. The dragon chain cannon is fully charged. Faust grinned and swiped his hand forward. Good, now fire. The soldier in charge of the cannon placed the key into the cannon. Yes, sir. Bang. Just as the cannon was about to be fired, the large doors were blown off their hinges and crashed to the ground. Fairy tale ga. 3 figures rushed into the room and tore through the wall of soldiers. A 4th figure who the king immediately recognized walked into the room. You again, boy? How are you still alive? Nightwalker failed me again? Naruto ignored the noisy old man and kept walking towards the large cannon. Jumping on top of the platform next to the dragon-shaped chain, Naruto turned around and looked down at the ongoing battle. His friends were just about done clearing the room of the soldiers, and all that was left was the raging king. How dare you defy the king? Faust screamed as the 3 mages surrounded him. I'm bringing this kingdom the magic that it rightfully deserves. The magic that rightfully belongs to me. Lucy frowned. You're insane. Insane? Is it not the king's right to take everything for himself? It's dash. Would you shut up already? Naruto shouted in frustration, interrupting the insane man and his ranting. It's the king's right to take everything? Don't make me laugh. You're just taking the lives of innocent people for your own greedy needs. Then so be it. By bringing eternal magic, my kingdom will become supreme. I will be known as the greatest king in the history of Idalos. You wouldn't know what a good leader was if it smacked you in face. Faust growled and unconsciously rubbed his still sore jaw. Insolent child. Lucy and Juvia looked back and forth between the king and the ninja, wondering whether they should intervene the heated argument. Enough. I will use the lacrima to destroy Extalia, even if it kills me. Faust claimed and dashed to the cannon in an attempt to activate it. He was slightly surprised when they didn't chase him. Fools. Faust grabbed onto the key with a dragon insignia on it and turned it. The dragon chain cannon began to rumble as it was preparing to fire. Victory is mine. Eternal magic is dash. Faust stopped mid-sentence when he saw Naruto grab onto the cannon and bent the tube downward as if it was clay. The chain was now pointing right Faust. With the cannon not being able to function correctly, sparks began to fly out of the controls until it finally shut down. I've had enough of this. We're taking our friends back whether you like it or not, Naruto said and hopped down. Monster. Faust fell back on his rear as Naruto passed him. He couldn't believe what was happening. His soldiers were scattered around the room unconscious, his captains nowhere to be found, and all because of these children. So what now? Lucy asked when Naruto walked up to her and Juvia. Let's go catch up with Natsu and the others, Naruto said and the group nodded. Jalal pointed at the still shocked king. What about him? Naruto shook his head and started walking towards the doors. Just leave him. What's he gonna do? He's a crazy old man that can't do anything himself. He really wanted to do more for the people here, but the guild and the people of Magnolia's safety was his main priority right now. Hopefully they would see just how corrupted their king really was themselves one day. After they left the room, a soldier regained consciousness and crawled over to Faust. Are you all right, sire? The king snapped out of his trance and glared at the now smoking cannon. Activate Dorma Animu. What is this place? Tenten asked as she and Mystigan walked down a spiral staircase. This place leads to the magical machine that makes the anima. I'm planning to use it to send Magnolia back to Earthland. Tenten's eyes widened. You can do that? Mystigan nodded. Yes. But with the incident that occurred yesterday, I'm sure that the machine is heavily guarded right now. And so you brought me along to help. Tenten deducted with a short nod. As they neared the end of the stairway, Mystigan stopped and brought a finger to his mouth. They peered around the corner and found a door, which most likely held the anima maker. They silently made their way to the door and just as they reached it, voices could be heard from within. So this is the machine that they use to connect with other dimensions? Kukuku. It's more advanced than anything I've ever seen in our world. Advanced as it may be, will you still be able to connect to the other world? What, you still don't trust me? I'm hurt. With these blueprints, of course I'll be able to connect us to the other world. Last time I trusted you with this we ended up in a completely different dimension. As fun as it was to explore this realm, we can't afford to waste any more time finding the remaining Jinchuriki. Tenten narrowed her eyes. Akatsuki? What are they doing here? She peered into the room and saw 3 figures standing next to a large machine that she guessed was the thing that made the anima. Soldiers were littered around the room and whether they were dead or just unconscious, she couldn't tell. Well then, we have what we need now. Shall we be going? Crap. They're leaving. Tenten thought and debated whether or not to jump in. One last thing. One of the Akatsuki members said and turned around. Tenten's heart nearly stopped when the masked man looked directly at her. Tell the rest of your group that we'll be seeing you all real soon. The other man chuckled as the air around them swirled and consumed them. Tenten fell to her knees. They knew they were there the whole time. Did they just spare their lives? There's still one more person, Mystigan said and walked into the room. When he neared the remaining figure, the man fell to the ground and they could see his face. Biro? I see. They must have used Biro's knowledge on the anima for their plans. What they plan on doing is hardly a mystery, Tenten said and walked next to the cloaked man. We'll be seeing you all soon? They must have figured out a way to get to Earthland. But the scariest part of it all was that they wanted them to know. Mystigan nodded grimly. I think it's safe to assume that. You should go back and warn the rest of your friends. You mean back in Earthland? Tenten said before her eyes widened in realization. Of course. Mystigan had been the one to send her to Idalos in the first place. It was only natural he'd be able to send her back. Mystigan nodded. Tell them to stay clear of the town, I'll be sending it back shortly. Farewell. Tenten was about to ask what he was talking about when her vision turned white, and she disappeared from the room. Mystigan sighed and looked at 2 distinct people that lay unconscious on the ground. They were able to defeat 2 captains and kidnap the chief of staff of the royal army. So this is the Akatsuki. How are we supposed to get up there? Lucy asked as they looked up at the giant lacrima floating in the air. They were standing in the middle of a forest just outside of the royal city. I can summon Gamabunta and have him throw us up here? Naruto suggested thoughtfully. Lucy shivered at the thought of being thrown by the monster toad. I think I'll pass. Naruto rubbed his chin as he tried to come up with something else. The chief toad could probably jump that high, but I don't think he would fit up there. He then looked over to Jalal. I don't suppose you remember any magic that would help us get up there, would you? Jalal shook his head. I'm afraid not. Though I have regained some of my magical abilities, none of them would be of use to us at the moment. Juvia noticed a cloud of dust on the floating island. There seems to be a battle going on up there. Naruto sighed. Maybe it wasn't such a good idea to have Natsu and Gajeel to work together. What is that? Lucy yelled and pointed up at the floating island. Everyone looked up and were surprised to see a giant sword floating in the air. Taking a closer look, they could barely see someone holding the weapon. The giant sword then came down on the floating island, taking off a good-sized chunk of the rock. Look out! The four scrambled out of the way as rocks fell down from the sky. Hey, watch it! Can't you see there are people down here? Naruto shouted while shaking an angry fist. Lucy got up and dusted herself off. Honestly, we just can't catch a break right now. Naruto tensed when something hit his senses. So, it's time already? Naruto. Jalal said and the blonde nodded. Yeah. Naruto grabbed the large scroll from his back and opened it. Juvia noticed as well and took a defensive stance next to Naruto. What? What is it? Lucy asked and looked around. Were they about to be attacked? About time you noticed, Dobe. Lucy turned around and gasped when she saw Sasuke and the other Akatsuki member. Naruto-sama, what's the plan? Juvia asked and Naruto frowned. We outnumber them 4-2, but I don't really know a lot about that other guy. Just that he was Itachi's partner. Naruto thought before glancing at his friends. The only person he was really worried about here was Lucy. Juvia would be okay due to the nature of her magic, and Jalal still had a monstrous amount of magic power. But Lucy's fighting style tended to rely on the power of her spirits, and she had little battle experience herself. While he thought Lucy was a lot stronger than she generally put herself out to be, their opponents were the Akatsuki. Finally making his decision, Naruto summoned one of the 3 remaining clones from his scroll. I'll take on Sasuke, you guys all team up on the other guy and until I come back. With that said, Naruto dispelled the clone and felt himself enter sage mode. He then took off running into the forest. Sasuke grunted and gave chase. He'd humor his best friend in his final moments. Finally taking me seriously, are you? Kisame, take care of these people. Kisame chuckled as the 3 remaining mages all glared at him. 3 against 1? Sounds fun. Naruto skid to a stop, now just outside of the forest in a dirt field. He turned around and saw his rival staring right at him with his cold black eyes. Before we start, what are you doing in Idalas? It had been on his mind for a while now and he just wanted to know. Sasuke frowned as though something were bothering him. Kabuto discovered an anomaly after you disappeared and found a way to connect Madara's spacetime technique to it. But none of that is going to make sense to you, is it? Naruto scratched his cheek awkwardly. No. Not really. While he didn't understand the details, he understood one thing. The Akatsuki had been in Idalas this whole time rather than the elemental nations. Sasuke put a hand on his sword and slowly pulled it out of its sheath. Now if you're done wasting my time, let's end this. Sasuke? Naruto said but didn't say anything else, because he knew their fight was inevitable. He was the only one who could handle Sasuke's hatred, and he would. Even if it cost him his life. At least that was the conclusion he came up with from their last encounter. Naruto and Sasuke rushed forward, closing the distance between each other in an instant. The Uchiha started the battle off with a series of sword slashed, to which Naruto could easily avoid due to his nature-enhanced senses. Sharingan against Sage Mode, their battle had begun. Sasuke's eyes flashed red and began to try and read Naruto's movements. But with the power of nature on his side, Naruto continued to avoid his strikes. Naruto began to go on the offensive. Sorry Sasuke, but I'm not dying today. Taking out a kunai, he channeled wind chakra into it and began to force Sasuke back. Sasuke sucked his teeth when Naruto's movements got faster. It was getting harder for him to keep up with him, even with his Sharingan. Finally finding an opening in Sasuke's defenses, Naruto closed in and launched a senjutsu-enhanced punch. Crack! Naruto's eyes widened when his fist collided with a purple rib cage that was now surrounding Sasuke's entire person. His eyes now in the form of the Manjikyu Sharingan, Sasuke smirked. That sage power of yours is powerful, but how will it fare against my Susanoo? Naruto put his arms up to defend when a skeletal arm materialized out of nowhere and launched itself towards him. The sheer force of the punch sent him flying across the clearing. Sasuke looked at the cracked ribs of his ghastly defenses and frowned. I should probably start playing at a distance. The Susanoo's defense was absolute, but even it had its limits, and the strength behind Naruto's attacks were insanely powerful. Who knew how many more hits he would be able to take? Heh. You really are strong, Sasuke. Naruto said as he pulled himself off the ground. Even with his increased durability Sage Mode gave him, that punch hurt like hell. He then looked up and for the first time in the battle, yellow met red as he looked Sasuke right in the eyes. Normally it would be suicide to look at an Uchiha directly in the eyes, one look at the Sharingan and you risk falling for their Genjutsu. But Naruto knew that Sasuke wouldn't resort to using Genjutsu to defeat him. After all, Naruto knew that Sasuke wanted to defeat him in fair combat, to prove that he was stronger. Just like him. This action brought a smirk to Sasuke's face. You're a fool to look at me in the eye, I could end you in an instant. Naruto returned the smirk. I know, but you won't. Sasuke grunted in annoyance as the rib cage protecting him grew. It continued to grow as the bones gained flesh and eventually came to a humanoid form. The spiritual beast roared as it also gained cloth and a helmet, along with a crossbow. That confidence of yours always made me sick. Naruto was about to retort when he felt something pulse within body, like something was trying to come out of him. What the? Was the QB trying to get out? Taking advantage of the sudden opening, Sasuke commanded the purple giant to take aim. He was about to fire when he felt something that he didn't think was possible. Is that? Naruto. What are you playing at? At this point in time Naruto was on his knees, and seemed to be choking on something. Gyu! Sasuke's eyes widened in terror when a black bird made its way out of the blonde's mouth. That crow! Is this? That bird from that one time? Naruto wheezed as he thought back to his last encounter with Itachi, how the man had placed him under his genjutsu and shoved a crow down his throat. Sasuke's look of terror turned to that of outright anger. Where did that crow come from? His words stopped mid-sentence when he locked eyes with the crow. It had a single Sharingan, and it seemed to be using it. On him. Meteor. Jalal took off at a neck-breaking speed towards his opponent. He would try and provide the girls with enough time to prepare their attacks. Kisame's ever-present grin widened at the blue-haired man's showcase of speed and tried to take a swing at the speedy man. Jalal was fast enough to just barely avoid the strike, but didn't expect the weapon to slam into the ground and create a shockwave strong enough to knock him off his feet. Jalal tumbled onto the ground and crashed into a large bush. Juvia splashed a volley of water into the air as the droplets formed into a volley of ninja stars. Water shuriken. Oh, a water user eh? Let's see which current is stronger. Weaving through a couple hand signs, Kisame created a large shark made of water thrust his hand forward. Water style, shark bomb jutsu. The shark swam through the air towards Juvia, plowing through her water shuriken as if they weren't even there. He uses water as well? Juvia shouted and jumped out of the way of the attack, and the shark flew into the ground and exploded. Lucy pulled out one of her golden keys and summoned one of her celestial spirits. Open, Gate of the Ram. Ares. I'm sorry. The timid spirit apologized as she appeared. Get him with your wool, Ares. Lucy said and pointed at Kisame. This girl uses a type of summoning. I think I remember her summoning a large bull creature last time. Kisame thought before his eyebrow raised when he noticed a large stream of pink wool headed his way. The wool consumed his entire body as he tumbled backwards, but it didn't hurt. In fact, he felt a rather pleasant feeling. Do they really plan on defeating me by making me feel good? We got him. Good job, Ares. Lucy said and pumped a fist, making the shy spirit blush from the compliment. Juvia walked over to Lucy and Ares. Did we really get him? Jalal pulled himself out of the bushes and made his way to the group. No, it's not over yet. He said as the sound of rushing water filled their ears. The giant pile of wool exploded as a massive amount of water flooded the entire forest. You've got to be kidding me. Lucy screamed as she was swept away by the water. What was with her and water sweeping her away? I'm so sorry. Ares cried out before disappearing. How was this man able to create such a massive amount of water out of thin air? Juvia thought as she took on her water form to avoid being swept away. She was able to create water with her magic by using the moisture in the air, but the more water she created, the more magic power it took. She could only assume it was the same for their opponent. Just how much magar, chakra does this person have? The water finally settled, and Jalal and Lucy were frantically swimming to stay afloat at the surface. Juvia's okay, but we're sitting ducks in this water. Lucy said before her eyes widened. Wait, water. Of course. Down underwater, Juvia frantically searched for the enemy. She knew that Lucy and Jalal would be put at a disadvantage with all this water, so she had to protect them. Where are you? Something swished past Juvia, but it was hard to see with all the trees everywhere. An object suddenly cut right through Juvia's torso, but she was unaffected due to her magic. But it was odd. For a very brief second, Juvia had felt herself being drained of her magic when the man's sword had made contact with her water body. What a troublesome ability you have. Juvia whirled around and saw Kisame floating in the water a couple feet away from her. When it comes to water, Juvia won't lose. Kisame chuckled. Is that so? Juvia's response was turning her arms into water blade and swimming forward. Kisame waited until she was right in front of him to bring up his sword to block the two blades. He then swung his weapon in a horizontal slash. Juvia let the enormous weapon pass right through her body. She felt a slight drain in her magic reserves again, but she lashed out with her own, but the man was simply too fast and swam straight up. This man is too fast underwater. Kisame continued to swim upwards until he finally reached the surface, spooking the two mages present. Wah! He's here! Lucy shrieked as she fumbled with the golden key in her hands. My movements are restricted because of this water, but if could get to one of those trees I should be able to use that spell. Jalal thought and began to make his way towards the nearest tree poking out of the water. Kisame was now standing on the water, looking down at the water mage that was slowly making her way towards him. If physical attacks won't work, then let's try this. He went through a couple more hand seals and placed his hand in the water. Water style, 5 hungry sharks. As the name implied, 5 sharks made of water formed under the surface of the water and charged towards Juvia, causing the girl to gasp in surprise. As Kisame watched Juvia avoid the multiple sharks trying to chomp her, a flash of light from a distance caught his attention. Oh, another summon? Where's Naruto? Why isn't he here protecting Juvia-chan? Aquarius questioned angrily as she looked around for the ninja in question. Shouldn't you be more worried about your master? Lucy thought with a deadpan expression before shaking her head. Naruto's busy right now and this guy that we're fighting is really strong. Aquarius-san. Huh? The celestial spirit looked down just as Juvia burst to the surface of the water and hugged her. Juvia-chan. What's wrong? Juvia is being attacked. The water mage said and pointed back down in the water, more specifically at the 5 sharks that were closing in on them. Wah! Lucy shrieked and began to panic, causing Aquarius growl in annoyance. Calm down, will ya? The spirit yelled at Lucy, who instantly obeyed. She then pointed her urn towards the sharks and shot a torrent of water, wiping out the attack in an instant. Geez, keep freaking out like that and you'll never get a boyfriend. That last comment wasn't necessary, Lucy thought while blowing bubble in the water in a pouting fashion. Kisame couldn't help but sweat drop. What an odd bunch. So how are things going with Naruto? Aquarius asked teasingly. Juvia clasped her cheeks bashfully. Naruto-sama hasn't noticed yet. But that's what makes Naruto-sama so cute. Aquarius shook her head. You're too cute, girl, but you can't wait too long or he'll be snatched away before you know it. Lucy fumed. Aquarius should be giving her advice. No, wait. They were in the middle of a fight. They didn't have time for this right now. Kisame watched as Lucy tried to get the other two to get back into the fight. At least one of them is taking this a little more seriously. Wah! Splash. Ah. She just got sent flying. Jalal sweat dropped as he watched Lucy skip across the water like a stone. Shaking his head, the man looked at the enemy at hand. Now, while he's distracted. Kisame sighed. What did a guy have to do to get a decent fight around here? Now. Jalal thrust his palm forward and shot out a beam of pure magic. Kisame felt the attack coming from a mile away and simply lifted his bandaged sword up. The stream of magic hit the weapon directly and successfully tore off most of the bandages. What's with that sword? Jalal thought as Samahata was now fully uncovered, and the scaly weapon seemed to be shuddering. What's the matter with you? Do you really hate the taste of magic that much? Kisame said to his sentient weapon before he noticed the water was starting to drain. Looks like the jutsu's time is up, guess I better wrap things up. Jalal hopped down when the water was low enough for him to stand in it. Now that the water is gone, I'll be able to move freely again. He glanced behind his shoulder at his guildmates. It seemed they were finally ready to fight again. How are things on your end, Naruto-san? Sasuke stood like a statue with a blank expression, a voice echoing in his head. Protect Konoha. He could hear it, his brother's words. Itachi's voice was telling him to protect the very place he vowed to destroy. Sasuke? Naruto asked, taking a step forward when his rival Susanoo disappeared. Sasuke looked at Naruto with his now onyx-colored eyes, but didn't say anything. Naruto dared to take another step forward, but stopped when the air next to Sasuke began to distort. A hooded man wearing a mask appeared through the distortion. Madara. Sasuke didn't so much as flinch when the man placed a hand on his shoulder. I told you not pursue the QB. Madara said with a dark voice. I don't take orders from you. Sasuke finally said, causing the masked man to chuckle. Hey! Stop ignoring me and give Sasuke back. Naruto shouted and started running towards the two Sharingan users. Madara looked over at Naruto, his red eye shining in amusement. Don't worry, you'll be seeing us again sooner than you think. What are you? Hey, wait! Naruto shouted, but the man was already gone, along with Sasuke. Damn it! The blonde cursed, but he didn't waste any time and took off into the forest. Idolia's fairy tale? The Dark Guild was shouting about one single issue, whether to help their Earthland counterparts fight the royal army. Wendy, Lucy, Juvia, and Lisanna were on the helping side while mostly everyone else was neutral or clearly on let them take care of their own issues side. Everyone! We have to help them out. They're risking life and death to deal with an issue that affects all of us. We should be helping out. Lisanna preached to her fellow guild members. Lisanna, I know it sounds heroic and everything to stick our noses into their fight, but realistically the royal army has almost all of the magic supply left and we basically have enough for one final escape. Mira tried to soothe her emotional sister while the rest agreed. That is exactly why we must use what have left to fight them with one final battle. Lucy retorted hotly. I can possibly see why Lisanna, Lucy and Wendy are so against running because of their Earthland counterparts and the other Natsu. But why are you, my dear Juvia, on their side now? I thought you of all people would recognize the futility of this endeavor. Gray asked meekly. Yeah, and besides, they have that Naruto guy. Jet said somewhat bitterly, with the rest of the guild agreeing with him. It's not because of the other Natsu I want to fight. Lisanna said quietly as the rest of the guild turned their heads towards her. To be honest, I just wanted to run away and hide with Mirane and Elf Niken. She began as her siblings smiled at her. But then I met Naruto and realized that running away won't solve anything. She said, much to the surprise of the guild. Juvia felt the same way meeting Naruto too. Juvia admitted and Wendy nodded in agreement. Before we came back to the guild, we had one more conversation with Naruto. Flashback. Ito Wendy and Ito Juvia were at the exit of the safe house when the latter suddenly stopped. Wait Wendy, there is one last thing I want to ask, Mr. Hiroda. Juvia stated and walked back to Naruto. We need to talk in private. Don't worry, it will just take a second. Naruto shrugged and walked with them into an empty corner. What's up? I can tell you are strong, probably much stronger than you showed when you fought Jet and Droy. So why do you waste so much time and effort trying to help your friends out when you could clearly take care of yourself? What do you mean? Naruto said before he was interrupted. I want to know too. Countless members of our guild have been killed by the royal army and yet not once have we ever tried to retaliate. We simply run away and never tried protecting something we knew was lost. Wendy said somewhat shamefully. Because they are important to me. Naruto replied simply with a foxy grin. What kinda answer is that supposed to be? Ito Juvia shouted with Ito Wendy nodding along. Luckily they were far enough away from the rest of the small group that they didn't hear the little outburst. I met a boy my age who devoted his entire life and even his death protecting his precious person. He told me people can only get truly strong when they are protecting their precious people. Also, my sensei taught me his personal philosophy, those who break the rules are scum, but those who abandon their comrades are worse than scum. I live by both of those philosophies, so I will never become trash and always get stronger to protect those precious to me. Naruto declared, shocking both women to their cores. Anyways, have a safe journey back to your guild and tell everyone I said hi. Naruto said and walked back to his Earthland companions. End flashback. So let's try to learn from his examples, and for the sake of all of our friends who we couldn't save, let's help their guild out. Wendy cried out loudly as the rest of the guild lifted their fists up in agreement. Heh, now I'm really looking forward to meeting this Naruto guy. Lucy Ashley said, causing Juvia and Wendy to sweat drop. She was in for a big surprise. Thank you Naruto. Your words to Wendy and Juvia have turned this guild into a real guild worthy of the name Fairy Tale. Lisanna thought to herself as the rest of the mages prepared for battle. Not gonna lie, I really wish Naruto was here right now. Lucy yelled as she ran for her life. They didn't stand a chance against this guy. He was like on a whole other level. With the water now gone, Aquarius had gone back to the celestial spirit world. A water explosion went off on Lucy's right, and Juvia jumped out the brush. What are you doing here? Lucy asked as the water woman matched her pace. Juvia had a troubled look on her face. No matter what Juvia throws, nothing works. It's a bit frustrating. The sound of rustling leaves caught their attention as Jalal jumped off a bush and landed next to them. No luck? They both asked and Jalal nodded. I can only remember a handful of spells, but none of them seem to be working. This man is rather sturdy. So not even Jalal can hurt this guy. Lucy thought as Jalal suddenly slowed down, causing the two girls to glance back. What's wrong? Jalal pointed forward, and when they turned forward again, Lucy wished she had slowed down alongside the cloaked man. Naruto jumped out of the brush just ahead of them and they locked eye contact for a split second before they entered a world of pain. Naruto/Sama? Lucy? Juvie dash. Wham! Jalal's sweat dropped as Lucy and Juvia crashed into Naruto. Maybe I should have said something. Ouch. That really hurt. Lucy whined and pushed herself up with her arms, bringing her up to her hands and knees. Head still spinning, Lucy looked around for the person she had just bumped into. Naruto groaned as his head spun from the surprise impact. He tried to get up and when felt that he couldn't his eyes shot open, and instantly regretted doing so. Guh. Lucy was right on top of him, with her rear facing him. But because she was wearing a skirt, he got a full view of her panties. White. But that wasn't the only thing. He could see Juvia through Lucy's legs, and the girl's face was rested on his crouch. While Naruto's mind was having a mental overload, Lucy shivered as her senses seemed to be coming back to her. Is just me, or is there a really chilly breeze? Her words trailed off when she looked down and saw Juvia. The girl seemed to be unconscious, but Lucy knew better as she could see the slightest of smiles on her lips. She would have yelled at her, but that was she realized the position she was in. Looking down and peering between her legs, Lucy found Naruto staring right back at her. Her face blushed furiously as she scrambled off the equally embarrassed ninja. Why you saw? Didn't you? Lucy stammered while glaring daggers at Naruto with teary eyes. No. I didn't see anything. I swear. Naruto denied and tried to get up, but Juvia was still firmly attached to the lower end of his body. Was she really unconscious? What's your favorite color? Lucy suddenly asked. White, I mean orange. Naruto quickly corrected himself but realized the trap too late. You did see. Lucy sank to her knees and covered her face with her hands. I just want to die right now. She thought before glaring at Juvia. Would you get up already? Naruto flinched at Lucy's tone before looking down at Juvia, who was now stirring. She must have hit her head hard to have been knocked out. Are you alright, Juvia? Juvia's eyes fluttered open and she looked up at Naruto with a dazed look, causing the teen's already red face to darken. Yes, Juvia is alright. Because Naruto-sama broke Juvia's fall. She said and wrapped her arms around the flustered ninja's neck. Juvia. What are you doing? Where did the Akatsuki go? Lucy rolled her eyes before glancing at Jalal, who quickly looked away. I know he's quiet, but he could have at least warned us a little better. A couple meters behind them, Kisame was looking down at them from a tree. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? Maybe something happened. Flash. Kisame, along with Naruto's group, looked up as a bright flash of light consumed the floating island above them. What could it be this time? When the light faded, the giant lacrima that had once been there was now gone. Kisame, fall back for now. We found what we were looking for. Kisame looked down to see Zetsu staring up at him from the ground. Roger that. The shark man said before he turned around began walking in the direction of their base of operations. I was beginning to get a headache from this fight. Do all mages take fights so lightly? Naruto continued to stare at the now empty floating island in shock. Did Natsu and Gajeel succeed? Lucy wondered aloud, her embarrassment now gone. I sent everyone back to Earthland. Mystigan said as he walked into view. He then turned to Naruto. I also sent your friend Tenten back to Earthland to warn the other ninjas about the Akatsuki. Thanks, Mystigan. Naruto said, making sure to get the name right this time. With Jalal and Mystigan in the same place and both were wearing dark cloaks, the only way to really tell them apart was the magic staves on the ladder's back. Lucy let out a deep sigh and sat down on the floor, exhaustion sweeping over her. I'm so glad that it's all over and everyone's safe. Jalal walked over to Mystigan and took his mask off. There's something that I've been wondering. We share the same face, and from what the others have been saying there are Idalos counterparts. You are from Idalos, are you not? Everyone looked at Mystigan in shock. Now that you mention it, I've never sensed any magic in him. Just from his staves. Naruto said and the man in question nodded. It's as you say, I am the Jalal of Idalos. Mystigan said while taking his mask off. Juvia's head is starting to spin. Juvia said as she looked back and forth between the two Jalals. Juvia wonders what her Idalos counterpart is like. I actually traveled with the Idalos version of you, Juvia, and Ida Wendy as well. They both helped me get to the royal city. Naruto said and scratched his cheek. It was kind of weird though, the Idalos version of you is completely different than you. Different than Juvia? Juvia wondered aloud. But as Naruto began to describe how the other Juvia acted, her mind began to wander. Wait, did the other Juvia fall in love with Naruto-sama? Then that would make Juvia a rival in love to herself. Lucy sweat dropped. Juvia clearly wasn't listening. Can you send us all back to Earthland like 1010? She asked Mystigan. Before Mystigan could answer though, a series of roars could be heard in the distance. A massive group of giant monsters with wings were flying in the sky, and they were headed straight for Extalia. They must be after the Exceeds, Mystigan said. Lucy gasped. Wait, aren't Wendy and Carla still there? Chapter 31, Back to Earthland. The floating island of Extalia and homeland of the Exceeds was under attack. The seemingly endless troops of the royal capital were riding on giant winged beasts to the normally unreachable land. Wendy and Carla are up there, we have to help them, Lucy said as she and the others helplessly watched from the ground. But how are we going to get up there? Juvia asked and turned to Naruto for a solution. I guess it's time for me to use that. Naruto thought just as he noticed something flying in their direction. Heads up! The group braced themselves for an attack as a giant cat-like person landed on the ground in front of Jalal and Mystigan. Prince Jalal-sama. Is that really you? He asked while looking between the two, clearly unsure as to who was who. Mystigan stepped forward and smiled. It's good to see you again, Lily. That cat guy was leading a bunch of soldiers and chasing us earlier. And Prince? Naruto thought with a frown. Hey Mystigan, you know this guy? Yes. This is Panther Lily, an old friend of mine, Mystigan said before looking up at the floating islands above them. But now is not the time for chatting. Panther Lily nodded. Agreed. Your friends, the Dragon Slayers, are already making their way to the island as we speak. As he said that, a series of lights and explosions started going off on Extalia. To think that Faust would send in the troops without a captain. He has truly gone mad. That's probably Natsu and Gajeel, Lucy said with an awkward smile. Leave it to fairy tale mages to start a rambunctious fight. Alright, I guess I'll join them, Naruto said and began to fish something out of his ninja pouch. But how are you going to get up there? Even you can't jump that high, Lucy said before taking a step back. Wait, you're not actually going to have that giant toad throw us up there, are you? Lily looked over to Mystigan with a questioning look on his face. He has the ability to summon giant toads, Mystigan explained, but his eyes were fixated on the ninja. If he recalled correctly, Naruto's summoning technique required some of his blood and a few hand signs. And since he wasn't doing any of that, Mystigan wondered what he could be looking for and how it would help him get up to Extalia. Nah, you guys are safe, Naruto said jokingly and pulled out whatever he was looking for. Everyone looked at the shinobi's outstretched hand and saw a bunch of tiny capsules. Are those lacrima capsules? What are you gonna do with Lucy asked before realization dawned on her face. Naruto grinned and nodded. Yup. I'm gonna absorb the magic from these capsules to enter the magic-enhanced sage mode. Everyone looked at Naruto in surprise. Lucy stared at Naruto with wide eyes. Absorbing the magic from lacrima? That's ingenious. Naruto gripped the capsules and began to absorb the magic. I won't be able to hold this transformation for very long, but it should be enough to get me up there. Wait. Even with your magic-enhanced sage mode, you don't really expect to be able to jump up there, do you? Lucy asked and Juvia scowled at her. Are you doubting Naruto-sama? Panther Lily shook his head. That's not it. Extalia is normally unreachable to humans. If someone wanted to get up there, they would need the ability to fly. Naruto just kept grinning as he felt the magical energies enter his system. Opening his now crimson eyes, he took off his sage jacket and sealed it away. Don't want this to get ruined again, he said and began to tap random places on his body. What are you doing? Lucy asked as runes started to appear on the places Naruto had tapped. This is the fruits of my training with Freed Sensei, Naruto said as he was consumed in a dark energy. Dark Ekriture, absolute shadow. When the darkness left his form, Naruto's upper body was now covered in black armor. His spiky blonde hair was now even longer and hung back behind his head that was now covered by a metal helmet. To finish off his new transformation, Naruto tapped his back and a pair of black rune-composed wings. What is that black armor? Jalal asked and Naruto inspected himself. Black? Oops, I forgot a rune. Tapping his chest, the black armor changed to a bright orange that matched his pants. There we go. Freed Sensei wasn't all too thrilled when wanted to make the armor orange. I wonder why? Lucy thought with a sweat drop before looking at her partner in astonishment. When had he mastered that magic? Naruto laughed and prepared to take off. Well then, see you guys. Swoosh. Naruto kicked off the ground and took to the air at an impressive speed. Naruto-sama using magic is amazing, Juvia said dreamily as they watched the ninja's form fade into the distance. Everyone else nodded in agreement. Naruto flew towards the ongoing battle with a slight awkwardness. I guess I'm still not used to flying. But he sure surprised everyone back there, if the looks on their faces had anything to say about it. He would have offered to carry some of them, but using this transformation was already risky enough. As he got closer to the island, Naruto could hear screaming and shouting. "Wah! They're gonna get us!" An Exceed yelled as he flew past Naruto. "I don't want to be turned into magic." Another one yelled as a bunch of them started flying past the blonde. How horrible! Naruto thought with a frown, but pushed forward. First he had to make sure Wendy and Carla were okay, then he was going to kick some major ass. Making it up to the island, Naruto began to faintly sense Wendy's magic signatures and started heading towards it. Natsu and Happy were fairly close to her, so they were probably looking for her too. Iron Dragon's Club. Gajeel. Naruto yelled down as he saw the raven-haired man lash out at some soldiers with his iron club. Huh? Gajeel looked up and raised an eyebrow. Uzumaki? What's with the armor? I'm going ahead. Naruto said didn't stop and flew past the Dragon Slayer. But as he did, his magic wings faded away and forced him to land. Already starting to reach my limit, huh? Gajeel growled and began to chase after the blonde. I asked you a question, damn it. Naruto sent the angered teen an apologetic look before taking off in a sprint. Sorry, but I'll explain later. He didn't have time to chat with Gajeel, not with the magic he consumed already running out. As he ran through the now destroyed town of the Exceed, and bopping a few soldiers upside the head, Naruto could feel something with a lot of magic moving towards the Dragon Slayers and their cats. Something big. Fearing for the worst, Naruto picked up the pace. Hang on guys, I'm almost there. Crash. Ahahaha. Is this the best the mages of Earthland can do? Naruto frowned as he skid past the corner of a building. He knew that voice. But what he saw did not match the face of the corrupted king of Idalos, at all. In the center of the Exceed town plaza stood a giant metal monster. It easily stood taller than the nearby buildings and was completely covered with armor. Is that a dragon? Naruto shouted while pointing a finger the giant metallic beast, and upon hearing his voice, the dragon turned its head towards him. There you are, brat. Behold. The strongest magical weapon in Idalos. Dorma Anim. So it is that crazy king. What's with that armor? Naruto thought before he heard someone shout to his right. Naruto-san. Naruto turned to see Wendy waving at him. She was standing next to Natsu, who was glaring intensely at the mechanical monstrosity. Making his way over to them while making sure that Faust didn't get the drop on them, Naruto looked his friends over. Natsu was mostly alright, he just looked a bit ruffled up. But when he looked at Wendy and saw how the little girl was covered in cuts and bruises, something in him snapped. Wendy-chan? Who did this to you? His voice was calm, but it spooked the two mages. It was enough to snap Natsu's attention to Naruto. Ah crap. Naruto's starting to act like Erza. Wendy cracked a smile in an attempt to calm the blonde down. I am okay, really. It was actually the dash. I did it, you fool. They dared to stand in my way as I looked for you. Faust roared before he cackled with laughter. Now that you're here, I can finally kill you and then your friends dash. Wham! Do you ever stop talking? Naruto yelled as he plowed an armored fist into the mech's chest, sending it crashing into a nearby building. Faust's eyes bulged at the now red screen in front of his face, telling him that there was an indent in the chest. He put a dent in the Dorma Anim? How is this possible? He didn't have any more time to think about it though, as Naruto was on him again. Taking the world's supply of magic wasn't enough for you, so you turned to hurting little girls? Naruto ranted as he lashed out at the metal giant. Is this how you get your sick kicks? Naruto jumped on top of the dragon and continued to beat down on its chest, deepening the dent he had already put in it. He didn't know why, but he was really angry right now. Was it because he was fighting a man that was on the verge of ruining a country and wiping out an entire species? Or the fact that he not only found the Akatsuki and his best friend, but wasn't able to save said friend? Again? Roarer. The force of Naruto's punches were so strong, Wendy and Natsu had to find cover to avoid being blown away from the shock waves. Naruto's pissed. I've never seen him so angry before. Natsu said with a pale face. He knew that Naruto would get angry when his friends got hurt, but this was ridiculous. Wendy nodded meekly. She was going to tell Naruto that the Exceeds were actually the ones that had given her most of the cuts and bruises and tell him it was because of a misunderstanding, but quickly decided that was a bad idea. Why is Naruto-san so angry? Natsu shook his head, the anger in his face now turned to concern. I don't know, but I think we should stop him before he goes too far. As the two raced towards the blonde, Wendy noticed something. Was Naruto-san's skin golden for a second there? It was only for a moment, but she swore Naruto had a golden aura around him. She remembered back when they had fought the Oration Seas, Naruto had gotten angry and used the demon's power. But that was red, and what she saw wasn't red. The king tried to swipe Naruto off with one of the arms, but was surprised yet again when the angered teen grabbed onto an offending arm and ripped it off completely. He then began to tear into the metal off from the chest piece by piece to get to the man inside. Faust began to quiver in fear. The weapons of his ultimate machine were malfunctioning. What magic could this child possess that could penetrate his defenses? The Dorma Anim had special armor that negated all magic. How was this child able to literally rip through the armor with his bare hands? Stay back, demon! He demanded as Naruto broke through the last layer of metal. Naruto actually stopped for a second. It had been a while since anyone had called him that. He felt anger whelm up in the pit of his stomach as his armor disappeared. The remaining magic and natural energy left his system, reverting his features back to normal. He grabbed the corrupt king and brought up a fist when Natsu and Wendy stopped him. Wait, Naruto-san. Calm down before you do something you'll regret. Wendy pleaded while holding onto his waist tightly. Wendy-chan, Naruto said and frowned deeply. What am I doing? I almost lost control of my anger again. I'm pathetic. Although it was strange, the QB didn't try to take over him. I don't know why you're so angry, but drop this guy so we can go back to fairy tale already. Natsu said with a grin. Naruto sighed and dropped the terrified king. Thanks Wendy-chan, Natsu. I'm alright now. He then looked down at Faust, who squeaked upon eye contact. Now what we do with you? No. You can't do this to me. I am the king of Idalos. Eternal magic shall be mine. One swift chop to the neck and the noisy king was out cold. Natsu and Wendy sweat dropped as Naruto proceeded to tie the old man up with ninja wire. Is he really calm? After he was done, Naruto stood back up and hopped off of the crippled Dorma Anim. You can come out now Gajeel, the battle's over. Gajeel stumbled out from his hiding spot, his face red as a tomato. The eye was not hiding. Then what were you doing? Naruto asked as Natsu and Wendy hopped down next to him. They were both looking at Gajeel with different expressions. While Wendy was confused as to why someone as strong as Gajeel would hide from a fight, Natsu looked like he was about to explode with laughter because he already knew the reason. The metal dragon slayer coughed into his hand. I saw your little temper tantrum and decided to wait till you cooled off a bit. Natsu burst out with laughter and pointed at the uncomfortable teen. Ha, you were scared of Naruto. What a chicken. As the two began to fight, Naruto turned to Wendy. Hey Wendy-chan, where's Happy and Carla? Wendy thought about it before pointing towards the direction he had come from. We told them to go and find you guys. They must be with Lucy-san and the others by now. Down there, huh? Naruto said as an idea began to form in his mind. With Carla and Happy gone, how are we supposed to get back down? Wendy asked and Naruto grinned. Just leave that to me. Why is this happening? Lucy cried as she dove behind a tree for cover. Just as Naruto had left, a bunch of Exceed had flown by them and an army of royal soldiers followed right after them. To make matters worse, Mystigan and Lily had both disappeared, leaving Juvia, Jalal, and herself to fight off against a literal army of soldiers. I don't even have any magic power left to fight. To Lucy's relief, a familiar voice called out to her in the middle of the ruckus. Lucy! The exhausted celestial mage looked towards the voice and saw a little blue cat flying towards her. Happy! Am I glad to see you? Where's everyone else? Happy slowed to a stop right in front of her. Natsu, Wendy, and Gajeel are up on there defending all of the Exceed. Carla and I came looking for you guys. He then looked around for the others, spotting Carla who was with Juvia, and Jalal who was blitzing through some soldiers with his speed. Where's Naruto? Lucy ducked her head as an explosion went off somewhere in the distance. He flew up there to go find you guys. Happy gawked. Naruto can fly. Yeah, it was a surprise to all of us. He apparently mastered Freed's rune magic and used it to make wings. Lucy said while looking around for another safe place to hide. Freed does have the ability to fly, so that makes sense. Happy thought when a magic beam shot past him. Wah! There's an Exceed. Get him. Oh no, they found us. Lucy screamed and they ran towards Juvia and Carla, who joined them in their escape. Juvia cannot muster her true power without Naruto-sama around. Juvia said as she wept anime tears. Are you sure you're not just out of magic? Lucy thought with a deadpan expression as Jalal pulled up next to them. What's the plan? We run. Lucy said and pointed towards the entrance of the forest. Great plan. Carla said sarcastically. Where is Naruto anyways? Just as the group made it to the edge of the forest, they noticed the soldiers that had been chasing them were retreating back into the forest. Some of them were shouting and pointing towards the sky. That was when they heard something above them. Lucy took one glance upwards before her eyes bulged out of her skull. Get down. She yelled and pushed everyone behind a large tree. Boom! The ground shook tremendously as something landed just outside of the forest, sending up a massive wave of dust. The tree they were hiding behind groaned as the force of the tremor threatened to knock it down, but its roots held strong and managed to stay grounded. Gur! You got some nerve calling me to be your landing pad, brat. Hee hee, sorry about that, Chief Toad. But we're up against an army, and what better way to fight an army than with an army of our own? Lucy opened her eyes and there stood Naruto, on top of the unbelievably large toad that was Gamabunta. She could also see Wendy holding onto the ninja from behind like her life depended on it. Naruto! The group yelled and waved to get his attention. Naruto looked down and gave the 3 mages and 2 cats a thumbs up. He then looked behind him where Natsu and Gajeel were holding onto Gamabunta's vest for dear life. Gajeel was holding onto Faust so the man wouldn't fly off since he was all tied up. You guys okay? Upon hearing his voice, Gajeel sprang up and got up in Naruto's face. What the hell, man? You could have at least warned us before summoning this guy and jumping off the island like that. Naruto sent the angered teen flat look. I told you to brace yourself, didn't I? And look, Wendy's fine, see? He said and gestured to the little girl, whose face was burrowed into his jacket. I am fine. Wendy mumbled. Would you quit your babbling and get off my back? Gamabunta's voice boomed. Naruto chuckled and swooped Wendy off of her feet before jumping off of his strongest summon. Landing on the ground as softly as he could, Naruto placed the girl down. When she didn't let go of his jacket, he pat her on the head. Sorry, Wendy-chan, that was the last jump. She still looked a bit dazed, but Wendy managed a small nod. It's okay. But I think I prefer to fly with Carla. Naruto laughed as Lucy and the others ran up to them. What did you do to Wendy? Look at her, she's all shaken up. Carla demanded and flew into Naruto's face. Wah! I didn't do anything. Naruto said as he tried to keep the angry cat from clawing out his eyes. Carla, I'm fine. Naruto-san came helped us when the king attacked us. Wendy said and brought the white cat to her arms. Well, if you say so. Carla said and calmed down. Crazy psycho cat? Naruto thought with a twitching eyebrow. What did happen up there? Lucy asked as Happy flew up to Gamabunta to help the others down. While Naruto explained what had happened on Extalia, Juvia was starting at Wendy, who was still holding onto Naruto's jacket with one hand and holding Carla with the other. The power of a little girl is frightening. Wendy unconsciously moved closer to Naruto to the point where she was almost hiding behind him. A jealous Juvia was quite scary. Oh, and we brought the king. Naruto added as Gajeel landed behind him while holding Faust over his shoulder, taking Lucy by surprise. So now we can end this and go back to Earthland. Here comes the enemy. Looks like they finally grew a backbone. Gamabunta warned as the sounds of shouting grew louder throughout the forest. Soldiers began to pour out of the forest. Some flew down from the sky, surrounding the group with their winged beasts. The monsters started growling and snarling at Gamabunta, and he grunted in amusement. You wanna go, punks? Those things are about the same size as the Chief Toad. Naruto thought as he sized up the legion monsters. But it didn't matter, Gamabunta could wipe the floor with them. But before they could reach them and attack, Gajeel stepped forward and held Faust into the air. Nobody move. Unless you want something to happen to your precious king? This completely stopped the soldiers and they began to mutter amongst themselves. They have the king? Then that means Dorma Anim was defeated. We're finished. Don't stop, you fools. Kill these people, even if you have to kill me. This is a direct order from your king. Faust yelled at the top of his lungs to get their attention. We've come too far to stop now. For the sake of eternal magic. Kill them. Ah, shut up. Gajeel said and smacked the king upside the head. Damn. I knew I should have gagged him. Naruto said when the soldiers began to charge at them again. Oh well, I really needed to blow off some steam anyway. Are you gonna stay for the fight, Chief Toad? Might as well. It's been a while since I last fought an army. Gamabunta said and touched the hilt of his dosu blade before hoping towards the group of legion. Lucy looked at the behemoth with a slightly frightened expression. Is he implying that he's fought entire armies before? Naruto resummoned his sage cloak and slipped it on. Okay then, I'll leave those monsters to you then. Everyone else, let's show these guys what happens when you mess with Fairy Tail. Naruto roared before crossing his fingers. Taju, Kagebushin no Jutsu. In a series of poofs, an army of Narutos came into existence, met the soldiers halfway. So many Naruto-samas. Juvia with eyes like saucers. Lucy sweat dropped. You're drooling, Juvia. Wendy beamed at the sheer number of clones. Naruto-san really is amazing. No wonder he's called Fairy Tail's one-man army in the Weekly Sorcerer. This is why Naruto is one of Fairy Tail's most powerful members. Happy stated proudly. Carla rolled her eyes. Why didn't he just do this in the first place? Despite their best efforts, the clones failed to stop some of the Idalos soldiers from getting through. So the mages sprung into action. Fire Dragon's wing attack. Natsu whipped his arms while dashing past a couple troops, causing an explosion of fire to erupt behind him. Gajeel had to jump out of the way to avoid getting burned. Hey, watch where you shoot those flames, dumbass. Let's fight the enemies, not each other. Wendy said, trying to be the peacekeeper. Why me? Lucy screamed as she ran from one of the winged monsters. Some of the clones were trying to help, but the Legion proved to be too strong for them. Don't worry, girlie, I'll take care of this. Gamabunta yelled and jumped on top of the beast, and it roared in defiance as it tried to shake him off. Stay down, whelp. The ground shook violently as the two giants wrestled. Lucy lost her balance and fell to the ground. You okay? Naruto asked and helped the girl up. Yeah, thanks. The number of enemies is a bit overwhelming. Hey, look out. Lucy said and pointed behind him. Naruto spun around to see two soldiers that had gotten past his clones get swept away by a wave of water. How dare they attack Naruto-sama from behind? Juvia said rather darkly, but quickly changed her demeanor back to a happy one when Naruto looked at her and smiled. That was a close one, thanks Juvia. Naruto said and ran off to join the fight. Juvia smiled sweetly at the ninja before looking at Lucy smugly. 4 for Juvia, 1 for Lucy. Lucy smiled bitterly. You're so lucky I'm out of magic right now. Jalal blasted a few troops with a beam of magic before turning to Naruto, who had just gotten done knocking out a few soldiers himself. They're starting to get past your clones. I trust you have a plan, Naruto-san? Naruto was about to answer when he suddenly grinned. Don't worry, reinforcements have arrived. As he finished his sentence, a series of vines burst out of the ground, wrapping themselves around any nearby legion. What is that? Jalal said as something massive started coming out of the ground. That is our reinforcements. Naruto said and crossed his arms. About time you guys showed up. When the giant tree-like building finished rising, the fairy tale insignia could be seen on a large rectangular cloth. People started walking out of the building's entrance and all eyes were on them. Fairy tale, charge! Lucy Ashley yelled and the guild charged the surprised soldiers all at once. Edo Lucy! Lucy said and ran up to her other self. Hey Earth Lucy, sorry we took so long. It took a little longer to convince these people to fight. Lucy shook her head and smiled. I'm just glad you all came to help. Lucy Ashley leaned closer. So? Where's Naruto? Just look around. Lucy said and laughed awkwardly. You mean? Edo Lucy gawked. Damn. When you said he was a one-man army, you weren't kidding. The members of Fairy Tail began to fight together with the clones and eventually started to push them back. The once held advantage in numbers swiftly began to flip as more and more soldiers fell. These things weren't even worth my time. Gamabunta said as he cut down the last legion. All of our legion have been defeated, and now we're outnumbered. One of the soldiers said fearfully. Retreat. Everybody run for it. Another said and started running towards the royal city. Yeah, get out of here. Natsu yelled as the remaining troops fled. Naruto sighed and dispelled his clones. It's finally over, huh? I'm going back now, kid. Gamabunta said and Naruto sent him a wave before the chief of toads disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Hey there. Naruto turned around and grinned when he saw Wendy's Idalos counterpart walking towards him. Hey, glad you could make it. So, Juvia really is in love with Naruto? Edo Juvia questioned her Earthland self. Very much so. Juvia loves Naruto-sama so much. Juvia said while holding a hand to her heart. Well, that's fine. But only if Juvia is victorious. Juvia raised an eyebrow. Victorious? Edo Juvia leaned in closer. Juvia knows all about it. All the rivals in love? She said and Juvia's eyes widened before she nodded fiercely. Oh. My. God. There's 2 Juvia-chans. Edo Gray screamed before dancing around in bliss. Oh, what a glorious day it is to see 2 of my precious Juvia-chan. As the overdressed teen began to rant about his love, the 2 Juvias began to quiver with anger. Both for different reasons. Now my love for Juvia-chan has doubled, no, tripled, but. He wasn't given the chance to finish his sentence when he was suddenly punched in the face by both Juvias. Juvia hates Gray. Juvia is not in love with Gray. They both wiped their hands and huffed before looking at each other. Maybe we're not so different after all. Looks like they're getting along. Edo Wendy thought with an awkward smile. She then turned back to Naruto to see him smiling at her, causing her heart to skip a beat. What? Did I make a weird face? Naruto shook his head chuckled. No, sorry. I was just thinking how funny this place is. he said while looking past her at the Wendy of Earthland walking around seeing if people needed healing while Carla pestered her to sit down and rest. To have another version of the same person, it's kinda weird, you know? The older-looking Wendy stifled a laugh. I guess it is. Did you ever find the other you? No, I didn't. Naruto said a bit awkwardly, since none of the people here knew he wasn't even from Earthland to begin with. That's too bad. I can't help but wonder what kind of person he'd be. I'll have to keep an eye out for him, won't I? Yeah, I wonder. Naruto said and scratched the back of his head, not sure what to say. So you're the one that stole the other me's here MMPH. Naruto and Ida Wendy turned to see Lucy gagging the other Lucy. Hey Naruto. This is Lucy Ashley. You know, the other me? Lucy said while straining a smile before whispering into her other self's ear. I don't want him to know I like him. So would you please not straight up say it? Lucy Ashley rolled her eyes before she was finally freed. Sheesh, the other me is a hell of a lot stronger when her love for this guy is involved. Hey other Lucy. Naruto said casually before stiffening when the girl started glaring at him. She wasn't really glaring at him, Ida Lucy was just sizing him up. Knowing what was about to happen, Ida Wendy sighed and started walking away. Well, I'm gonna go see what the other me is up to. See ya. Naruto began to sweat bullets when the Ida Lucy started walking around him, humming as she did so. Shoot! Did I do something to make her angry? Lucy sweat dropped. What are you doing? Are all of those rumors about you beating Jet and Droy are true? Ida Lucy suddenly asked, and Naruto raised an eyebrow. Yeah I guess. And you can also made that army of clones? Lucy Ashley said before nodding her head. Okay, you have my permission. Naruto and Lucy both looked at each other. Huh? I said, you have my permission to be with the other me. Huh? Lucy yelled as her reddened in embarrassment. What? I'm not just gonna allow some wimp to be with the other me. The other Lucy said with a shrug. Oh, so that's what this was about? Naruto said and grinned. Don't worry, Lucy's safe with me. He doesn't get it at all. Lucy thought and hung her head down. So? How far have you two gotten? I heard you lived together back in Earthland. Ida Lucy asked teasingly, but it only caused Naruto just as much confusion as it brought Lucy embarrassment. Naruto rubbed his chin and thought. We've been to MT Hakob, but you probably don't know where that is. So here, maybe? It is another dimension after all. Lucy Ashley was completely at a loss of words. Ha 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 ha. Looks like you got your work cut out for you. But as far as I can tell, he's a keeper. Ha ha ha. Lucy sweat dropped. Thanks. Naruto frowned in confusion. Did he say something weird? Girls sure are confusing. Suddenly, a grinding noise filled everyone's ears as a gaping hole opened up in the sky. What is it this time? This feeling? Naruto said as everyone began to panic. What is it, Naruto? Lucy asked and Naruto looked at her. It's anima, but it's weird. All of the magic is dash. My magic stopped working. A member of the Idalos fairy tale screamed. Mine won't work as well. What are we gonna do? Naruto watched with wide eyes as the mages of Idalos began acting as though the world was ending. No, their world is ending. He thought and looked up at the hole in the sky where all of the magic was going. At this rate, all of this world's magic will be gone within the hour. To these people, losing magic would be the same as Naruto losing the use of his chakra. As he made these thoughts, the floating islands began to fall. This is crazy. Lucy thought before turning to Naruto. What do we do? I don't know. The only thing I can think of is stopping the anima, but... Naruto's voice trailed off. Only Mystigan knows how to do that. Lucy finished his sentence. Was there really nothing they could do? Excuse me? Mages of Earthland? Naruto and Lucy looked down to see a black and white exceed staring up at them with a troubled expression. The members of Earthland's fairy tale gasped when Nadi explained what was happening. So that's where Mystigan and that Catman went. Naruto said and frowned. The country was in chaos and in order to bring back the peace, there needed to be a hero and a villain? Nadi gave a shaky nod. Yes. Please, there must be another way. No one else has to get hurt. Natsu stepped forward and gave the cat a thumbs up. You don't have to worry anymore, we'll take care everything. Naruto grabbed the teen's shoulder. Oi, hold on a second Natsu. Natsu grinned. I've got an idea. Gahahaha. I am the great demon Lord Dragneel. Lay waste to this town my faithful servants, Red Fox and Marvel. Natsu shouted gleefully and shot a stream of fire into the air, causing the townspeople to scream in fear. What about me, oh great demon lord? What should I do? Naruto asked in a monotone voice. Just stay there and look menacing, my nine-tailed pet. Natsu replied before cackling with laughter. Menacing? What's menacing about this? Naruto growled while gesturing to his costume. He was dressed in a comical fox costume that had 9 tails attached to it. But the worst part was that the head of the getup looked dopey. This isn't scary. It's a joke. I beg to differ, Uzumaki. It suits you. Gihihai, Gajeel said in a mocking tone, causing the ninja's eyebrow to twitch. Serves you right for making me wear that ridiculous costume. I'm sorry, Naruto-san. Wendy thought as she continued to break stuff. He only agreed to wearing the costume because I asked him to. These demons are scary, one of the people said. But the pet isn't so bad. Someone else said, and the townspeople all agreed. Naruto's eyebrow twitched as a red demonic aura began to surround him. Fine. Now, go get them. Natsu ordered, his grin growing wider. Naruto grumbled to himself before he jumped off the building and onto the ground, surprising any nearby people with the feat. Well, better at least make this believable. Running on all fours, Naruto ran throughout the town, trying his best to scare people with his ridiculous costume. He eventually found himself alone in an empty plaza, the place where the lacrima that once held Jalal was kept. Whoops, looks like I've gone too far. Might as well take this stupid thing off. And he was about to do so when he heard a voice. Naruto? Naruto turned around and saw Ito Wendy walking out of a nearby building. If he recalled correctly, it was the safe house he and the others had stayed at before they tried infiltrating the castle through the mines. Hey, what are you doing here? Just checking up on our client here. You guys are causing quite a riot. That's quite the costume you're wearing. The woman said, and the two walked to a nearby bench to sit. Naruto blushed furiously and tore the fox costume off. Damn it. I forgot I was still wearing this stupid thing. Wendy giggled softly. Oh come on, it wasn't that bad. Naruto took the remains of the costume and threw them into a nearby trash can. No, it was terrible. I only wore that thing because Wendy-chan asked me to. This brought a smile to the girl's face. You sure got a soft spot for little me. You try saying no to those puppy dog eyes. Naruto said and sulked childishly. But the worst part is, everyone here is going to remember me as the adorable fox pet of the Demon King. Well, if it makes you feel any better, everyone back at the guild will remember you as the one who broke us out of our shell. She said with a small smile. We were really touched by your words. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Really? What did I say? This time it was the Idolos Wendy's turn to raise an eyebrow. What do you mean, what did I say? How abandoning your friends made you worse than trash, or how only those who protect their precious people could truly become strong. Naruto rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. To tell you the truth, I kinda just said the first thing that came to mind. Like I said before, those are the philosophies of people I know. Ito Wendy blinked. So this is why Lilmi thinks so highly of him. Well, I better head back to the others. Naruto said and stood up. I'll walk with you. Wendy said, and the two walked through the empty streets, which was surprising since they were just crawling with people minutes prior of their conversation. Maybe everything was settled and the plan worked? Are you gonna be okay without magic? Naruto asked as they walked. She couldn't see his face since she was walking slightly behind him, but could hear the concern in his voice. They'd only known each other for a couple days, a week at most, and he was genuinely concerned for her. It'll take some getting used to, but I'm sure we'll all be fine. Naruto nodded silently. While it wasn't directly his fault this world was losing its magic, he couldn't help but feel bad for them. After all, he couldn't imagine what it would be like if he suddenly lost all of his chakra. Hey, looks like it's all over. Huh? Naruto snapped out of his thoughts and saw a crowd of people surrounding Mystigan and Natsu. The dragon slayer was laying on his back looking defeated. I guess it is, huh? I guess this means you're all going back now, back to Earthland I mean. Ito Wendy said. Yeah, I guess. Though I'm not really sure how we're gonna do it dash. Hey, they're glowing. Is it because the prince defeated them? Natsu, along with all of the mages of Earthland, started glowing. They then began to float and started floating towards the anima. Naruto watched as everyone drifted into the sky. He could feel the anima pulling at the magic inside of the people with magic in them. I guess this is how we're leaving. Dang, the anima really is taking all the magic from the world MMF. Naruto's eyes shot open when Ito Wendy pulled him over to her and kissed him on the lips. The kiss lasted a couple seconds before they broke free from each other. You know, this whole we've known each other you never called me by name. Wendy whispered softly. Wha? Naruto was bewildered at what just happened. Wendy opened her eyes and smiled. Thank you, for giving our guild the courage to move forward. She then looked up at the swirling sky. You should probably go now, the anima looks like it's about to close. Naruto's mind was racing. She just kissed him. Why did she do that? That's when he realized what the girl had just said. The anima. It was closing and wasn't picking him up. Oh man. If I don't hurry, I'm gonna be stuck here. And since there would be no more magic in the world, that meant no way to go back to Earthland. Gur. Focus on absorbing the magic the anima is pulling to get yourself up there. The Kyuubi's voice boomed in his mind. Wait, Kyuubi? How are you dash? Never mind that. Now hurry up before we're stuck here. Naruto shook his head and began to focus on absorbing the magic around him. Because the anima was pulling all of the world's magic into it, he was able to gather just enough magic to be picked up by the anima. Hey, Naruto. Naruto opened his eyes and looked down to see Ito Wendy waving at him. Would you do me a favor and pass a message to Lil Me? Sure. After hearing the message, Naruto grinned and sent the blue-haired woman a thumbs up. Sure thing, Wendy. Ito Wendy smiled. Ah? What am I doing? Falling in love with a guy just as he's leaving. Naruto's smile faded as he neared the anima. Looking up, he noticed another person go into the dark hole before he too flew inside, and his view went black.